We're gonna call the meeting to order at about a little before quarter of. Some of it's my fault because I was here late, and some of it's because we waited for the guy in the back who will wave to, but he won't talk to us because he's not as much fun as the other guy who records. So, additions or deletions to the agenda? Anybody? I've got a couple. I got a couple letters. And I have a negotiation in executive session.
Executive, so we have to add that. Oh, that's right there, sorry.
Down, yeah, we have an executive session. Okay. Peter, you ready to rock and roll, buddy? Okay. You're the only public. Cool. We got the minutes of the February 3rd, 2020 meeting in over there in Wardsboro.
The board members present are incorrect. Laura wasn't there? Barry wasn't there.
And I was not there.
Yeah.
But, oh,
Laura and who?
And Barry.
crossing you out.
We're crossing you out, Barry.
Crossing you out.
Okay.
Okay.
With, except for those corrections, is there anything else?
Good to me. Make a motion to accept.
Okay, Mark makes a motion to approve the minutes. Rick seconds it. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Barry will abstain. Cool. So old business, equity is just there as a placeholder. We're gonna have to probably pick that up beginning of March. Probably the second meeting in March. Website design, that's a placeholder, and let's look at that in the second meeting in March also. So we had two complaint policies, and it got a little confusing. So at the last meeting, I believe we approved the complaint policy that deals with personnel, complaints about personnel. And for some reason, the third page of my minutes is missing. Just make sure that we approve the personnel one.
Did we approve it? Okay, let me see.
We didn't approve it, we would have adopted it.
We would adopt it.
Not adopted it, we would have voted to post it.
Post it. Original information, other business.
Oh, here's page 3 of 3. Complaint policy. Policy. And issue copies of policy and complaints about school personnel. That a book will be available, this policy.
No,
here.
it's not to be considered presented,
So we didn't vote on it.
because we wanted to present it today in Dover.
Okay, perfect. So now that we're in Dover, the complaint policy on personnel, does anybody have a issue, question, comment on that?
So,
Public complaints about personnel, code D10.
yeah,
Everybody good with it?
it's the same as the ones previous, right?
Yeah, it's a little, it's got the same steps, it's just written a little different.
Okay.
You know, they add things like the district places trust in its employees.
I think that's the one where they had to change compliant to complaint.
Right, change the wording.
That complaints,
The compliant was,
Because it was compliant in a couple of places.
complainant, the complainant, I think this is the one I got.
yours is probably, looks like it's been fixed.
It's in the third paragraph,
For a second.
towards the bottom.
If the issue's the complaint, compliant, okay,
Compliant,
Client basically.
Right.
issue.
complainant. Official.
okay, so I changed that and initialed that. Was there any other place where that was a problem?
Okay, that's good.
So does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to warrant
Second.
Please have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And actually, it's unanimous, so. Okay, the second one we got was on complaint procedure for non-personnel issues. And that was supposed to get updated to be River Valley's not Dover-centric.
This one, right?
Yep, and I don't see that I ever got it. And it's got the same coding as this one. So I would say we're not quite ready
Bill was gonna
fix this for
fix
us.
it to make it non-personnel.
Right, and I don't know what
Non-personnel.
happened. Okay, so that'll have to carry over, and we'll have to make a note that Bill needs to deal with that.
Yeah, all I know is the Dover one, right? Is that the-
Yeah, I don't
And
see,
it's got the same code, D10.
yeah, and I don't see that he changed that for us.
It wasn't included in the email you sent us. the
No.
document, so.
Okay, so we did post policy F13 at the last meeting, and that was the residency policy.
Right.
So if we posted that on the 3rd, it's been 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. So we can vote that one if you folks want.
What was the number, F13?
That one is F13, correct. And remember, we're just approving the policy, not the affidavit and the checklist. That's an administrative procedure.
Right.
I make a motion that we adopt F13, the residency policy.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second?
One second.
Okay, Rick seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Do I,
No?
oh, you voted for it?
Yep.
Okay, then it's unanimous. Everybody's in agreement. Boom, complaint policy, and we also wiped out the residency. And then it's gonna work on that. Under old business, I forgot to add this, but, on March 11th, 2020, Senator Bratt, Baruth, is gonna, he's head of Senate Ed, from 4 to 6 p.m. in Montpelier on March 11th, 2020, 4 to 6 in room 11, the big room. Senate will be having a hearing on the weighting. The Senate Ed will be having a hearing, public hearing on the weighting issue. All but a few schools in Windham County are impacted negatively by the weighting as it currently is. If it was to, change to the new weighting study, which we have. Oh, I know why. Because I was going to do this in the weighting study down below.
Bless you.
So actually, let's hold that. Does anybody have any other old business? Okay, we'll move into new business, River Valley website links. Mark, you get that with you? 'Cause
I didn't print it out,
printed
but I can tell you, I created 4 essentially shortcut links to make it easier for us to access and communicate different portions of our online world. First is video.rvusd.net. That takes us directly to the BCTV page with all of our videos. The other is board.rvusd.net. That takes you directly to the WCSU board page for us, where all of our documents are.
I'm gonna try it down for Peter.
Okay. And then dover.rvusd.net takes you to the Dover website, and wardsboro.rvusd.net takes you to the Wardsboro website. And I did renew the rvusd.net domain for another year. because it came up in the beginning of this month, I think. So we had that.
Where did the Dover and Wordsboro links go to before?
There weren't any links.
Oh, there weren't
for
any links,
RVUSD.
okay.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
trying to
thinking-
change our online world to rvusd.net.
Okay.
So right now it just points to Wardsboro school.org and
Okay.
Dover school.net.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And if there are any other shortcut links that people think would be valuable to have, they're very easy to create.
This is all from the
rvusd.net.
RVU.net,
Yeah.
okay, not from the school sites.
Correct.
But I know at the meeting, there was some concerns that the school sites had some issues with their links being not active.
They're very old.
They're old. There's some
Yeah.
old stuff on both websites. I've started working on a new template for the district, something that isn't gonna cost us any money, but that we can put together a new site very easily, so we can kind of move over to an rvusd.net website with a Dover and a Wardsboro separate site for all together. I'm hoping to bring a mock of that on the second meeting in March, so you guys can see it. And
That's when we have our discussion on updating.
that's
Yeah,
why I'm gonna read that.
Nice.
cool.
Is there a way we can repair some of those links that are,
I don't have access to either
You
of
don't
those.
have access.
Tammy is for Wardsboro and Matt is for Dover. They're the ones that have the access to currently to those sites.
okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
Whether we should just kind of look at the sites and see if we can find anything. Who do we?
We did, Anita did send an email to us, which Rich had given to Matt to take care of. I know that some links on the Dover town website got updated.
Right.
Um, After that meeting, so it's possible that things have gotten updated on the school websites as well.
Okay,
Possible things have gotten better,
possible.
but not probable, just possible.
I will let you know at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we good with that? And just write them down.
I'll give them to,
Peter, so he's gonna write them down for you that you have them, and then you can give them to, we can give them to
Okay, thanks.
newspaper. Okay, next thing is the school district meeting review. So, everybody that's here was there. Everybody that was
There's here.
there, everybody out there was here also. So what'd you think of it?
Well,
I didn't think it went bad. What'd you think of it way out back?
I wasn't there for that one, actually.
Oh.
Somebody else, but
It was
I
somebody
did
else?
edit it, so. Looked good,
It looked good? We're gonna get like the most views for that one, you think?
probably.
another award.
Probably because of the editing job.
That's right, that's true.
You good, Peter?
that was Dr. Backus conducting, yes?
Yes.
As usual.
The old quack.
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. I thought that there was some good, it was more unified is what we're trying to accomplish between the residents of both towns. It was almost couldn't distinguish between where they were from. They weren't taking, the audience wasn't taking a perspective of their towns, I felt. I felt like they were talking more about the district as a whole. Kind of got that vibe a little bit, but that was great.
I can't think of one question that was specific, was there? There was like, where is the IB?
Yeah, I
and-
think Randy might have
Yeah.
said something that was town-specific, FTN, but I think that was about it.
That's a really good point, though.
It
I
was.
thought that was good.
I mean, we didn't get explanation for the no votes.
No, and I don't think you would have gotten any. I think
Right.
sometimes people just, so, yeah, and in the vote on the budget, there was 34 ayes and 14 nays. But it was still over 2-1. And then a lot of people didn't vote. I didn't vote for the budget, because I never usually do. A couple from the front did, because they, remember,
Did he?
Andy pointed at the table.
I did, yeah.
He did.
I thought he was like, all right. But maybe I
And-
didn't.
So I think if you look at the first three, they went fine. There was, was a little question what people do.
Yeah.
I think the auditor thing is, Bill's supposed to look into that for us. So, and if we are required to have auditors, then we'll just have to appoint some. The stipends for the board was, I don't think there was any questions. Pardon?
There were no questions on it.
And then the mileage, it just, what was it? And I was wrong. It's like 57 and a half or something. I thought it was 55. The 200,000 seemed to go okay. And then, as somebody said, the budget, you know, there was some, I thought there was really good discussion. And what, I guess, like somebody just said, the only thing that surprised me a little bit is if there were people who were opposed to it, that they could have tried to amend it. But I think it's hard to stand up and make an amendment. It's easier just to say nay.
As we saw later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think the tuition rate was fine. I think next year, I used to always have a list of that, and so, you know, I think Randy made mention of that. So we'll
So that's
just,
the mark that you had some of the tuitions.
yeah, or at least the numbers. But,
Yeah, I had the number of
How
students.
many students?
Yeah.
but it would have been nice to have had how much the tuition was for the different schools, and we were reaching a little bit. The reserve fund issue, I think, went fine. And I'm wondering if, too, if, because I noticed there was a lot of people that had gone to the two different meetings. So I think it is important to do them ahead of time, because it seemed like maybe some of those questions got answered. And then moving the annual meeting.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was a good one.
Biggest hiccup.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was a good.
So it's gonna be the first Tuesday in April next year, and following that will be the last Tuesday in March.
Yep.
But again,
$5.5 $6 million without too many questions, and then all of
Yeah.
a sudden, the next meeting comes
The
up.
budget was,
Right.
1 hour
was
discussion.
less than a 20-minute discussion, and that was 32
Interesting.
minutes.
22 minutes?
No, the
32.
budget was less than
Yeah.
20.
Oh, yeah.
The date was 32-minute discussion. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? I give the group credit for coming up with a solution. Though. That was impressive.
and,
Everybody was so confused by the time we got to the end of it. It's like,
well, because you're voting the same thing 3 times over.
Well,
but
that
you-
was confusing. Sure.
Right, but you have to, because you have to vote the amendment, the amendment, and then that becomes your main article. So anyways, and then I don't remember, in other business, I thought I wrote some notes. Better budget, oh, the people didn't like the budget in the book, and I think we all pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
And they
Spacing.
wanted to divide out the STEAM and IB a little bit more.
Yeah, they wanted stuff broken down a little more.
Yeah. Yeah.
It actually is broken down, it's just hard to see it because the categories are all the same in the different areas.
I think we're gonna have to add another page to.
Well, yeah, I think we need to include a number of people, including some who didn't come to the meeting, said they couldn't figure out the budget the way they wanted to because we didn't give the number of students that we had.
We did,
So, in there?
yeah, it's right in here,
On the,
it's right there. Equalized pupils, 273.56.
they didn't know where to
Hmm?
put it. And I thought it was there.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk missing.
Oh, really?
They taped it together and put it in a bag and said, sorry, we damaged your mail.
Oh.
I got it after the meeting. I was like,
After the meeting.
yeah, so I had to grab one off the table.
That's funny.
I had to grab one off the table too, because I went through, one of the meetings, I went through the mock-up that I had, and it wasn't the same.
Can we include the notes that Lori gives us on the budget so that we can
No.
understand? No? Okay.
Just open up a whole.
Some of the can.
We've never done that, that's in there because,
It would be better, it would be good if we could flush out some of the CSU stuff. I think that's what really confuses people, all of it, you know what I mean?
well, there's the one guy who questioned the gym versus the special education from the supervisory union, and I wasn't sure what he was, point he was trying to make there.
I think that, wasn't that before he realized the order, that the total was
But
below
he'd
the
also been
sections?
at 2
At the
previous
informational,
meetings, too.
I think we can all agree we should just clean that up and make it a little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan in 2021.
Hmm.
So that's why we couldn't do the second. Shouldn't have done the second, but I think it passed, so we're good. It is the second Tuesday, right? Not the first? Or is it the
Next year,
first?
next
Yeah.
year it's the first.
First, okay, so we missed Ramadan too.
Yes.
All right.
There, didn't even know we'd done that.
Boy, so next year is the first. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so next year will be in April.
Alright.
So right now, we would be preparing the budgets to put together. We would have to warn it probably next week or the week after. We could actually probably vote it the first meeting in March. But I think we should vote it before, because the first meeting in March will be the last time this group meets, because then there'd be 2 new people possibly on the
Right.
board.
Right.
And then elections. Mark's running. Are you running again?
I'm not.
You're not. We're gonna miss you, so this will be your last meeting.
No, the meeting, first meeting we have in March
March.
is before
Okay,
town meeting.
that's
so-
right, it's the night before. Okay, well, we'll miss you then, so we'll have cake for you then.
Thank you, Dad.
I just like reasons to have cake. So anything else from the school district meeting? I think we know we gotta clean up the booklet. Anything? Any other takeaways?
You said we just say more if they're gonna vote against it. Just
Yeah, it'd be.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to get some directional information.
Yeah.
Just to know, but
Which is a lot of the purpose of doing it from before, so we have an understanding.
exactly.
Of what's going on?
Yeah, it might be worth just mentioning it at the beginning of the meeting itself. In case, remind people this.
And we kind of did it, we actually kind of done it last year when we talked about why we wanted to go to a floor vote versus a ballot vote. Okay,
I'm just wondering, I know we talked a lot about, the space issues in the booklet, and then we also talked about possibly having the budget online as well. I don't even know if we
The
do.
budget is online.
It is online, right?
yes.
We also, back in the merger days, we had like frequently asked questions. Is there a way people could submit questions
Like online.
prior to, regarding the budget on the website?
There will be on the new site.
Because that might be a way to get some people to interact with some questions about the budget prior.
I think
to-
Anita got one question the entire time.
Yeah, I don't expect a ton of flurry of questions, but, you
I
you
think
never
it
know.
was me.
Just a thought while we're keeping.
No, Peter, can you write that down? So is there a way that people can submit questions? I guess my only issue is if they don't come to a meeting and they submit a question
Yeah.
and so at the meeting, we say, okay, well, here's some questions we got, and we answer them.
I guess we can.
How do we know that the people are actually getting their answer?
What
Right.
we can do is respond to them with a link to the minutes and the video. And say this was discussed
That's one way.
at the meeting.
Or we could answer it, yes.
Or, I mean, during the, I don't remember if it was the Act 46 committee, or if it was the beginning of this board, took a whole bunch of questions and published the answers on.
Yeah, that was
That was
questions from a meeting.
that was
And
one
we
of the
discussed them, and we
Yeah.
discussed them at the following meeting.
Yeah, just a thought, I'm just trying to think of a way to.
So we could have an FAQ or a recent question section on the site and just
Mhm.
post answers to
I
questions.
could do that as well.
There.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a tricky one.
It's another one of those, see if we want.
Pardon?
It's, it's another one of those, the information's in a million different places, and then, but
Right, and
adding
then-
one more doesn't hurt.
I guess.
But then a lot of people were right, well, I didn't know.
Right,
Right.
yeah, okay.
No, but it's some good things to think about. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job. I think we send out a really nice booklet. Again, somebody made the comment that, I could do with less pictures and more information. But I've also heard a lot of people say it's nice to see some, and it's not like we spend a lot of money.
It's not just
Okay.
business and a bucket.
Yeah.
Yes, so again, it's, I guarantee it, you'll never make everybody happy. And I guarantee that there's always gonna be somebody who says, huh?
I'll take your guarantee.
Yeah, I'll
on
take
that.
that,
Yeah.
for sure.
And that, you'll never get everybody, you'll never satisfy everybody, I don't think. I think we do a really decent job. I know we do a better job than a lot of boards do, I think. I feel like we do. But there's always room for improvement too. None of us are perfect.
Could we at least think about having a 5-minute period at the beginning of annual meetings where Tammy and Matt stand up and just give a short presentation
No,
on?
because it's not, the annual meeting is not for the school administration, it's supposed to be the board presenting the budget.
Okay.
So I'm really, I think that takes the focus off, because if we can't answer the questions, then we're not doing our job, and I felt that way for a lot of years. I know in Wardsboro, you used to do that, you would have a huge presentation, and basically your administration was presenting the budget, but to me, that's not, the administration isn't there to present the budget, they present to us, it's our job to sell it to the voters.
I was suggesting that they talk about what's been going on in the school, not.
Well,
not-
they have parent night, they have open house, they have a lot of stuff to do in the school, and I think that's something we can put into the booklet and your report if you want, but again, in Dover, we've never had a principal attend a school district meeting until Bill did, and Bill was a voter in town, and Bill didn't attend them all. We never had the superintendent here, and we've never had the business office here. I know it's been a little different in Wardsboro,
no,
but
to your point.
you know, we always felt that was our job, to be able to answer the budget, and if we couldn't answer it, then we should be replacing, you know, and that's what happened, some people on the board got replaced. The other thing is, you know, sometimes that draws the meeting out too, and then, you know, by the time you get to the budget stuff and the stuff you want to discuss, you're really late. But again, I'm 1 out of 6 people, so if you folks really want to do that, you can.
I feel like our meeting went fine this time. I don't see why you have to do it. I mean, the reason that we had begun to do it in Wardsboro years ago was because the administration was a little better at explaining the things that were going on in the school, not necessarily budgetary things. It was more like the student scores were improving and things like that. So people asked questions about how, you know, where their money was being spent. It was easy for them to say, well, look at how our test scores have improved, look at how this has improved, look at how that has improved. It was easier for them to do it than it was for the board at that particular point in time. That's why.
Right.
We also, Steve Jobs was very pushy about being there.
Yeah, and not everybody at the annual meeting is a parent, so they don't all know what's going on in the school. So there was an opportunity for people who, you know, the folks who don't have kids in the schools to see what's going on in the schools. But I also see your point too, Rich, that there are other places where they can get that information.
And I mean, we can do a quick overview. You know, we could ask the administration to write, and well, they do. What do they write in the report? Who's got their?
Yeah, I think, you know.
If we're going to expand on that, then maybe we can expand it in there.
I think we got to expand on this next year. I think add another 4 pages.
I think one more page.
Well,
One
4.
more page will give us 4 pages.
Right.
Well, that was where we were kind of at.
Yeah.
But we also cut the mailing list way down by doing households versus individuals.
I didn't say a whole lot in the letter.
Well, we cut it, we scaled it.
Well, we only gave you
Yeah.
half a page too.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Weighing study, discussion and possible action. So, back to my thing, Senator Baruch's gonna have a hearing on March 11th, from 4 to 6. 4 to 6, room 11 in Montpelier. I made a note that Kool-Aid will be served. Senate hearing on weighting. So if you know people who are very good public speakers and don't mind speaking in front of a group, it would be probably good to have them up there. What we're looking for, or what they're looking for is, you know, just to explain who you are, how you're impacted by the weighting study, what you want the Senate to do with the weighting study, and what you're gonna do next, if anything. Like, I'm gonna follow up on this, or, you know, I'll make sure that this goes forward. I think you only get 2 minutes
Yeah.
to testify. So it's definitely something you wanna have at least some notes prepared, so because you'd be surprised, 2 minutes goes for a long time when you had to, you know, stand up in front of 100 people in high school and do a presentation. But up there, 2 minutes will go really quick, and it'll be over before you know it. We also, Rick and I went to the WCSU meeting the week before our meeting, so 2 weeks ago. And we,
Wasn't day before our meeting?
yes, it was the day before the meeting, so it was so it was a week ago.
Yeah.
It was last month.
God, time flies. It seemed like 2 weeks, doesn't it?
It's like-
And at that meeting, Wyndham Central charged the chair of the Wyndham Central Board to write a letter to House and Senate asking that they consider putting the weights in place this year. There was 4 things: putting the weights in place, not make any major changes to the educational finance until the entire legislature gets to review the study.
The 4 short bills that,
No. We did mention there are some bills that have been turned in, but we didn't, we had them in there, and it was suggested that we take them out. So, and that the relief is immediately, and that we're willing to have people who will come up and testify. But the big thing is implement the weights this year. There are 4 short bills that Laura was trying to put in. One is to do that, implement the weights, not make the changes. The other 2 is to have AOE look at how much student opportunity was lost between 2000 and 2018, and qualify the the number of dollars the excess penalty took out of districts over from 2000 to 2018. And there wasn't the excess penalty, I don't think, in 2000. I think it came in at some point after. And that there's really no justification for waiting on the weighting. So that was that. So I don't know if we want to do a similar letter for the river valleys that we can also send up, or if we want to do personalized letters, it's whatever you folks think, but that was what it was on the agenda for.
I think we should. And the more organizations we hear from, better.
Anybody else?
I don't have a problem writing one.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay, so why don't we make a motion?
Who does it, hold on a second, who does the letter go to? Is it just gonna be sent?
It's gonna be sent to Senate Ed, Senate Finance, House Ed, House Ways and Means, all our local legislators, and the newspapers.
The newspaper, okay.
Whoever we can send it to.
Great, no, that's what I was gonna, absolutely, that's fantastic.
So you wanna make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a
Go ahead and
motion.
make it.
And, I'll make a motion that the board, submits a letter to all those places you just mentioned, for the opposition to the weighting,
No, support.
to support the weighting, sorry.
I'll second that.
Wasn't a very good motion, but thank you for seconding it.
In support of the study?
Of the weighting study.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Barry seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Who's writing the letter?
Chairman.
So that, not that the board, but the chair on behalf of the board.
Chair on behalf of the board, yeah. I think this letter should come from it's from the entire board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on behalf
So I would write it on behalf of the entire
yes,
board.
yes.
Okay.
I'll catch up today, I'm a little slow today.
That's fine. It's a holiday. Are you okay with that, Barry? Okay.
Now,
So
it needs to be
the,
much different than your WCSU letter.
yeah, it's got to be
Right.
different, I was told.
Yeah.
It's, because if not, it looks like just a form letter, so.
No, I just meant it doesn't need to be, I mean, you guys have
Right.
the same points.
Yeah,
Yeah, basically.
no, because it's interesting, in our district, we win and lose. If they enacted the new weights, together we win, but separately, one town loses, the other town gains more. And then that was one of the issues, and it got brought up at the WCSU meeting, because there was one nay vote on it, because there was one town that could, under some scenario, increase their tax rate 60 cents. Yeah.
That's a lot.
That is, it's pretty huge.
It's a town wild property. too.
Yeah.
A lot of high-end property.
But remember, it's only homestead. There's a lot of those high-end properties nobody lives in full-time,
Right.
so. Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, there had just been discussion of the letter requested to the legislature and the subcommittees covering certain specific points.
That was
This
what the
motion is to write a
WCSU letter.
Yeah, in
Right.
support of the WCSU.
No, this is a motion that the River Valley's board have the chair on behalf of the board send a letter to all the places discussed to support the weighting study, to support enacting the weighting study.
Support acting upon.
Enacting,
Enacting.
or acting on, well, we don't want them to act on it, we want them to do it. We want them to
Yeah.
enact it.
So implementation.
Okay, sure. You okay with
Yeah,
that?
I'm good
That's
with
your
that.
motion?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we all ready to vote?
Sorry, I missed the second.
Barry,
Thank you.
he wants to get his name in the minutes a lot because he may not be around much longer. He may be surprised because if he doesn't show up to town meeting, he may just get put back in.
That's right, you better show up.
I figured that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. WCSU alternate discussion, possible action. I think we can bail on that because we'll reorganize sometime right after town meeting, which is only a couple weeks away. And our next WCSU meeting is until April 1st or April 2nd, April Fool's Day. So I think we can deal with that at a later date. I did have a couple new things that came in kind of a little bit ago, but after our last meeting, we, at our last meeting, we talked about Dover. Had a couple faucets that were over the new parts per billion on the lead. So did Wardsboro School. I think it was just one. And it has to be taken out of service for drinking and cooking. So they're also working on a permanent plan. And it looks as though because there was some money put away from, by the legislature last year, that we can, they'll get some help with it. So hopefully they'll be taken care of in the very near future. And we can be a lead-free school again. Let's skip over, let's talk about the next meeting. We can meet the night before town meeting, but I think the teachers are still out. I don't know if we get any administration there. Do we want to put that meeting off till the 4th, and then we'll meet after town meeting, and then we can reorganize and set our agendas and set our meetings and move forward from there? Would that make more sense?
You mean the following Monday or?
No, the
Just
Wednesday.
move it to a couple days.
Right. We're gonna meet on the 2nd, so that must mean town meeting's the 3rd. So
Right.
we move it to the 4th.
Consensus.
Does that make sense to you? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
We should move it there are 5-week Mondays in March. Can we just move it up a week to the 9th? Or would we rather not do that?
I just figure we'll keep it, and then we'll keep the regular meeting in Dover when
On
we
the
set,
16th?
and then,
Oh, if you
But
wanna
we'll-
move- Then we have to move both.
and we get to decide at reorganization, excuse me, when we wanna meet.
I see.
I mean, the person that takes Barry's place may wanna meet on Friday mornings, who knows?
You never know. Okay.
And Laura should be good, because their legislature's off that week.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so our next meeting will be March 4th, 6:30 in Wardsboro. So unfortunately, Barry, I mean, this is your last meeting.
Lucky you.
Miss out on cake.
But you can come to the meeting on the 3rd if you want. The meeting on the 4th.
We love public, you know that.
Yeah. And you could also like, get on the board.
You're appointed.
So,
Yeah.
We might not want to come in case. That's true.
All right.
Howard out, put it up there and-
so we've got a couple executive session items. I don't think we're gonna make any decisions, so if you guys wanna hang out, you can. Mark will send you, Peter, an email with what we decide, if you don't mind, Mark. And we're gonna let you guys hang out here if you want, but we can move over there. But I'll need to entertain a motion for executive session for personnel, contractual, and for personnel, contractual, legal, those three.
So moved.
Okay, Barry moved, do we have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
All right.
Okay, we'll move over there.
throw phone to him, or we didn't even have any shields at the time. And Nate Giffen, changed the dynamics on that in that moment. He approached, he came around. You saw part of a distorted part of the video from Channel 3 that we all saw. And then at this point, I'm now in we're just resetting a command when shots fired, from Matt Nisley calling that in. He came around. He did go down. He did come up, and that was captured on a dash cam video of Corporal Nisley's car, clearly holding the gun in the direction of where Corporal Nisley and Inspector Welch were standing when our officer shot. He was already shot him again. That one shot, and then it stopped the threat, the immediate threat. It is a horrible thing to see. It's a horrible thing to be part of, and also the pouncing on him, so there's no opportunity to grab anything else or whatever. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if there's another gun in a waistband or what have you. Later, there was also a getaway driver, and who was later arrested. So my point on that one, that's what the suicide.org would refer to as a spontaneous suicide. The plan was to rob a bank that day. And so we looked at, so now in our department, we have shields in every one of our cars. Because if we had to make an approach, we could do it safely. There was no safe way to do that approach. I also did not, by giving the command to not approach, was not to precipitate something on our end. He's staying there. We've got communication with one person, our negotiator. Let's just keep going. He did not give us the opportunity. He did not surrender. And I know, I'm on ski patrol with Jim Giffen, and this was very hard. Thanks.
I did, and just to follow up on your statement that there haven't been any unjustified, I'm in the Brattleboro area, aware of the Woodward shooting, new people in the church at the time. And according to them, there was never a time that anyone else except Woody threatened himself. So, Attorney General justified it, but it was a difficult situation. And, hard for people to take that in. Appreciate hearing how the recognition of people in crisis right now. So, there's a greater recognition and awareness of how they're treated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got a hand up in the back. Madam Chair.
Yeah, afterward, is there an opportunity? I just want to deliver the rest of the DPA positions, so we get it on the record.
So thank you all for having me here today. I believe I submitted some prepared testimony specifically on H808, but I'll speak quickly to H464 at the end as well. I just got some notes, so you can just leave it up, and I think there's at least one slide that's just referenced in there that I'll kind of show you a visual so you can see it as well. So thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to speak about these two big pieces of legislation. In short, the ACLU of Vermont supports both pieces of legislation. I'll speak to H808 first. So H808 would create a statutory standard for the use of deadly force in Vermont. And Vermont currently lacks a statutory standard. While at the same time, we do have a statutory standard for the use of less deadly force in the form of tasers. And so we would support instituting a statewide standard that says that it that requires an officer to use deadly force only when it is necessary. So this would be the necessary standard. This is, as you know, recently adopted by the state of California. And the necessary standard established in H808 requires officers to use other techniques and resources other than deadly force when reasonably safe and feasible to do so. Then also, the bill also determines that the propriety of deadly force can be used when misread a sentence. So the bill requires that when determining the propriety of the use of deadly force, decision makers must consider the conduct leading up to the use of force. And so bill is especially timely right now just because we've seen a consistent rise in the number of officer-involved shootings per year. So this is referenced in my testimony, but this is just a very simple graph. This is compiled by the Vermont State Police. It shows officer-involved shootings between with the Vermont State Police and other state departments. So you'll see it's a pretty standard linear progression, increasing over the last couple of years. There's been, I think, nearly as many shootings in the last decade as there are in the previous 3 decades. And if you look at 2019 compared to 1999, there's a fourfold increase. So we have been seeing an increase in officer-involved shootings, and think that this would be a time to create a statewide standard for consistency. So another reason that this is something that we believe would be helpful is the number of folks that are most often involved in these type of incidents are often people who have diminished capacity in some way. So it's as Bill says, individuals with physical, mental health, developmental, intellectual disabilities are significantly more likely to be involved in these incidents, as their disabilities may affect their ability to understand or comply with commands from law enforcement and officers. And the adoption of a necessary standard could help address this disparity by prioritizing the use of de-escalation tactics. And I think this is one place that, as we've listened to the testimony, this is a place where there's agreement between the ACLU and law enforcement. We've heard from them many times that they are prioritizing de-escalation tactics. This is something they say they use in their training, and we think that this bill codifies those values. Importantly, the requirement that the force be necessary means that if de-escalation is possible, deadly force is not necessary. It requires decision makers to examine whether the officers escalated situations leading to use of force or failed to de-escalate it when it could have been reasonable to do so. So also another important aspect of H808 is that it creates a definition of imminent threat, and that it's not merely a fear of future harm, but is one that from appearances must be instantly confronted and addressed. So we think this creates some clear statutory standards which don't exist at this point in time, and we would support adopting this into law. And then when it comes to H464, we are very supportive of better data collection around the use of force. Generally, the lack of data collection in the criminal justice system is something that is a very large problem that we've been trying to speak quite a bit about. I will say that actually law enforcement is providing probably some of the more comprehensive data around these things now, so in terms of police stops and other pieces of information, but I think this is one more piece of information that would be helpful to have. And as 464 speaks to the process of creating more training and programming in collaboration with other stakeholders, we think that collaborative approach is something that could be helpful. It sounds like something like you were describing in your comments earlier, and think that could be helpful to get those different perspectives. So we would support that legislation. So that is our testimony today, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
I've heard the reference to this California model a couple times that they just implemented.
Yep.
Why would we point to that as an example of success when there's no data? We have absolutely no idea how it's going to turn out. Couldn't it wind up worse than what we've been dealing with?
Well, we think that bill says, and we think that this bill says, that deadly force would only be used when necessary, and that's why we're supportive of it. And that is a bill that, as passed, I believe, law enforcement originally objected to it. They withdrew their objection. They didn't full-throatedly support it. And I think you understand there's a difference, and I think working in this building, you all understand there's difference between that. And but it is one that it says deadly force was only going to be used when necessary, and we support that.
So is it the ACLU's position now that deadly force has been used when it wasn't justified?
Well, I think, as you heard, that under the current standards, that there are times that we have not seen any of these shootings been declared unjustified. But going forward, we're looking prospectively. This is what this legislation will do. It's not going to go relitigate anything that happened in the past. It's going to say prospectively, this is the standard we'd like to see used when when officers are deciding to use deadly force.
Jim, are you?
I'm trying to restrain myself, but you gave me an opening. So,
I did. I can also go to Marcia. But it's just so unusual that you're not first out of the gate.
It's Friday.
thank you for your testimony. One of the things on 808 in the California language that was real clear to me was from law enforcement's testimony the other day was words matter. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law enforcement official.
God.
I'm a legislator, so I get the help. Why is law enforcement, I mean, it was very clear that words matter. I mean, I heard that from the commissioner, I heard that from the hallways afterwards, and I heard it from the training deputy director, or whatever, Drew at the police academy. I mean, it was very clear. What changes with the California? Why is this the new model we should embrace?
Well, I mean, one, I will 100% agree that words matter. I think that is something that probably everyone here holds very, very dear. And when looking at this, one, I'll say we don't have a statutory standard right now. So those words are not on paper in statute. And in terms of those words, we believe that necessary is the correct standard. And I think that's something that people can agree on. And by doing that, implementing that standard, it does prioritize the use of de-escalation in these interactions. And that is something that we're not saying that law enforcement is not doing, but it sets that standard in statute.
Any other questions for Falco? All right. We have about 15 minutes. So in the order that they ask for permission, you can jump right in. And then we will get to Beth in a moment.
Thank you. My name's Stephen Whitaker from Montpelier. I want to call to your attention an overlap. I'm specifically speaking in memory of Mark Johnson, which is the most recent shooting in Montpelier that you heard about. We have had no shootings, and we have 2 shootings in as many years, and both of which involve a mentally distressed individual, both of which involved what appeared to be a dangerous firearm. So I think we need to be very careful in recognizing that justified is a term subject to interpretation. I would encourage y'all to watch the video. As disturbing as it is, watch the video of the Mark Johnson shooting last August. Here's a mentally distressed person who had locked himself out of his own building, trying to get back in with a knife, allegedly. I haven't, there are some public records overlaps that I'll speak to here. I've not seen all the records that I need to see on this. He flees, he's apprehended or challenged on the bridge by the only 2 officers, the cruiser on. He attempts twice to jump into the river from either the south side of the Spring Street Bridge or the north side of the Spring Street Bridge. Instead of allowing him to jump into the river, he might have broken a leg, he might have gotten a little water in his lungs. He would not be dead. So instead, our officer orders him down repeatedly, and ends up putting 2 fragmentation rounds in him because we didn't have the 12-gauge beanbag shotgun in that cruiser. If you've only got 1 cruiser on the road, maybe that should be the one with the beanbag shotgun in it. We could have waited. It appears to me, and I'm not an expert on psychiatry, but this appears to be an intentional suicide by cop. A very distressed individual waving a toy pistol or pellet pistol. The individual was known to the police department prior. The police department might have known that he had a pellet pistol. So there's a lot of ambiguities here that would have warranted to wait, move slow, de-escalate, and instead we had 2 fragmentation rounds into his abdomen from a rifle. You listen to the audio on the tape, you realize that these people realized he couldn't hit the side of a barn from 20 yards. He was that distressed and just waving a pellet pistol in the air. So the idea that this couldn't have waited on a mental health professional or waited on a backup cruiser with the beanbag shotgun or, last resort, hit him in the leg, but to basically kill someone unnecessarily who's facing a mental distress, intending to get shot, possibly, is unwarranted. Now, there's a public records issue here, in that I would ask the committee to consider clarifying that the independent investigation that would have been done by the Vermont State Police was undermined by a decision of our chief, and I do respect our chief. I see he's in a tough spot here. At the end of his career, I want him to, have all due respect. But there was a decision in the Burlington case where a judge ruled that the officer had the right to review the video before giving his statement. That needs to be clarified because the state police warned the police department here, do not let him review that video before we get his statement or even do a deposition. I'm not privy to those communications. But our chief overruled that and let him watch the video before he gave his statement. So, in effect, we subverted what would have been an independent investigation by the state police and would have done a lot to restore public confidence in this. Since then, our city council has offered to hold a public forum and instead put 5 minutes on number 7 on an agenda and swept it under the rug. But pending public records requests for the affidavit that the state's attorney requested, the state's attorney requested an affidavit from the chief. It's been months and that still hasn't been produced. Our city council, mayor, city manager ignores appeals to the head of the agency on the public records appeal on this issue. So we have a problem in the accountability, the transparency, and the undermining of public confidence. So, but the issue of whether or not a video of an incident should be withheld pending an investigation from the shooter is clearly a public records issue that needs clarification, possibly to avoid this ambiguity where an independent investigation could be undermined.
Did you have anything else you wanted to share?
Yeah, I'm going to just cover my notes. Yeah, the interpretation of a violent felony, and when you've got a resident of a subsidized housing, Montpelier Housing Authority, trying to jimmy into a building that he lives in, it's hard to characterize. It may have been mischaracterized as a violent felony in progress. So I would argue we don't have good policy. I would support the bill requiring good policy be adopted. I would encourage you to clarify the ability to restrain viewing of the video until statements are made by an independent investigator. It turns out the officer who did kill Mark Johnson, unnecessarily in my opinion, had prior, in an incident of a teenager smoking pot, broken a woman's ribs. And then in a separate incident, a mentally distressed person snapped a guy's arm who was holding on to his wife, who clearly understood and communicated that he was distressed. The man died as a result. So this is the third incident with this particular officer that should give us all pause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wants to be on the record in support of a request from the Vermont Criminal Justice Training Council and the Vermont Police Academy. That was underway well before any bills were introduced here. There is a lot of, well, I think it's pretty universal support by all law enforcement that we expand the basic training an additional 4 weeks. And I think you'll hear from Rick Gothier, I hope you do, who will come in and sort of explain that to you a little bit more in depth. You heard a little bit of it in that first hearing. And we would support whatever this committee can do and this legislative body can do to support that appropriation. And the second piece is the Academy is also going to be, the Criminal Justice Training Council will also be asking to expand the reporting requirements under Act 56, which I think was passed 2017, I think maybe, or 2018. It requires that all law enforcement report to the Criminal Justice Training Council categories of misconduct. And I think conduct B is a second report of unlawful force, and my guess is, or use of force, not unlawful force. And law enforcement supports actually the expansion of that. Again, something that they all agreed upon well before any legislation came before this body. So we would ask that this committee support that change. We think it's a good idea. So I wanted to get those two things on the record. And also, as you pay attention to the requests for the resources of the folks who are dealing with these community issues, are telling you what they need to have better outcomes. There's a difference between Chittenden County and the ability to share and pool resources when you're nearby, Richmond, near to Williston, near to Burlington, than in some of our more rural communities. So I think it's worth paying attention to the disparate level of resources available to everybody. And lastly, I just want to follow up on some of the testimony around some use of force cases, including the Woody case. I was actually general counsel at Public Safety, and they did the investigation into that case. You know, no one in law enforcement jumps to a conclusion that use of force is justified and shouldn't until you've completed an investigation, because you can't properly make that determination until you undertake a real investigation, you take a look at all of it, and you finish it. And then you have to look at it using what is the Vermont standard and has been a Vermont standard. We are not standardless in the state. We operate under Graham v. Connor. And the interesting thing about California, and I'll just note that, I'm not ready to get into California with you now, but the interesting thing about California, their problem was that they actually had a statutory standard. It was outdated, and it was unconstitutional. So the problem with codifying what you think is the standard today is this is really comes from the Constitution. And the courts interpret it, and you'll, I'm sure Representative Gannon will assist you with this, but you know, courts are always examining this. Here in the Second Circuit, it's under examination, and we are responding to that. That information is in real time to law enforcement, and then they make changes, and they update their training, and the bulletin goes out, and if the standard or some interpretation gives them some guidance, they act on it. So I just want you to keep that in mind. California had a unique reason for undertaking its effort. And the last piece of that puzzle is, yeah, law enforcement did object to it, but they were in a legislative process. And as you all know, when you're in a legislative process, sometimes you have to get to a point in the process where you get something and you have to give something. That support did not come at the beginning of the process. It came after there was some back and forth, and they were able to secure some language that made them feel a little bit more comfortable. But I don't think it was the whole ask. So I just want to keep that in mind. And that's about as much as I wanted to share on that. Hopefully we can continue that conversation later. Jim?
So quickly, on your first part of your testimony, you talked about the collection of information. Were you referring to the type of force employed that's in 464 that goes to the data collection?
We support that. I advise the chair, and I should put that on the record as well. There's no objection from law enforcement. We fully support that data collection piece. If you want to add that, that's fine.
Okay, where are you in the second part?
We actually I have not looked at the rest of it because...
This is on new model policies and the additional 4 hours of training.
I think that we actually have post-basic, I think Drew touched upon this, we have post-basic use of force training that is mandatory for all of law enforcement. That's an additional block that they have to have. That's already happening. But the organization, and I think Tony touched upon it, the position of the Vermont Police Association, and I believe it was the testimony of Commissioner Sharling, and I believe that's what you heard from Drew Bloom, is the use of force training director, that it is not a good idea to legislate policy, because policy is a living and breathing document. That is their position. So at this time, not supporting. That piece of information about California actually comes off of their website. It is the
Maybe you can make that bigger.
apparently they have a process where they put information on the record, in the Senate Public Safety Committee's report on the bill. They cite some history and specifically speak to the codification of what they perceive to be an outdated and unconstitutional use of force law.
Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Maybe we've got a 5-minute break here, and then we are going to jump back into S2.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So yesterday was Michael Bloomberg's first debate as a Democratic presidential candidate. He finally got the polling support that he needed in order to get into a debate, now that, of course, the DNC has eliminated that individual donor requirement as a prerequisite for getting into the debates. And Michael Bloomberg was eaten alive. I mean, just absolutely annihilated in what could be a campaign-ending debate. I don't know. It might not be, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Depends on how many people watched the debate. It depends how many people are sort of staking their support on Michael Bloomberg based on something like debate performance rather than for other reasons. We'll get to that. We were wondering, will it be the centrists attacking Bloomberg because he is more of a direct threat to them? Would it be the progressives, Bernie and Warren, trying to take advantage of having a turbo billionaire on the stage to talk about how radically different their policies are? And the answer was yes. Yes to all of it. Yes to all of the above. Everybody attacked Bloomberg, centrists in one way, the progressives in another way. And I'm going to show you some of those moments. Now, before we do this, if you had pulled me aside yesterday, 5 minutes before the debate, and said to me, David, if you had to guess, do you think Elizabeth Warren will mention horse-faced lesbians in the first 20 seconds of the debate, later in the debate, or not at all? I probably would have said, I don't expect Elizabeth Warren to mention horse-faced lesbians. And I would have been wrong. Within the first 20 seconds, at her first opportunity to talk, Elizabeth Warren going right in on Michael Bloomberg with alleged comments that he's made about women. Take a look.
For another 4 years, and we can't stand that.
So I'd like to talk about who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women fat broads and horse-faced lesbians. And no, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about Mayor Bloomberg. Democrats are not going to win.
Just immediately setting the tone for what was going to be a night of slamming Michael Bloomberg without Bloomberg defending himself particularly well. And he was taking hits left and right. It was nonstop. The worst moment for Bloomberg was when Elizabeth Warren started pressing him about non-disclosure agreements with former employees related to sexual harassment, most of which we believe, I mean, we don't know because they're NDA'd, but we believe most of it was between other employees. In other words, it was at Bloomberg's company, but didn't involve Bloomberg, although eventually Bloomberg talks about, jokes I told that people may not have liked. And Bloomberg was not well prepared for this, really, really brutal. And again, Elizabeth Warren just really destroying him.
Senator Warren, you've been critical of Mayor Bloomberg on this issue. Yes, I have. And I hope you heard what his defense was. I've been nice to some women. That just doesn't cut it. The mayor has to stand on his record, and what we need to know is exactly what's lurking out there. He has gotten some number of women, dozens, who knows, to sign non-disclosure agreements, both for sexual harassment and for gender discrimination in the workplace. So, Mr. Mayor, are you willing to release all of those women from those non-disclosure agreements so we can hear their side of the story?
We have a very few non-disclosure agreements.
How many is
Let me
that?
finish.
How many is that?
None of them accuse me of doing anything other than maybe they didn't like a joke I told. And let me put.
So this is already terrible. I did nothing other than maybe somebody didn't like a joke I told. That's terrible. I couldn't think of a worse way to try to explain what happened. Typically, jokes don't lead to payoffs and non-disclosure agreements. It's already bad for Michael Bloomberg, but let's continue.
Maybe they didn't like a joke I told. And let me put, there's agreements between two parties that wanted to keep it quiet, and that's up to them. They signed those agreements, and we'll live with it.
So wait, when you say it is up to, I just want to be clear. Some is how many? And when you say they signed them, and they wanted them, if they wish now, to speak out and tell their side of the story about what it is they allege. That's now okay with you? You're releasing them on television tonight?
Senator? No.
Is that right?
Senator,
tonight?
Senator, the company and somebody else, in this case, the man or woman, or could be more than that, they decided when they made an agreement that they wanted to keep it quiet for everybody's interest. They signed the agreements, and that's what we're going to live with.
I'm sorry. No, the question is, are the women bound by being muzzled by you? And you could release them from that immediately, because understand, this is not just a question of the mayor's character.
So just taking shot after shot. And what we learned yesterday was that Michael Bloomberg did not make his billions winning any debates. That's for very sure. A very good analysis of what happened by brand new CNN political commentator Andrew Yang about Bloomberg's failure. Here is Andrew Yang's take on it.
Yang, you know the field the best. You know what it's like on that stage. What was the read?
I think three things happened to Mike tonight. Number one, he just found out he'd make the debate yesterday. There were 2 times when I wasn't sure if I was going to make the debate, and my team got me together to prepare. And you're really not sure if you're preparing, because you're like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be in this debate. So Mike, even though he was, I'm sure, getting coached and prepared, he was like, I don't know if I'm going to be in this debate. And so I don't think he was coached hard enough. Number two, he was clearly instructed to keep his cool no matter what, but that ended up presenting as being lethargic and uninterested for a big chunk of the debate. And the third most telling thing is that if I'm his team, you know he's going to get a stop and frisk question, like a gender discrimination or mistreatment question. So you coach him and you have him give you 60, 75-second answers over and over again until he can do it in his sleep. And the fact that he did not have those answers at his fingertips lets me know categorically he was not properly prepared for this debate.
Now, I could go on with the Bloomberg stuff, but it's all this bad. Before we move on, if you want to say what good moments did Bloomberg have, I think his best moments were at one point there was a debate about whether it should be mandatory that employees be given 20% ownership of the companies where they work. And Bloomberg said, guys, this isn't going to happen, and it helps Trump that we're even talking about this. And I tend to agree with him there. We want to democratize the workplace. There are countless ways to do it. Worker representation on boards, tying, the multiple of the CEO wage to, there's all these different things we can do. A law that mandates 20% ownership is turned over to employees. It's just not happening anytime soon, and making it a subject of debate pushes people away from any Democrat, I believe. And here is Michael Bloomberg making that point.
So they can have some say over what happens to their lives.
Mayor Bloomberg, you own a large company. Would you support what Senator Sanders is proposing?
Absolutely not. I can't think of ways that would make it easier for Donald Trump to get reelected than listening to this conversation. It's ridiculous. We're not going to throw out capitalism. We tried that. Other countries tried that. It was called communism, and it just didn't work.
So let me make a proposal that will work, that has not only support from...
Then at another point, Michael Bloomberg also talking about, as he mentions there, the communism thing. That's a total red herring, and it doesn't make any sense to mention that. We're not talking about communism here. Bloomberg is right that a debate about forcing companies to give 20% of their ownership away is a non-starter right now. The communism comment is just dumb. One other moment that was sort of okay for Bloomberg, although it ended up falling flat, was bringing up this tired old thing about Bernie's 3 houses.
What a wonderful country we have. The best-known socialist in the country happens to be a millionaire with 3 houses. What I miss here?
Well, you'll miss that I work in Washington, House 1.
That's the first problem.
Live in Burlington, House 2.
That's good.
And like thousands of other Vermonters, I do have a summer camp. Forgive me for that. Where is your home? Which tax haven do you have your home?
New York City, thank you very much, and I pay all my taxes.
So, I don't know. I mean, maybe by some standard it was okay for Bloomberg, but it was really, really bad overall. The one thing that that Bloomberg's presence did do was energize just about everybody on the stage. Even Joe Biden was fired up in the first part of the debate. Warren had higher energy. If Biden had had yesterday's level of energy throughout the debates, he might not have tanked his polling the way that it has. The other really weird dynamic was Mayor Pete versus Amy Klobuchar, getting into some very odd exchanges, including Pete hammering her about forgetting the president of Mexico's name, really going hard on that.
And I said that I made an error. I think having a president that maybe is humble and is able to admit that here and there maybe wouldn't be a bad thing.
Mayor Bratt,
but if you could let me,
a good response.
If you could,
yeah, look, I wouldn't liken this to trivial. I actually didn't know how many members were in the Knesset, so you got me there. But you're staking your candidacy on your Washington experience. You're on the committee that oversees border security. You're on the committee that does trade. You're literally in part of the committee that's overseeing these things, and we're not able to speak to literally the first thing about the politics of the country to ourselves.
Are you trying to say that I'm dumb, or are you mocking me here, Pete?
I'm saying that you shouldn't trivialize that
I made an
knowledge.
error. People sometimes forget names. I am the one that has, number one, has the experience based on passing over 100 bills.
Senator.
If I could respond, this was a pretty big allegation. He's basically saying that I don't have the experience to be president of the United States. I have passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat since being in the U.S. Senate. I am the one, not you, that has won statewide in congressional district after congressional district. And I will say, when you tried in Indiana, Pete, to run, what happened to you? You lost by over 20 points to someone who later lost to my friend Joe Donnelly. So don't tell me about experience. What unites us here is we want to win.
I genuinely don't know who that was good or bad for, because it was all so weird, and Pete just continuing to go after her on this issue.
And I think we should put a proven winner in charge of the ticket.
This is a race for president. This is a race for president. If winning a race for Senate in Minnesota translated directly to becoming president, I would have grown up under the presidency of Walter Mondale. This is different. And the reason that I think we need to talk about Washington experience is that we should ask what that experience has led to. Experience is, and certainly tenure is not always the same thing as judgment. We're going to talk about votes in the Senate in Washington. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about a major policy.
Next question is...
A lot of talking over each other there, and that was another unfortunate theme of the night. Candidates and moderators constantly talking over each other, many of the candidates being cut short in their answers. One of the moderators, Chuck Todd, almost constantly with a running soundtrack of yeah, and okay, over the candidates' answers. Extremely, extremely annoying. Bernie had a lot of good moments. For example, this one defending workers, again, in the face of Bloomberg, the target for the night.
Just to be.
It is your policy.
Thank you. It is my policy, and I'm very proud of that policy. All right? What we need to do to deal with this grotesque level of income and wealth inequality is make sure that those people who are working, you know what, Mr. Bloomberg, it wasn't you who made all that money. Maybe your workers played some role in that as well. And it is important that those workers are able to share the benefits. Also, when we have so many people who go to work every day and they feel not good about their jobs, they feel like cogs in a machine. I want workers to be able to sit on corporate boards as well, so they can have some say over what happens to their lives.
Another strong Bernie moment, calling out Mayor Pete in sort of clearer, more direct terms this time about his billionaire or billionaire donors. Pete visibly sweating during this moment. When you see the close-up of Pete, he's sweating badly.
If speaking to the needs and the pain of a long-neglected working class is polarizing, I think you got the wrong word. What we are trying finally to do is to give a voice to people who, after 45 years of work, are not making a nickel more than they did 45 years ago. We are giving a voice to people who are saying we are sick and tired of billionaires like Mr. Bloomberg seeing huge expansions of their wealth while 500,000 people sleep out on the street tonight. And that's what we are saying, Pete, is maybe it's a time for the working class of this country to have a little bit of power in Washington rather than your billionaire campaign contributors.
All right, look.
Very, very strong Bernie throughout. I would probably say Bernie and Warren were the strongest last night, with Joe Biden close behind, just showing more energy than he has in recent times. Pete and Amy sort of going after each other on weird things. And then Bloomberg really the loser of the night. So if you say to me, who is in the net, who's the biggest winner last night, I actually believe it's Donald Trump. Donald Trump net benefited the most from last night's debate because Bloomberg completely self-destructed. And we'll see what this does to his campaign. The other candidates got shots in at Bloomberg, but otherwise, I don't believe the needle will be greatly moved for anybody else because we're so far into this thing and the only new presence on the stage was Michael Bloomberg. And overall, what will be portrayed as infighting by the right, even though it was making very clear the different types of choices that are available, I think in the net, Trump comes away with a slight benefit from last night's debate. It's just my opinion. You can disagree with me, and we can all be reasonable, respectful people on that issue. Did a poll on my Twitter. About 4,000 of you voted. The question was, how does tonight's debate affect Bloomberg's polling? A plurality, nearly 40%, said Bloomberg loses 8 or more points as a result of last night's performance. I don't think it's actually that bad, but I do think Bloomberg loses a bit, maybe has to spend another $100 million to gain it back. I did not expect Bloomberg to get as annihilated as he did last night. And one other thought that I had about last night's debate. Last night's debate was by far the most entertaining debate of the primary. But we also probably heard the least about policy from the candidates, detailed policy. It was a lot of attacks on Bloomberg, Pete and Amy arguing about experience and how bad it is not to know the name of the president of Mexico. You had a lot of talking point attacks. That's probably in some way emblematic of our politics and media today. Sadly, the most entertaining to watch debate, whose ratings may have been very, very good, had the least substantive policy discussion of any recent debate I can remember. Certainly ideological differences and lines in the sand were drawn. But maybe in some way this is part of the problem that we're having in the discourse in the United States. I guess the major thing we learned of new information is Michael Bloomberg is not a good debater. Let me know your thoughts. Let me know what you expect to be the implications and repercussions to last night's debate. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. We'll take a quick break and be back with much more.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Jenny Audette and Judy Litzy. Thanks to Jenny and Judy. Really appreciate your support and the support of everybody who's joined recently. I also want to say a quick thank you, but a very sincere one, to Deanna McGowan. Deanna's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Deanna's been with us almost 5 years. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. A lot of interesting discussions on the David Pakman Show Reddit, which you can find at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. Sumner Breeze posted, "Vote blue no matter who, except for racist New York billionaire mayors who stop and frisk minorities, senile dementia patients who are creepy to women and want to cut Social Security, CIA agents who fix bread prices, lie about supporting single-payer health care, and are funded by billionaires." And anyway, the point is, we get to, so who do we have left folks, a viewer who clearly is concerned that, I guess, litmus tests being applied in the Democratic primary, ignoring that maybe all of these folks are better than Trump, will lead to a Trump reelection. An interesting post, although I'm not 100% sure of the message. As I've said before, if the candidate is better than Trump, I will vote for the candidate. User Music Writer posted, will a contested convention screw over Bernie Sanders again? Saying, with so many contenders fighting for delegates, it's looking increasingly likely that no one candidate will receive a plurality of the delegates. I think they mean a majority. If Bernie ultimately wins the most delegates but falls short of the 51% requirement, does this mean the DNC superdelegates will likely be given the chance to flock to one of the establishment-friendly candidates? I'm wondering if a contested convention pretty much means we are screwed all over again. The answer is probably yes, but it's still early. We've had 2 primaries. We've got a third one coming soon, a fourth one, then Super Tuesday. It is true that the most likely scenario right now, and we'll get into this in more detail according to 538, is a situation where no one gets 50% plus 1. That doesn't necessarily lead to a contested convention with a second round of voting, because there can be negotiations that happen between the last primary and the first vote, where one candidate will direct their delegates to support somebody else. But yes, if it goes to a second round, that is the most likely scenario. Lastly, a post on the Reddit that says, why oh why is Tulsi still here? For some no-shot candidates, I get their reasons. Steyer has a lot of money. Klobuchar had good results in New Hampshire. Warren is somewhat viable, but not for long. But Tulsi? There are more reasons to stay in than winning. I get that. Media attention, name recognition. But why stay in when you are only losing? You will be known as a loser, and progressives will see you as someone taking votes away from Bernie. Listen, anybody who wants to run for president should run. Anybody who wants to stay in should stay in. I actually don't really worry much about Tulsi getting out at this point. Like, she's literally polling 0 delegates. She has a path to 0 delegates. She's not on the debate stage. I don't know that she's running ads. I don't see or hear anything about Tulsi except people tweeting me. So I'm not even really worried about what Tulsi does. Join the discussion at davidpakman.com/Reddit. Okay, this is serious, and this relates to last night's debate. We already talked about the debate performance. We talked about Mike Bloomberg getting eaten alive, clearly didn't make his billions debating, that's for sure. We talked about the very clear divisions between the progressives and the centrists during last night's debate. But we have to talk about our democracy. When we talk about our system of democracy in the United States, we will often point out the flaws of the Electoral College system, where Republican presidents have frequently lost the popular vote. More people voted for their opponent, but yet they became president of the United States. 2016 and Donald Trump is an example. This happened with George W. Bush. We've talked about this before. A similar dynamic exists in the Democratic nomination process, wherein you can have a plurality of pledged delegates going into the Democratic National Convention, more delegates than anybody else, but you can end up not being the nominee when superdelegates, typically party insiders and elected officials, get to vote on, this time, in the second round of DNC voting. This came up at last night's debate. There was one person on the stage who said, I believe that whoever has the most delegates should be the nominee. That was Bernie Sanders. Every other candidate said, we should follow the system. We should follow the rules of the DNC. Take a look at this video.
And I want to ask all of you this simple question. There's a very good chance none of you are going to have enough delegates to the Democratic National Convention to clinch this nomination. Okay? If that happens, I want all of your opinions on this. Should the person with the most delegates at the end of this primary season be the nominee, even if they are short of a majority? Senator Sanders, I'm going to let you go last here because I know your view on this. So instead, I will start with you, Mayor Bloomberg.
Whatever the rules of the Democratic Party are, they should be followed. And if they have a process, which I believe they do,
I'm trying to do
so
this,
that
yes or no,
everybody
to make it
else,
fast.
everybody can.
So you want the convention to work its will?
Yes.
Senator Warren.
But a convention working its will means that people have the delegates that are pledged to them, and they keep those delegates until you come to the convention. All of the people.
All righty. Vice President Biden?
Play by the rules.
Yes or no? Leading person with the delegates, should they be the nominee or not?
No, let the process work its way out.
Mayor Buttigieg?
Not necessarily. Not to listen.
Senator Klobuchar?
Let the process work.
Senator Sanders?
Well, the process includes 500 superdelegates on the second ballot. So I think that the will of the people should prevail. Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Most votes should become the nominee.
5 no's and a yes.
This is not a trivial issue, not only because it goes to the core of what does it mean to reflect the will of the people, but this is not a trivial issue because this is increasingly likely to be the scenario. We already know that if Bernie keeps getting 25 or 30% of the vote in primaries, he likely will not have 50% of the delegates. The way the math works, you can get 50% of the delegates without 50% of the vote. We did this yesterday. If you are in the 35 to 38-ish range percent of the vote, depending on how many viable candidates there are, that is enough to get 50% of the delegates. But if Bernie stays around 28 to 31, it's very likely he won't get 1,991 delegates. Case in point, the 538.com estimate right now says that the most likely scenario is one in which nobody gets to 50% plus one of the delegates. There's a 40% probability of that. Bernie getting 50% plus one has a 37% probability. No other scenario gets past 11%. Now, the DNC increasingly knows this. The candidates on the stage increasingly know this. And this is the strategy to deny Bernie the nomination. So what every candidate on that stage is saying is, I don't think that if you enter the convention with the most delegates, you should be the nominee. They are saying, no matter who gets the most delegates, superdelegates should have their say, and the DNC's completely flawed process is what gets to decide. And by the way, what they're also sort of saying is, and I hope you'll pick me when that time comes. Bernie is saying the will of the people should determine who the nominee is. It's very simple. Nobody else is saying that on the stage. And what this certainly reveals is that the candidates themselves are all but conceding Bernie will get the most delegates, but it's a bold-faced attempt to try to sort of cross their fingers, say, I stand by the system, I'm in line, and hope that the DNC will pick them to be the nominees when Bernie fails to get to 1,991 delegates. Now, I've been consistent on this from day one. This is not about any individual candidate's policy. I don't think we should have an electoral college system nationally, and I don't think we should have a delegate system for the nomination that includes superdelegates at any point in time. Now, at the national level, we can get around the electoral college without a big constitutional amendment through something called the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. And the way that works is, if enough states say, we will give our electors to whoever wins the popular vote, if enough states such that their total number of electoral votes totals 270, without changing the Constitution, you have a de facto national popular vote. We know the path to that nationally. For the DNC system to change, the DNC needs to agree to change it. Why would they do that when this is how they retain some degree of control over who the nominee is, regardless of the will of the people? It's an uphill battle for sure. This was a very telling moment from last night's debate, and one that, without a doubt, is going to be consequential in terms of who ultimately is the nominee, and something we're going to be watching very closely in terms of numbers as the delegates start to be apportioned on the basis of voting. Let's take a quick break. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome to the program today E.J. Dionne, who is a columnist for the Washington Post, senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, and also author of Code Red, How Progressives and Moderates Can Unite to Save Our Country. So I guess the first question is unite to save the country from who or what, right?
Right. And in the first instance, it's obviously Trumpism, the attack on the rule of law that we've been seeing a lot very recently, but all through the administration, to turn away from democracy. But it's also to save the country from a radicalized right and a radicalized Republican Party. The book is obviously a very anti-Trump book, but it is also very critical of a radical right that really now dominates the Republican Party and has driven out all vestiges of both moderation and, back in the day, even some liberalism, progressivism that existed inside the Republican Party. And so I argue that in this circumstance, progressives and moderates, and we can argue about the term moderate. I'm careful in the book to say I know moderate itself is a vexed term, but we could say the center left and the left as well, that they have far more in common with each other at this moment than they have with anyone on the other side. Their differences are much smaller than their differences with the other side. And a subsidiary argument is that one of the reasons arguments inside the Democratic Party can get so fierce is that people who are on the progressive side have lost a sort of sensible interlocutor in the Republican Party, that almost all the major conversations about solving public problems take place inside the Democratic Party. So Obamacare was a program that was built in part on ideas developed by the Heritage Foundation and by Mitt Romney in Massachusetts. And this was cast as somehow socialist by the other side. And so Democrats are now having the argument that might in another era have taken place across party lines. You expand on Obamacare, or do you go to single payer? And that's the kind of argument I make in the book. But I argue to get past this moment, both of the Trump moment and of a radicalized conservatism, progressives and moderates need to be allied, because that's the only way out of this this morass we're in.
So does that presume this idea of vote for the Democratic nominee no matter who they are? Like, is that a related idea to what you are arguing?
Right. I think in this circumstance, there is pretty much no alternative to that. And it's obvious that there are, a lot of Democrats, especially after last night, who might have second thoughts about voting for Michael Bloomberg.
Well, that was going to be my exact question. Does this extend?
That's where you were going, because, and I think that will be more difficult. I mean, I think it was difficult going into that debate. I think it's even more difficult coming out of that debate. Similarly, there are people on the right end, if you will, of this broad coalition I'm describing, who have some questions about Bernie Sanders. At this moment, I think the Bloomberg question will be the harder question for an awful lot of people, both on the left and after the demolition job that Elizabeth Warren did, particularly among progressive women.
Yeah, and I've said I'm not supporting Bloomberg in the primary, but if it's November 3rd and it's Bloomberg versus Trump, I'm voting for Bloomberg. And I've pointed out, I think on Supreme Court justice selections, Bloomberg will make far better choices than what Trump has evidenced he would do. I've listed a few things, and it doesn't mean I'm any great fan of him, but I know a lot of people in my audience don't feel that way at all. And my sort of follow-on question to this is, I believe in and support what we would call a vigorous debate during the primary about which ideas should reign supreme, so to speak. But I wonder, is there a point at which it becomes self-destructive in the eventual general election?
Yeah, I am worried about that. You may have noticed I have a column up today where, and this was it, I wrote most of it before the debate, that the kind of demolition derby that Democrats are having is leading to their ignoring right on that stage last night what is going on outside. It was really striking how little Trump himself was mentioned. We are really at a potential constitutional crisis here with what's going on inside the Justice Department, what has gone on with Roger Stone, how all these cases are being cherry picked on Ukraine and Russia by Barr. These are very disturbing things. It did disturb me that Democrats were spending so much time sort of settling their own differences that they didn't even get to, hey, we're all here because we need to put a stop to this. You know, on your Bloomberg point, I think you're correct that, you know, on court appointments, on what his budgets would look like, even his tax program is far more progressive than anything Republicans had to offer. And his support for both the climate movements and especially the gun movements is a real thing. He's made a huge difference there. I think that what we saw last night will raise questions not only on the left, but a lot of other people saying, is he actually the strongest candidate to put against Trump? I think that was the argument he needed to make. And clearly last night on that front was a fail.
No, certainly if his making billions depended on winning debates, I don't know that he would be nearly as wealthy as he is, was my reaction. Yeah.
No.
So now, in terms of when we've seen in the past elections that are heavily based around defeating the incumbent, so John Kerry in 2004 against George W. Bush strikes me as one of those. There is often the argument made that you've really got to be voting for something as opposed to trying to remove the incumbent, that it often doesn't go well when the main message is remove the incumbent. So do you agree with that? And is that maybe something that tempers the problem of Trump not being mentioned that much yesterday, which in a way I found refreshing to just hear the candidates talk about something other than Trump?
Right. Well, I think there are two sides to this, and maybe we can take Ronald Reagan as the example. One of my arguments in the book, by the way, is that a key reason why there has been a resurgence of democratic socialism in the U.S., which, by the way, has a long American tradition, as I point out in the book. Eugene Debs got 6% of the vote. There were actually 1,200 local elected officials who were socialists back in that election. The reason why you've had a revival of democratic socialism is a reaction to the dominance of our public conversation by the Reagan economic consensus. And so the rise of democratic socialism is a reaction against that. But what did Reagan do to create that long hegemony, that long period of conservative dominance? I think there were two sides of it. I think running against an incumbent who's unpopular is actually a helpful thing politically. Jimmy Carter was unpopular. And I argue in the book for what I call the power of negative thinking, that when you looked at what Ronald Reagan built his program on, it started out as a series of negatives: anti-tax, anti-communist, anti-government. I think what pulls together this coalition are a similar set of antis, obviously anti-Trump and all the things that represents, the oppression of immigrants and refugees, corporate corruption cast as populism, a whole disrespect for women, a whole series of things, but also a backlash against a Republican Party that has simply given up on public problem solving, on using government to redress inequality, to provide health insurance, a whole series of areas where they propose simply retreating, cutting taxes, relying entirely on the public sector. But out of that negative comes a series of positives. And if I can just pick three quick issues, that are really Bernie issues that raise real coalition building possibilities. Right now, the entire Democratic Party, the entire spectrum from center to left, now wants to provide affordable, good health insurance to every American. That's not even debated anymore. The debate is over whether we do it through a public option and building on Obamacare or go directly up to single payer. Lord, I do not think we should divide ourselves radically over the path. We can disagree, we can debate the path, but we all want to go broadly in the same direction. AOC underscored that recently with her comments. Second one is free college. That's not so radical. We used to have it before the massive underinvestment in public education. Whether we get there in one step or many steps, and let's make sure this includes not only college, but also training for people who don't want to go to college. In the book, I quote Richard Cordray, who ran for governor of Ohio. Unfortunately, he didn't win. But I love this line. He said, you shouldn't have to go to college to join the middle class. I think we need to broaden that conversation. But that's got a lot of possibility. And lastly, the Green New Deal, which when you boil the Green New Deal down, it is saying that we need urgently to act on the climate. And we also urgently need to restructure the economy to make it fairer. And we need to do that partly to redress losses that some groups might suffer from taking bold action on the climate. I think these are all positives that grow out of all of those negatives. So I guess I am not worried that a pure anti-Trump campaign will lack a positive vision, because I think you're hearing a lot of positives in all these, in the mess of all these debates. There are actually a lot of proposals.
Well, the book, I want to make clear, is not proposing this vague idea of unity for the sake of unity, the way that we've seen criticized over the last couple of months as we've seen the Democratic primary shift. It's really a practical and a sensible perspective on what it is simply that needs to happen. The book is by E.J. Dionne. It is called Code Red, How Progressives and Moderates Can Unite to Save Our Country. EJ, so great having you on. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. I hope we can do this again.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press, or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too. davidpakman.com/gear. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@DavidPakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@DavidPakman. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show, and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at DPakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we have a new bribery corruption story about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is now being accused of having promised WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange a pardon if he were to publicly deny Russia's involvement in the hacking of the DNC back during the 2016 election, which of course would have been a lie because we know that that is exactly the way it went down. Every aspect of this story is pure corruption, and it's down to the details exactly what we would expect. It even involves Congressman Russia, that's the nickname for the former Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, who is also tied up in this entire thing. So this is not Trump's Ukraine-Biden corruption, extortion, bribery. This is not Trump funneling money from taxpayers and donors through the Secret Service into his own hotels and resorts. We've talked about that. This is not other emoluments violations by Donald Trump. We've talked about that. This is a new corruption story about Donald Trump. So it's widely accepted that Russia hacked the DNC back during the 2016 election. Donald Trump has been very eager to question or deny that since day one. because it fuels the narrative that Russia preferred Trump over Hillary Clinton, which we, of course, now know to be true as well. Julian Assange is the founder of WikiLeaks. He is now under arrest. He's facing extradition. Previously had been holed up to avoid arrest in the Ecuadorian embassy in London for years and years to avoid that extradition. Eventually, he overstayed his welcome. There were allegations about hygiene and all sorts of other stuff. In any case, at some point, the Ecuadorian embassy said, no mas. So Julian Assange's lawyer now asserts in court during a pre-extradition hearing that Donald Trump, through proxies, offered Julian Assange a pardon if he were to agree to help cover up the truth of the Russia hack, meaning Trump wanted Assange to sow disinformation seeking to distance Russia from the DNC hack. And this is a mind-blowing allegation. The person who allegedly communicated the offer to Julian Assange was none other than former Republican Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, a guy himself known for his sketchy connections to Russia. Rohrabacher went to London in 2017 to make this offer, it is alleged. Rohrabacher, widely known as Congressman Russia and as Putin's favorite congressman. The claim was made in court that, quote, Mr. Rohrabacher going to see Mr. Assange and saying on instructions of the president that he was offering a pardon or some other way out if Assange said Russia had nothing to do with the DNC leaks. The White House was asked about this allegation, and they issued a very carefully worded denial. Check it out. Stephanie Grisham, the White House press secretary, who we never see because she doesn't do press briefings, said, quote, the president barely knows Dana Rohrabacher other than he's an ex-congressman. He's never spoken to him on this subject or almost any subject. It is a complete fabrication and a total lie. This is probably another never-ending hoax and total lie from the DNC. Notice that the statement says Trump barely knows Rohrabacher. Well, you don't have to know him at all to get him to communicate a possible pardon to Julian Assange. The statement says Trump has never spoken to Rohrabacher about this. Of course, any number of middlemen could have passed along the message to Rohrabacher. And then they blame the DNC completely without evidence, which, of course, has nothing to do with this as far as we know. This is an assertion that was made in a British court by the lawyer of Julian Assange, and there is nothing to do with the DNC as far as we currently have evidence. This isn't the first time that Rohrabacher's trip to London was asserted to be connected to an Assange pardon. 2 months after this trip happened, the Wall Street Journal reported what Rohrabacher was doing in that trip was trying to arrange a deal for Donald Trump to pardon Julian Assange. So it's not even the first time that that has been suggested. The White House confirmed at the time that Rohrabacher had spoken to Donald Trump's chief of staff, John Kelly, about the plan to free Julian Assange, but it wasn't clear who had personally spoken to whom. Did Trump speak to Rohrabacher or not? But it doesn't really matter because you don't need to have a direct conversation for the assertion to be true. The Daily Beast says that in 2018, Rohrabacher told The Intercept that he was blocked from discussing the plan with the president because Kelly and others thought it would look like collusion. So case in point, when the White House says Trump never spoke to Rohrabacher about it, we have a report from the Daily Beast that says they were deliberately communicating through others to avoid it looking like they were colluding on this. So is this believable? Of course it is. Do we have reason to doubt it? Well, with any of these stories, we should apply a healthy level of skepticism. In this case, we have reports from two different news agencies in the past, combined now with the assertions by Julian Assange's lawyer, and the fact that this is how Donald Trump is known to work. Trump has implicitly suggested that people who keep their mouths shut about him could get a pardon, calling them strong people who don't crack, like Paul Manafort, you might remember. Trump has withheld aid to Ukraine unless they smear Biden. He got caught and ultimately had to release the aid. This is how Donald Trump has always done business as a real estate developer in New York, down to the details. This is how Trump operates. And in the end, we go back to, if there's nothing wrong, if there's nothing with Russia here, why again is there more of an effort uncovered that was geared towards hiding Russia's involvement in that DNC hack? And like I told you yesterday, Trump and pardons, these are political tools that he uses, and he will keep using them to his advantage if he is reelected to a second term. That you can be sure of. So as you all know, I'm voting for Bernie in the Democratic primary. This is not a partisan story. I will be voting for Bernie. This is not an attack on Bernie. I'm going to vote for Bernie in the Massachusetts Democratic primary. I am not attacking or supporting any candidate with this story, but the entire Bernie Bloomberg heart health story that has been developing over the last 48 hours is really, really bad. And here's the way it's been going down. Both Michael Bloomberg and Bernie Sanders are close to 80 years old. They both have had heart issues. Bernie Sanders had a heart attack last year. Michael Bloomberg had 1 or 2 stents placed about 25 years ago. They should both release their full medical records, period. This doesn't have anything to do with who's better on healthcare or who's better on stop and frisk or who's more or less racially sensitive. This has nothing to do with that, okay? Bernie said he'd release his full records. Then he backtracked, put out 3 doctors' letters and says that's all that we're going to put out. There are Bernie staffers attacking Bloomberg's heart health with misstatements, and it's toxic and terrible. So let's start there. Bernie's national press secretary, Brianna Joy Gray, yesterday on CNN, listen to this. She likens the Bernie health records requests to birtherism, which is bonkers, and then incorrectly states that Michael Bloomberg has had heart attacks.
I don't think we will release any more medical records. I have those 3 letters from the doctors that Senator Sanders was talking about. There's nothing in them other than the doctor saying that he's fit. He had a heart attack.
Yeah, well,
he had a heart attack in the fall. Do you think the American people deserve to know more about his health going forward?
I think that the American people deserve to know exactly as much as every other candidate has released in this race currently and historically. And what you're seeing right now is really reminiscent of some of the kind of smear, kind of skepticism campaigns that have been run against a lot of different candidates in the past, questioning where they're from, aspects of their lineage, et cetera, et cetera. And it's really telling, given that none of the same concern is being demonstrated for Michael Bloomberg, who's the same age as Bernie Sanders, who has suffered heart attacks in the past. And what we're seeing is a kind of...
So she says Michael Bloomberg has suffered heart attacks in the past, plural, and that's not true. Michael Bloomberg has not had any heart attacks. It's just not true. It doesn't mean Bloomberg's the better candidate. Bloomberg still imploded at yesterday's debate. None of that changes. But Bloomberg had a stent put in for a blocked artery 20 or 25 years ago. Now, Bernie's press secretary later corrected and said she misspoke after being called out, saying, quote, "I misspoke when I said Bloomberg had a heart attack. Rather, he underwent the same stent procedure as Bernie. Bernie released 3 detailed medical reports in December, just like the other candidates." I am finding this to be pretty crazy, okay? When Trump says I released the transcript, he didn't. He released, a piece of it. When Brianna Joy Gray says Bernie released 3 medical reports, they are doctors' letters, which Democrats previously widely said when Trump released them, they were not sufficient. We've just got to be consistent, guys, okay? Bernie promised his full record and then backtracked. He asked, it is a very reasonable ask, given Bernie's age and given Bernie's recent heart attack, it is completely and totally reasonable. Look up life expectancy for white males born in the United States. Bloomberg has had stents put in. Demanding the same of Michael Bloomberg is perfectly reasonable. Pete Buttigieg during the debate yesterday said he'd be willing to undergo a physical or whatever. This is not about Pete Buttigieg, although we should have the records from everybody. We just need transparency on this issue. I don't think it's like birtherism. I don't think it's a dirty trick. I plan to vote for Bernie in Massachusetts, but he promised it. He's nearly 80. He had a heart attack, and he should release actual full medical records, not just some doctor's letters. Biden has had brain surgery. He's nearly 80. We should know everything there is to know about Biden's health situation. There is no question that cynical actors can weaponize this health thing. It's not ageist to be concerned about this in principle, but we've got to be responsible. I guess I believe Brianna Joy Gray misspoke, although she's been doing a lot of misspeaking lately. I don't know. But this is starting to get ugly on multiple sides. it is not, there's nothing wrong with believing that Bernie should do what he promised to do, which he now says he's not going to do. He should do it. Michael Bloomberg should put out his records. We should get full disclosure from Joe Biden, and we actually may have close to that from Joe Biden. Joe Biden's put out quite a bit. Just put out the records, guys. That's all. And then vote for whoever you agree with most on the issues. For me, it's Bernie. It's very simple, but I still want to see that full medical record. Let's go to our voicemail. 219-2-DAVID-P is the voicemail number. Jimmy from Philly is wondering why I didn't cover a particular story about Bernie Sanders. Take a listen to this.
David, Jimmy from Philly.
Yeah.
Why have we not seen you drop a video on the women that took Bernie's mic once again topless? Why have we not seen you show how weak Bernie Sanders actually is? I mean, this man has that Black Lives Matter people grab his mic.
Right.
Now it's what, white college girls, tittyless, grab his mic. What more do you need to see, David, to figure out that you voted for a little bitch?
Right.
Like, I don't understand.
Yeah. So listen, first of all, the entire why don't you grab the mic back thing is a double-edged sword, because if Bernie doesn't take the mic back when the mic has been grabbed, and I don't think that the topless protesters did that, if you don't take the mic back, people like Jimmy from Philly say it's beta behavior. If you do grab the mic back, cynical actors will say that it was almost a physical attack on women, and what is Bernie doing as a man taking the microphone back? So I actually understand why Bernie just walks away when the protesters come on stage. We just don't cover protests in this way. Like, Biden's been protested, Bernie's been protested. This is not, what do you want me to say about it? Okay, yeah, Bernie was protested by topless protesters. What's the story? That's why we haven't covered it, Jimmy. We've got a great bonus show for you today. I hope you will join us there. Become a member or a patron to get yourself instant access.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Call the meeting to order at 6:31. Start with the approval of, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from January 28th of 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes from the meeting of January 28th signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. We have a couple of things. The Wyndham Regional Commission, I put something in each of your boxes about the Communication Union District. They would like to see, we'll discuss a resolution to join the feasibility study and appoint a liaison. We'll put that under new business. And then Steve, you want to talk about salt for the highway, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any other additions or deletions? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Mr. Stoll, how are you?
Get all my information.
So, talk about is it July 1st? It is July 1st, I think, that we're going to have to compost. So it'll be illegal to put compostable materials in the garbage.
My understanding is that the state can fine you if you don't.
Okay. So I think we'll have that discussion probably after town meeting. You're gonna try to get somebody from, is it Wyndham Solid Waste?
Yeah.
Wyndham Solid Waste.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll set it up, town meeting day. That comes third, so it'll be the following Tuesday.
Yep. Sure. Yep. And we can start getting ahead of that. Okay. Irv, anything else you want to discuss with? All right.
Well, I shouldn't say that. One thing I got to get together with Steve on is we got to get some markers over here by this post office because the building's for sale. I'll look up the information and we'll get some markers so the property between the library and the post office is.
Okay.
Because that handicap ramp actually comes out onto the library land.
Oh, really?
All right, so the next sunny day above zero.
Yeah.
We'll
I'll try to see if I can find the information so that just a matter of us going and looking at it and
Yep. I'll bring the wheel.
putting drive a pin or something in there with the flag, somewhere near the flagpole and one out on the bank, so you know where the property line is. I believe, as I remember right, it's 10 foot off that post office building. But I'll look it up and make sure.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right, that's it.
You sure?
Yeah. No, I just happened to think of that because I thought of it when I pulled around the post office. I see you get it for sale, the building. We ought to get a marker in there before somebody says, well, they own half the parking lot. Or...
Good. All right, let's move up to the warrants.
Make a motion to check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $10,516.57.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 1 for payroll, the amount of $10,516.57, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2 out of the payroll tax in the amount of $4,571.09.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 2 out of payroll taxes in the amount of $4,571.09, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund, the amount of $1,515.88.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,515.88 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $4,539.86.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $4,539.86 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $147.71.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $147.71 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $6,472.46.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $6,472.46 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund in the amount of $4,048.05.
Second.
Excuse me. Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund in the amount of $4,048.05 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 8 out of the highway fund in the amount of $21,428.48.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 8 out of the highway fund in the amount of $21,428.48 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $2,874.14.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $2,874.14 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 10 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $22.28.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 10 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $22.28 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. Let's go to reports. Steve.
I need salt. We're in good shape with sand. We have quite a bit amount left on our budget, but I'm over my budget already on salt. I have enough for Thursday's storm, but we're in the second week of February, so I can't be without, and I need to bring in some more salt.
Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to allow Steve to go out and buy more salt.
Well, first question is,
or how much more salt?
How much more salt?
2 trucks.
Which is?
$4,500.
Will that get us through the rest of the season, do you think?
I can't predict the weather.
How much did we use so far? I'm such a wise guy.
450 tons.
Is that equal to $4,500?
No, it's $76 a ton, approximately.
Approximately how many tons per storm do you think you use to cover the route?
You know, we had, if you look at last Friday's storm, it started out as rain, snow, it changed to freezing rain. We salt once when it starts to snow, so we get the brine under. But then we have the snow again, salt again during the freezing rain because the roads were freezing over. And then we had to come back in on Saturday morning to do the final cleanup, and we had to salt again. So 3 times for one storm. But it was a day and a half, almost a 2-day storm because it started Thursday night.
We were just getting killed by the
But how
rain.
many tons per storm do you think you use? Per application, I should say, instead of a SAR.
I would say what Billy uses, I mean, maybe 3 to 4 tons, 3 tons.
And how many tons in a truck?
It depends who the hauler is. It could be anywhere from 22 to 30 tons, depending on who the hauler is. They have different size trailers.
Okay.
If you don't use it all, does it keep?
Yes.
In the whole season?
Yes, as long as it's undercover.
Yep.
I would move that we allow Steve to buy salt at to the tune of $4,500 worth for now.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of allowing Steve to buy $4,500 worth of salt signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Aye.
And a tie, I will vote in the affirmative, so the motion passes. Anything else you want to talk about, Steve?
No, that's it.
No, so, okay. You should have all gotten a copy of counter money from the clerk. And then Joe is not here tonight, so I have the balances. The sweep account has $916,039.59, and in the checking account it is $30,000 even.
When's this installment of taxes due? At the end of the month?
What's that?
28.
28 February.
Yeah.
Yep. Correspondence. We got an informational letter from the State of Vermont Agency of Natural Resources Department of Forest, Parks, and Recreation from February 3rd to the Select Board and Town Clerk. Dear Select Board, this letter is to inform you per Title 10 VSA, Section 6302D, that the State of Vermont Agency of Natural Resources, Department of Forest, Parks, and Recreation has acquired a conservation easement on 149 acres in the town of Townsend from the Lars E. Peterson Family Trust, Simpson Brook of Washington, D.C. And it's signed Niels Reinhardt, FPR Lands Administration Records Coordinator. So there's that. Let's see, old business. So, time clocks. We have 3 quotes for new time clocks to replace our ancient time clocks. They are priced similarly. The important thing is the bundling is a little different. So the bundle price is, they each include a ribbon and some number of time cards. The cheapest one is a Pyramid 2500. Bundle price is $126.69. Comes with 2 ribbons and 100 cards. The next one is the U-Punch digital time clock. The bundle price is $164.48. Comes with one ribbon and 1 pack of 100 cards. And then the Allied Time USA the bundle price is $175.38 and includes 3 ribbons and 500 time cards. So feels like the big get is getting more of the consumables with the Allied, but the other, I mean, they all kind of, it's a time clock, they all kind of do the same thing, right? So we would then purchase 2, right? One for the garage, one for town hall. You guys want to look at these? Yeah.
And if you have any more questions, I have them up on the screen. If we're going aesthetically, I like the Allied. It's orange.
miss.
10 slot time card rack. We have more than 10 employees using the time clock here? No.
And did you happen to look by chance just for a quote on a time piece that you swipe a card, a badge, versus having to buy time cards all the time? Just out of curiosity.
I thought we were staying away from those because those would be connected to the internet.
Even just swiping a badge has to be?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to have a way to
Log it in.
bring the data in.
They'll all get 4 out of 5 stars.
That was my main concern, was the rating.
We need 500 time cards, where would we keep 5 each? Take a while to go through those, what do you think?
No, we both, I mean, every employee uses one for 2 weeks, or actually at the garage, I think they use one for every week.
Yeah.
Mine I can use for every 2, but, I mean, they do go.
1 week, 4, that's 80. That's 80. It'll just take a few years.
Yeah. And they don't go back.
Well, I say we pick the middle of the road one just because who knows what we're picking.
Which was
I never buy a Cadillac and I can buy a Subaru. So.
the U-Punch Digital.
I don't know. And what's the difference? Is there a difference?
So
it's kind of hard to do this right in the moment, right? It's the first time I'm looking at it. But.
Yeah, the big difference is, so these are the replacement costs for the ribbons.
$10 for a ribbon.
Yep.
$14.50 for a pack of cards.
Yep. So those cards are more expensive.
Yeah.
The ribbons are all about the same.
How many cards?
So we get 3 ribbons on that one. So if you knock $10 off of this one,
Only their time card will work in their machine?
I find that highly unlikely.
It doesn't say yes or no, but I did look up some replacement cards and they do have generic brands.
Cheaper. Yeah.
But we could also try the ones that we currently have here when we get it to see if they do.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
What's the state of our current time clocks? Are they completely falling apart?
This one, it does not, when you look at it, it does not tell the correct time, but it
Okay.
does punch the correct time.
So
I think
it's-
Steve's is a lot in a worse shape than the one at the town hall.
Oh.
I mean, does it just logistically, that this one you stick in the top, this one you stick in the side, does it matter where it's mounted if you can or cannot get the card in there? You know what I mean?
I think this one just slides in front. I think it's like the one we have where you just slide it.
Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter.
No, I don't think so.
Are any of them under warranty?
I think they all have a...
Like a 130 day or something? This one has a password, optional password, helps keep employees from tampering with date and time. Holy moly. This one has an automatic reset for short months. Daylight savings and resets.
Oh, this one, you can change the alignment. So if you get different cards, you can align it.
They all have a 1-year manufacturer's limited warranty.
Okay.
Well, flip coin?
Steve, do you have a strong feeling one way or the other?
As long as it has time, date, and month, that's all I need.
Right.
So.
Gonna go with the middle of the road?
That's what I would vote for.
Okay. You wanna make a motion?
I would make a motion that we agree to purchase 2 U-Punch digital time clocks and date stamps with 50 time cards, 1 ribbon, and 2 keys for the bundle price of $164.48.
Per unit?
Per each, yep.
Each.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of purchasing 2 U-Punch digital time clocks and date stamp with 50 time cards, 1 ribbon, and 2 keys. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, can you take care of ordering this? Thank you. Time clocks. It's a new tire change.
This is better. We get to talk about food now.
All right, so next is lunch for town meeting. We have received 2 bids, one from Riverbend, one from Harmonyville. They each include 150 sandwiches, pasta and garden salads. Harmonyville has chips and pickles as well. There is an option for Riverbend to do platters rather than pre-made sandwiches. And the bid would be total, let's see. So all in for Riverbend is $661. Harmonyville's bid was $2,250. These also do not include desserts or beverages. So that might be something we just, if we, whoever we go with, ask them to give us another quote for that stuff.
I would make a motion to accept Riverbend's bid of $661 for the food, and either have them get $100 worth of drinks or give us a bid on whatever amount of drinks that we need.
Second.
Any further discussion?
So I'm thinking, excuse me, I'm thinking this is the sandwich order and the garden salad, pasta salad you're thinking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, and do we want to do pre-made or just the platters? So
I
it's
would do pre-made sandwiches.
or do you want to do some of each?
I would not wish to have meat and cheese platters with people.
Pawing at them.
I mean, sandwiches just seem a little bit more user-friendly in large capacity.
You mean if you don't want a tomato, you can take it off?
Take it off your sandwich, but yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor of purchasing lunch for town meeting from Riverbend at 150 pre-made sandwiches and 2 each of garden salad large pan and pasta salad large pan in the amount of $661. Yeah, they had recommended 2 each.
I see.
Yeah. In the amount of $661 with an additional $100 budget for beverages and dessert. Does that sound reasonable? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, if you would contact Riverbend and just ask them about, we could even just do water or combination water or seltzer or something. Okay. Let's see. All right, new business. We'll start with WRC. So there was the WRC has gotten some grant money to do a feasibility study around forming a communications union district. Included some notes from the meeting, and there's a kind of a communications union districts 101 attached to that. The So they're partnering with, I forget who the company is now, but it is EC Fiber is the company. They do fiber optic installations. And they're looking at doing what has gone on up north, which is basically forming it's like a Wyndham Regional Commission, but for communications, where people could buy in. So they want to do a survey they want each town to do a survey of potential people interested in it. And there was a training for that on Thursday this week. It was postponed from last week because of the storm. So they were looking for select boards to make a resolution to participate in the survey and feasibility study.
Did they talk about how they get the survey information out to people?
It's up to the towns. There's no budget for the survey materials. They will have a website up. And I'm thinking it would make sense, given that we do have a number of residents without internet service, to do some sort of like postcard mailing or something, just informational, which shouldn't be crazy expensive at all.
And did they also will talk about the cost? Because I think we had not explored this in the past, and it was people want it, but we don't want to pay for it.
That's the thing is, in the districts up north that have formed, they have run into some trouble with people. So this would be in addition to whatever is available through cable companies, phone companies. But it is up to gig speed fiber optics. So the cost is certainly not nothing, but they have had some struggles up north with getting enough people to make it profitable for the providers.
Yeah.
But that's really, that's what they're looking for, is to figure out if there is enough interest to go forward with it.
So I would make a motion that we explore a letter of support for broad banding. I don't know what I'm making a motion about. I want to get the survey out to town.
Yeah, it would be, so we would, it's a resolution to participate in the feasibility study and then appoint a liaison to work with the feasibility study and coordinate the survey. Also, I have talked to Andy Snelling, who is willing to do that. He and I both serve on the Wyndham Regional Commission anyway, so I would be able to support him with that and kind of liaise between the select board and he to get it done. So, Carla, what do you have for a motion then?
I deleted.
Okay.
I guess I was going with Mansfield motions to pass a resolution to put together
To participate in the WRC broadband
survey.
CUD survey. So all those in favor of participating in the WRC CUD survey feasibility project signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now, as a result of that, I would entertain a motion to appoint Andy Snelling as liaison to the WRC CUD feasibility survey project.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of appointing Andy Snelling as liaison for the Wyndham Regional CUD broadband feasibility study project signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Congratulations, Andy. Okay. Where was I? We have an application for a liquor license from Big Picture, wait, where is it? Big Picture Farm LLC, DBA Big Picture Farm, for a class, where is this? Where's the class? It just missing.
It should say on there. What are they filing for?
It's a commercial kitchen license to sell malt and Venice beverages. Oh. So I would entertain a motion to sign and approve the application for Big Picture Farms liquor license renewal.
So,
Second?
All those in favor of signing and completing Big Picture Farms 2020 liquor license renewal, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now we have to figure out which side we sign on. Okay. Left. Left. Okay. Carla, I'll leave this on the clipboard to be filed. Where is the Okay. There is VLCT sent us a thing regarding a select board training on March 21st, which is a Saturday up in Montpelier. It's a select board 101, as we will likely have new members on the board come the 4th of March. So I want to put that out there. Also, I was wondering if we, as a town, would consider paying for that if select board members or town staff would like to go to one of those. I think the cost, if we are passive members,
$68.
$68 a person.
But you have to register on March 14th
Registration is by March 14th. Okay.
for the $68.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Do we have training money in the budget?
I think we do. I don't think we have a lot. It's a single day event, so there's no hotel or anything to be.
So you're talking about select board members attending, or are you speaking to like other town employees?
it's a one-day event in Hawaii.
Yeah. Montpelier. Carla had expressed some interest in going to it as a way to further her education around what we do.
And the change that's taking place.
Well, I would be in support of it if we could find the line item in the budget that says we have money to pay for it. But it must be in here somewhere, right? It's just trying to make.
It's probably under select. It's under
Yeah, select board 100.
I know the select board assistant has a little bit of funds in next year's budget.
For training.
Yeah.
Select board. Town clerk, meetings.
Travel meetings.
2,200.
Yeah.
Money in the budget.
So there's money in the budget. Okay.
There's not much. How many miles per gallon does your car get?
Mine? Roughly 28 highway.
We can get you there.
You can go if you take a
We can
bicycle.
get you back.
So
Okay, so,
So
yeah, there you go.
I would
Yeah.
make a motion that we have money in the budget to send $68 plus
Yeah.
mileage, so we have potential to send 3 interested employees of the town or elected members.
Or
of the
elected
town
members. Okay.
for Saturday training.
Is there a second?
How are we gonna pick the 3?
Oh, I think Russell.
Straws? Sticks?
It's not
Odds and
mandatory.
evens?
It's not, yeah.
You can say you don't want
You can
to.
say no.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, short straw has to go. So was there a second for that?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of, I guess, allowing elected officers or town hall staff to attend the select board training symposium in Montpelier put on by the LCT signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
You're talking select board or elected officers? You just said elected officers.
Yeah, well, we could do, and
Yeah, but what, some of the elected, others, you got nothing to do with the select board.
Take up the long straw.
they still might be curious. I mean, I don't think it hurts to have more people know what we do and how we do it. And if we cap it at 3 people, I think we'd give
No,
preference.
I mean, I could see the five-member board or something, but as far as all the others, it's not going, if it's nothing that they use, it's not going to mean a hell of beans to them in 6 months.
Fair point.
Should we modify it?
Do you want to amend it to be just the select board?
Yeah.
Or select board employees? Yeah, or Carl?
Yep.
Okay. So all those in favor of the amended motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thanks, sir. That's a good point. Okay.
Doesn't say they're gonna have lunch.
You better bring a snack.
Guess I won't go.
Does anybody have any reason for an executive session?
Not I.
Upcoming meetings. Pre-town meeting will be Monday, February 24th at 6 p.m. And then the regular select board meeting is the 25th at 6:30. Anything else we need to talk about? I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for coming tonight to the Wyndham Southeast School District Candidate Forum. I want to thank all of these awesome people who care about our schools for running as school directors. And I'd like to have everybody say their name and what they're running for, not do their spiel yet. And we'll go down the line from the end, and then I'm going to do a little spiel about where people can find what they're going to need before the vote. So let's start at the far end. You just say your name, what town you are from, and what position you're running for. And hold on.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Maysale. I'm from Brattleboro, and I'm running for the one-year position, I believe unopposed, in Brattleboro.
Hi, I'm Jackie Reynolds, and I'm running for a 2-year unopposed seat in Brattleboro. And this is Annabelle.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Price. I'm running for the 3-year position in Brattleboro.
I'm Emily Murphy-Core, and I'm also running for the 3-year position in Brattleboro.
My name is Tara Davis-Castine, and I'm from Putney, and I am in a contested race.
I'm Thomas Nolan from Dummerston, running for the 2-year term.
And we got regrets from Michelle Green, who will be running, I think, for the 3-year term from Dummerston. And we may be joined a little late by Liz Adams, who's running for the Putney 3-year term, or running from Putney for the 3-year term. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that the election is March 3rd. Folks can start voting early. It's my understanding on February 12th. So isn't that tomorrow? And that one of the ways that this information can be shared is by Thursday, the 13th of February. It should be up, I believe, on BCTV, and the link is definitely going to be shareable on BCTV, so people can capture the link and email it out and get information out, because even though we have low audience participation, we can get this information out via the web and email. So I also wanted to make sure everyone knows that candidate questionnaires are now live on the Wyndham Southeast School District website. Everyone has filled out a candidate questionnaire, and we want to thank them for answering such great questions. So the format tonight will be 3 minutes from each person about who they are and why they're running. And so that will bring us close to half an hour, and then we'll open it to questions from the public. And I think that's it. Are there any questions? Okay. Then we'll have our timekeeper. Thank you to our current board chair, Christina Naylor, for being our timekeeper. And watch for her to give you your 1 minute left and 0 minute left. Okay. So let's start.
Good start here.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I just begin now?
Yes, please start.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming. This is not as important as the November 4th election, but it's very important to our community. I'm Tim Maysale, and I've been involved in education my entire 40 years of professional life. My background, I have a doctorate in education, specializing in administration, planning, and social policy. Work experience, I've handled very large budgets, multi-million-dollar budgets. I've worked in, well, I've been a dean and provost and a professor at the college level, but I also have unique experience overseas. One of the unique experiences was being on a team that actually built a middle school in a refugee camp for Lao, Vietnamese, and Khmer in the Philippines. That was a wonderful experience. I'll say right off the bat that all of my major accomplishments in life have been in collaboration with others. That's the way it goes. Teamwork is vitally important to me. So I've handled budgets, I've handled student affairs cases at the college level, which I think would be pretty similar in their challenges to what the school board would handle. I've been a dean of a teacher training program, and so I appreciate good teaching. I really appreciate good teaching after being a substitute teacher in the Hinsdale 4th and 5th grades last year. That was one of the toughest jobs I've had. I've been an educational researcher. I have, well, let me get to my values. In addition to basic skills, I think that every school should teach the 4 C's of the 21st century, which are critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. And that's already 1 minute left. My goodness. As a board member, I would really want to work with others on preparing the schools for the climate emergency, which is inevitable, maintaining the distinct qualities that each and every school in the district has, and continue to work with those already on the school board. It's, I think, thanks to people like Christina, David Scholes, Emily Kaur, it's been a very successful school committee, and I want to continue to build the trust that we've built with teachers and the schools and parents. It's there's a lot of work to do. One of the things I think about is last year there was a 9% decrease in the student population in Vermont. Our district was fortunate to have seen pretty flat growth, but we are going to face, and sometime, maybe not next year, but we're going to have to handle budget decreases perhaps, and that's going to be a challenge. So my name is Tim Maciel, and I approve this message.
My name's Jackie Reynolds. I'm a rather new Brattleboro resident. I'm from the Boston area, but I've been here about 4 years. I have a son who's in kindergarten at Green Street. I have sweet little Annabelle, who goes to neighborhood schoolhouse and is 11 months old. And I guess Annabelle is the reason that I started to become interested in becoming a school board member, because Annabelle has got Down syndrome. And so we have started to meet a lot of people in the local special needs community and have made some friends and have heard some complaints about how maybe special education is going for some of these families. So we took it upon ourselves to start talking to a lot of parents and see what was really going on and coming to meetings and things of that nature. And what we learned from that, mainly, other than complaints that people have, is that people are either reluctant to come forward, or maybe they don't know the right avenue to talk about these things that they're experiencing. And Annabelle and I like to come forward and talk, so we thought maybe we could help with that. And then on top of that, a few years ago, I was a foster parent to a couple of different children. So I feel that I have really relevant experience with regard to many children in our area, unfortunately, who've suffered trauma, have had a good amount of trauma-informed type training, and then actual dealing with these situations and things with DCF, and just a lot of things that you have to unpack in that kind of situation. And then we're also we worked with early education services, and still do, for support in our home, because we thought it would be a great tool for Annabelle, and it is. And I was on the policy council for a while doing that. And I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but the main point is that what I've noticed in all of the dealings that I've had with different people in the school system, whether it be little kids, children involved in DCF, or just at the school level that my son is at, is that I think that there's a real lack of parent involvement. And again, I don't know if it's because I feel that people maybe are reluctant to get involved. For example, I'm running in an uncontested race, and I'm not sure why that is. So I'm hoping that people will want to get involved either through me, like maybe people will communicate more about what their issues are and I can help represent them, but really encourage people, because I just know so many people that have so much to say, but I don't see them coming forward to try to help. And that's really what I think my role could be. And I hope that made sense. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Price. I'm from Brattleboro. I was actually born and raised here. I left right after college, as many college students do, moved to New York and Connecticut, and then came back probably about 10 years ago to raise my kids because this was a fabulous place to live growing up. And there were lots of opportunities as a student and a child living here. I was previously on the Brattleboro Town School Board for about 4 years. I've worked with Emily the last year, and we did some really good work. Worked with David, and actually worked with lots of people in here in the audience. Did not run for the merged board after last spring. My youngest was graduating from high school, and I knew it was going to be a crazy time getting him ready and off to college. But I realized with all of the hard work that we had done that I actually missed it. I missed working with, don't laugh at me, Christina. I missed working with all of the administrators and the job that they do and the hard work that they put in, the staff and everything that they do. And I felt that I had more that I could give. I've worked, obviously, on the Brattleboro Town School Board. I've worked on the SU board. I was on that. I've worked on the finance committee. I was on the policy council with EES for a while. So I've been in all aspects of as a board member, and I feel like, again, I have more that I can give.
Thanks. So my name is Emily Murphy Core, and I'm from Brattleboro. And so originally I'm actually from Western Massachusetts, not too far south of here. But my professional experience is mostly in education. So I started my career as a teacher, actually in a Montessori school before I had my teaching license, teaching students Spanish and adapting the curriculum to, because Montessori curriculum doesn't traditionally have Spanish, so adapting it so that it could. And then I was a special ed teacher in the public setting for 7th through 9th grade students who had fairly significant disabilities. But I realized there wasn't a lot of ways for my voice to be heard in policymaking at the school level. And so what I wanted to do was look at how teacher voice could be more integrated into policymaking. So I went back to grad school and got a grad degree in education policy, and then worked at a think tank as a director, specifically around how to get teacher voice and school committee voice into more and more into district level and administration policymaking. So thinking about strategic planning and creating policies that really, when they roll out, have a better effectiveness because they have the voices of many. And I really truly believe that the more diverse voices we hear, the better the solutions we can come up with for problems that exist. So now I moved to Brattleboro and I run a retreat center with my husband, a yoga and meditation research and retreat center called Setu Vermont. And I was on the Brattleboro Town School Board, as Kim mentioned, for a short term, and now currently serve on the WSESD board. So a few of the things that are really exciting that are going on currently on the WSESD board that I'm so happy to have been a part of include, we're really looking a lot at equity. I'm the chair of the Programmatic and Performance Equity Subcommittee of the board. And right now we're really trying to think about, we've come together as a bunch of schools and now we're unified. And so how do we make sure that we're creating programming or expanding programming in an equitable fashion, but not thinking in the direction of everything must be equal, because we know there's a lot of diversity in the schools and a lot of hard work has already gone in to kind of solicit the input of communities to create those programs. So we really have to start thinking, or we are trying to start thinking, okay, what does equity mean across a district? Are all people having access to the programming that makes their educational experience full and high quality? So I would say that's one of the things that's top of my mind currently. And I hope, even if I'm not on the board next year, that it's one of the things that the board can really pursue, because I think it'll really impact how we think about budgeting and how we can improve our schools from being really great to even better.
My name is Tara Davis Castine, and I moved to Putney when I was in 2nd grade. I graduated from Putney Central School in 1995 and from BUHS in 99. I currently I'm a working mom of 2 boys who attend Putney Central. And I am very active within the PCS community and the PTO. I'm on the leadership committee. And I am very active in collaboration with the school for my boys because of their behavior issues. So 504 planning, IEP planning has me in the school often talking to teachers and to the group there on those activities for my boys. I have worked with children and teens in outdoor education settings and the FFA, Nature's Classroom, programs at resorts for children, day camps, sort of things. I currently am a purchasing director for a local manufacturer, so my job does not come from a child background, but I love children. I've worked with them in the past. I am very passionate about making sure that when I'm on the board, I am bringing Putney values and also looking at the values of the different towns and what they expect for their schools. And along with Emily, the equity part overall, but making sure that we're evaluating the values that the community is bringing and would like to see within their school walls. I love to learn new things and research, so I'm not always going to know the right answer, but I'm very happy to take a look at what's going on in our community, talk to parents, talk to administrators, look at the laws that are happening at this moment in time and how they're interacting with our daily lives within the school, and try to make decisions that make our schools better for our students. Thank you.
Okay, my head is so clogged, so just go along with me. Everything I've written for the website and everything is just like... So this is an attempt. I'm a longtime resident of Putney. My daughters attended Putney Central School from 1984 to 1997. During that time, I helped out in the school in various ways, so it was a great way to learn about that school. My granddaughter is now a student there. I was a part of early childhood teachers that met regularly with the kindergarten teacher, a school board member, and others to support a position for an early childhood outreach staff. I advocated for this position before the school board and at town meeting. This program led to the creation of a full-day pre-K located in Putney Central School. It was the first in the state, and it was a collaboration between Head Start and Putney Central. And at that time, I was collaborating with Head Start, so I got to know lots and lots of parents. The merge board is off to a very good start. WSESD has the opportunity to not devolve into what is happening in some other parts of the state, pitting town against town. I have the ability to represent the town that I am from while simultaneously being able to think of all the kids. Being able to think creatively about how to meet the needs of all children has been honed by my career as an early childhood teacher and protective services provider. Scaling up my thinking is something I've been doing during this first year as a merged district. I've attended almost every meeting. The board has a great deal of work ahead of it. I have retired from my career as an early childhood teacher and have no other obligations, so I have plenty of time to devote to this. I also plan to continue my activity as a member of a statewide group and stay on top of what is happening in the General Assembly regarding education, as well as the State Board of Education. Social justice has been embedded in my values for decades. A long-held belief of mine is that children are our future and deserve the best education that we can give them, as well as spark a passion for lifelong learning that I possess. Other qualities that I have that could be an asset for the merged board are patience, curiosity, collaboration skills, love of learning, doing research, listening to diverse perspectives in order to learn and inform decisions, critical thinking skills, and reflecting on all the gathered information to make a decision.
Hello, I'm Thomas Nolan from Dummerston. I also moved up here from Boston about just over 5 years ago, and very happy. One of the best decisions of my life. I'm going to read something that's going to be in the Views of Dummerston publication to kind of cover everything, because otherwise I'd probably forget something important. So currently I'm serving as one of the 2 Dummerston residents on the Unified WSESD School District Board. That's repetitive, sorry. I would be honored to continue in this role. After the initial stresses brought about by Act 46, members of the board have acted in good faith to come together in a way and find a way of addressing the anxieties that resulted from this legislation. I believe that we have made great progress at unifying with the goal of serving every child in the district fully. We have also worked at length on the proposed resurfacing of Natowich Field. While this issue has been contentious for many, I'm confident that we'll be able to resolve it with a 21st century mindset that works with nature and recognizes the emergency of climate change, keeps students safe, is financially responsible, and provides improved facilities for students. Currently, I chair the board's Climate Crisis Task Force. In this group, board members and concerned residents from the area meet to review the district's impact on our climate and the proactive steps we can take to address this urgent problem. Our work deals with issues such as curriculum, procurement, food, transportation, and more. We report back to the board with what's currently going well and how to improve what needs work. As well, I serve on the board's diversity committee, which develops policies and practices to foster an environment of support and respect for students of all backgrounds. I'm proud of the work that these 2 groups are doing. Personally, I'm the father of a 2-year-old boy who I plan on sending to the Dummerston School when the time comes. My intent is to do everything to ensure that he and all other students and children of the district are provided with the best resources and learning environment that we can offer. To me, public education is perhaps the greatest investment that we can make in the health and happiness of our children as they grow. It lets them achieve their potential, and when done right, teaches them how to think, not merely what to think. Towns and regions that neglect their public education systems suffer greatly over the generations, and I'll work to make sure that this doesn't happen to our region. We're currently living in a climate where public education, which is a fundamental right of all children, is being threatened, told to live with less, and attacked at the federal level. Our responsibility as a society is to provide for our children's needs. If I'm allowed to continue serving, I will strongly and happily defend public education.
So let's give a round of applause for all of these candidates and everything that was great. I realized I did a thing that I always chastise others for, and I didn't introduce myself, I don't think. So I just wanted to say I'm Jamie Comtois, and I had served on the Putney Central School Board and helped during the transition process as we moved into the merged district. So that's my history and participation in this process. So I want to make sure that we have questions from the audience. I think the way the microphones will work best is if you have a question, I'll call on you, you come up, speak in the mic, and then I will allow folks to answer the question. The challenge we have with 8 candidates is that we'll need concise answers so that we can get to as many questions as possible. So let's keep it at 1 minute per answer. I forgot that piece of the timekeeping, so I can take that over if you want, Christina. So 1 minute per person for the answer, and then we can go down the line. So let's see if there are any questions from the audience. Go ahead, Jody. I'm going to start the microphone down.
If I blow you away, I'm sorry. My question is, Jody Normando Dummerston. Thank you, Kim. I forget that. My question is, I guess some of you would be new to the board, but you can answer in that way too, what you could bring. And the ones that are on the board is what the board is doing as far as the climate crisis is concerned.
I'll begin. What I would bring is years of experience in following the climate crisis. I'm a member of Brattleboro Common Sense, which has been focused on the climate crisis and what the town can do about it. I've been involved in select board meetings about climate crisis. But from an educational point of view, I admire what Hilltop Montessori is doing, not just infusing their curriculum with climate change issues, but really centering their curriculum all around climate change. I see it as the big issue for children in the future. So if elected, I would want to serve on the climate change subcommittee and see and talk with others about what we can do.
So I would be new to the board, and where I like to always try to get more people involved, climate change would be another area that I would want to do that, but maybe in a little bit of a different way. As I said, Annabelle attends neighborhood schoolhouse. We're a longtime neighborhood family. My son used to go there. I sub there. I try to be very involved with the school. And every Friday when they have a half day, most of the older students go down to Pliny Park and protest because of climate change, and they're really organized about it and really enthusiastic about it, but they also have a lot of ideas for things that could be done around the school and probably in other schools. And I think that's a great model for every school in our district, particularly with some of the older kids. So I would definitely want to be involved, but work toward getting kids involved because, you know, climate change wasn't a thing when I was a kid in school. It wasn't something we talked about. So I've had to learn along the way, as I'm sure most of us had, but these kids have grown up with it. And if we can help fuel the fire that they have and support their ideas in the future, then I think it will lead to a better future outcome for everybody.
It's driving me crazy. I would be new to the merge board. The Brattleboro Town School Board had actually not really addressed the issue at our level. I think that it would be something that it should be introduced in terms of curriculum at all ages, from pre-K up. And it's definitely something that the students want to learn about and want to discuss and want to participate in. As seen when we've had protests, a lot of our student body has participated with marches and similar events, but it's definitely something that it should be part of the curriculum.
So I'm currently on the school board, so I can say a little bit about what we're currently do, but some visions for the future. So this past fall, I actually made a motion to create the climate committee that's established now. I'm not on the committee though. I have a lot of other committee work, but Thomas actually chairs that committee, and they're doing actually work to integrate students. I know at least one student is on the committee, and to think more about the curriculum. So I hope that that work continues. Additionally, I see a way for the overall board to really look at climate change as twofold. I mean, there's many options, but one is in sustainable development. So we have two ongoing projects, the Academy School expansion and the field study evaluation we're doing. So thinking about sustainability in those cases, as well as in future endeavors. Additionally, my idea is that we have now a school committee representative from the high school who is on the committee at each meeting. It would be really lovely if, to get more students involved, if those folks actually spoke a little bit, maybe at the start of each meeting, on what they're kind of seeing in the school and some ideas they may have in Time's Up. So.
Tara Davis-Castine from Putney, and regarding the climate issues facing our world, I would look for values on sustainability and longevity of education for teaching students how to care for their environment and make choices that impact their daily life. Working at Nature's Classroom, one of the things that we did with the kids was we had an ORT program, and it was how not to waste food. And this might seem like a small thing, but in our environment where food is such an important thing for everyone to have, how do we take only what we're going to eat? How do we grow? How do we compost? How do we change what we're doing so that we are involved in that process? And I hope to bring some education that I learned at Nature's Classroom and just my love of learning to the process of climate control within the board. Thank you.
Well, I support any curriculum that deals with this. Putney Central School saw a huge decrease in the amount of food being thrown out after we started our in-house program. What is thrown out is carted out back and composted now. A lot of the schools have switched to wood pellet boilers, which definitely help with climate issues. In my own home, which is a 3-generation household, we compost everything that you can possibly compost to bring to Project Cow, because bears have just shredded my compost bins. And it is amazing what you can bring there. Not just food, but used tissues, paper towels, and the list goes on and on. So our trash has been cut down to almost nothing. And as Nevaeh's friends come over, they learn about what you can compost and they take it home with them. So that's one way to help the kids out. Thanks.
So I'm Tom Nolan from Dummerston again. So I have a lot of things politically that I'm passionate about, but I would say that the climate crisis we're in is by far my number one, because it's the one thing we can't undo later. It's one thing that we have to work on right now, or the damage will be too much to get past. So I am the chair of the Climate Crisis Task Force. The biggest obstacle we came across to start off is we were looking over everything that the school board is doing, how the school district is doing, how it touches the question of climate change. And it was overwhelming because everything you can think of tends to have something that comes back. Curriculum, are we teaching it enough to the kids about how important it is? How we procure things for the school, the food that we serve, everything seems to come back in transportation. So the thing that we've tried to focus on is, okay, well, what specific policies can we propose that will have an actual effect? What can we do instead of talking about, oh, this is terrible, this is filling us with anxiety? What policies can we propose? And that's what we're currently in the process of doing. We're crafting actual policies that we can recommend to the board.
Are there other questions, or thank you all for your answers, and are there other questions from the audience? Please come ahead to the mic.
Hi, my name is Summer Birch. I'm a parent of a Brattleboro Oak Grove student. So my question is, how are we going to make after school and just school-based extracurricular activities more equitable across all the elementary schools? We have probably the smallest after school programming of any of the schools. And so I'd like to see more things, more opportunity for my children, maybe comparable to what they have in other schools. So like, what part will the board play in sort of finding ways to make after school activities and enrichment, like getting, programming during school hours a little more equitable between the schools? Thanks.
Well, in preparation for the work on the board, I've been visiting every school, and I was talking to the principal at Green Street. They have a fantastic after-school curriculum. They're doing a lot. And this is the kind of thinking that I hope people will have, collaborative thinking. Green Street is doing really well, and I would hope that other schools would meet and look at share what they're doing to share good ideas. As far as the cost goes, well, again, the board has the challenge of preserving the unique qualities of each school. Some schools have a great pre-kindergarten program. Others have great after-school program. Each school has something unique, and the last thing we want is uniformity, but we do want equity. And I can't give you a specific answer to how to improve it, but I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with some nice ideas.
I promise I'm not just copying your answer here. And I know I sound like a giant cheerleader for all the schools that I'm involved with, but I really am. My son goes to Green Street, my nephews go, and we're really impressed with the after-school program. And I did try to set up a meeting with the principal to talk more about that, because I know that other schools don't have it and we do. I have yet to do that. But along the same lines, certainly we're not all going to do the exact same thing at every school because the culture is different. But however they're making the model work for the after-school program, we should all look at that and see how we can spread that out. And I don't know the specifics yet, but since we have one school that I think a lot of people will agree is doing it well, then the answer is to talk to them and see what we're doing and see what we can all learn from that and try to spread that everywhere. Thanks.
I do want to second that, where the Principal Kaufman has worked with Principal Spino, who is at Green Street, and I know that they have a good relationship. Principal Kaufman, this is her first year, so I know she's working to, get everything organized at the school. But it's something, a lot of times too, you have to have the volunteers to do those after school programs. You have to have the teachers or the parents that will come in.
It seems like some of the schools have teachers or staff members who volunteer for those. How is it that some schools sort of have a little bit more of that than others? I don't know whether it's built into the budget or
Kim, could you repeat that just because they might
Sure. The question was how do those schools have all of those volunteers and are able to have those after school programs, correct? Sort of. And I apologize, I don't know the budget wise right off the top of my head in terms of what was or was not budgeted. But how you get the volunteers, that's a good question to go to Principal Spino and say, what type of incentives are you having? Are you offering, or how are you getting your staff to volunteer? And that's an easy question that we're able to have. And I know with the equity committee, that's something that, you can't have the exact programs in every school, but with the equity, we'd be able to get more where it's needed.
So Samara, I really appreciate your question. It was one that came up actually not related to Oak Grove this year, but I understand the concern actually came up related to Putney and a program that was in existence and people didn't have after school care. And so it was handed off to the committee that I chair to say, what can we do about expanding some opportunities? So we started to look into, first we thought it would be easy. We're like, okay, how about we just look at how much funding's put in? And the funding was like, oh my God, now we're co-curricular. We have so many different ways we fund things. So when we started to look at the funding, we realized, okay, we have to include sometimes transportation. We have to include this. There's all these other measures that go into it. And there are school cultures like at Green Street where the teachers are very involved. And that's been kind of Mark Spino's pet project, right? Like he's developed it over, 10 years. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't innovate and really think critically about how we can bring this more broadly. At this current point, though, my hope is in the next month, or probably two more meetings, we'll be able to present out a little data on the after-school care. I know my time is up. I'll finish. and just to think a little bit more about like, okay, like how can we paint a little picture of how this looks equity-wise? And then we can start thinking about, okay, how can we develop cultures or create funding streams that would match to that? That sounds easy, but I think it's going to be hard.
Tara Castine from Putney. Wow, after school care is so important, and I fully agree with your statement. How can the board take a look at that? And that's something that I know Emily's group has been working on. I've sat in on a few meetings. It's something that I hope to continue the discussion, because in Putney, we lost our after school program. We've been kind of struggling with finding something that works. We have some sports activities that are happening, but in terms of the aftercare program, it's not as rigorous as some of the other programs within the district. And I do agree we need to take a look at it, and we need to think about not making them all the same, because I don't think that's a possibility, but what can we do as a board to fill the needs of the community that attend that school and fill the values. So I look forward to looking at that issue.
Okay, well, everybody's pretty much said everything. I would like to point out that the principal at Putney Central called the state, and he had an instant response, and they were able to open a program on September 30th. And they hired, I'm guessing, the first 2 bodies that came through the door, who need some guidance that I've offered if they would like it. They're very limited in the space they're allowed in the school, which really detracts tremendously from what they're able to do. So that needs to be addressed. And the other chunk that, since everybody already talked about everything, nobody addressed the enrichment piece. And I think that's really important. I don't know where our schools stand with enrichment for kids who need it. I know the school system failed my older daughter miserably way back when, and her only option was to skip 2 grades. So anyway, that's something I want to look into.
All right, Thomas Nolan from Dummerston again. That's an extremely good question, because I'm on the board and I hadn't really thought of it myself that deeply. I hadn't really addressed it myself. So what I can say is I will educate myself a lot more on how the different schools compare to each other as far as extracurricular and after-school programs. We've been talking a lot about within schools as far as making sure all students get equal access to after-school programs and things like that, and especially with sports as far as gender equity. But I hadn't really investigated enough, and I will. And I'll ask questions and listen.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the audience?
Paul Normandale from Dummerston. First of all, I want to commend all of you for running. There are going to be 10 of you doing a job that 20 or 25 people used to do before. So the time commitment on your part, I really admire your willingness to do that. My question is it's more of a comment, but kind of a comment question. The greater Brattleboro area has quite a diversity in population, in students, and in levels of ability. And we hear a lot about the support that's given to disadvantaged students, but we don't hear much about what the gifted or the students who excel. And I would like to know more, and as a community member, I would like to know more about the broad spectrum of the approaches to education. After a while, you sort of get the thing that we're only trying to teach to the middle, but we're trying to bring the disadvantaged up to the middle, but what are we doing with people who are who excel in school? So, thank you.
All right, so I think what I understand the question to be is, do we have anything specially to focus on students who are excelling? I don't know of any, but what I can say is from my personal experience when I was in high school, something I didn't like, or it was throughout middle school as well. So I grew up around Boston in the suburbs. And one thing I didn't like is some of the gifted students who are at the higher, doing the best on Wednesdays or Thursdays, they would go study at a different school that was just for them. At the time, I thought that was a very terrible thing to do. I thought that was, it seemed to me very unfair and very, I thought it was to the detriment of the other students who were not. I thought it seemed a little elitist. I thought it seemed counterproductive.
I didn't mean that question to be an elitist type.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying from my experience when I was growing up, and I did fairly well, but some of these kids who went there, I thought that was very strange. So what I can say is I would not want something like that. That's all.
Okay, well, the high school's changed a great deal since my oldest daughter was there, and they can now take AP classes and so on and so forth, and you can take extra classes if you want to graduate early. So that's good, but I'm not aware of what's going on in the elementary schools, and so I really need to find out how we're approaching those kids, because traditionally they have been ignored, and that's not a good thing, and it can lead to behavior problems. They'll, kids will start acting out because they're bored. My daughter survived much of Putney Central by reading on her desk. The whole, had her book open in a desk and was reading and answering questions, whatever question was thrown at her, and got out of that school as soon as she could. So I'm really interested in the elementary piece of that one.
This is an interesting one for me as a Putney resident. I have two boys in Putney. My boys are in 2nd and 6th grade, which are the two biggest classes at Putney Central School. My son's 2nd grade class has readers reading 99 words per minute and others that are reading 2 words per minute. And that is a huge delta in a classroom of 29 children. And this year we were lucky enough to get 2 classrooms for that grade. And so one of the things that's really important for me is taking a look at education for every child, whether they're needing help, like my oldest with an IEP, or my youngest who's reading 99 words per minute. And making sure that we're looking at ways in which each student can learn and grow and be the best person that they can, because we're making little people who are going to grow up to be big people and have an impact and a job in this world. And so it's so important that we teach values and how to survive, but also just looking at the complete education that we're giving them, which means helping everybody.
So the thing that came to mind when you asked the question about, broad programming, especially for students who may be achieving above the average, was just a title of a book. The book doesn't actually relate. It's called Gifts Differing. And it was on the creation of personality types, which has since been outdated because it's like maybe from the 1950s. So there's new theories on that. But the reason why I bring it up is I think on the current school board, we have had some special education issues come up, which we would consider to not, although gifted education is actually a special education concern. But I think people were more focused on maybe a different population than gifted students. But when I think gifts differing, I think, okay, creating school environments that are broadly responsive to all students. And I think a lot of the topics that come up on the school board actually are broadly responsive to most students, because we're not really always dealing with just a special education issue. After school's a great one. It's all students, and giving them diverse opportunities. But I would say one way to specifically think about gifted education or ensuring those kids get especially get what they need to feel enthusiastic about schooling is, and I know my time's up, but keeping class size down. We're lucky to have such small schools in our districts, many of them, but it is important as we get to the middle and high school to think about what are the class sizes so we can differentiate, because there's a lot of pressure placed on teachers then if the classes get too large. So that's just one opportunity.
Both of my boys, they've obviously both graduated now, but I have one that was an IEP and then also one that was more educationally gifted. But they both, when they went to academy school, they were able to participate in the Maple Leaf writing project, and that my youngest participated in that, and he wrote a book. It was something that they could use to, develop their writing skills. And they both participated in the Math Olympiad, which was, they were both morning programs that they'd go to school early and they'd work on math problems. And they were able to have harder problems that they couldn't always figure out, but it made them work and think a little differently. Obviously, the high school has more programs with the dual enrollment, in the AP classes, but it's definitely something that the board needs to look at for equity and for all of our students across the board.
I think it's a really excellent point that I hadn't considered before tonight, but in the last few minutes thinking about it, I realized that I've heard plenty in my short time in Brattleboro about students demonstrating a superior athletic performance and also some art and music. I've heard a lot of cheering about that, but I haven't heard anything about anybody performing well academically, and certainly those kids are out there, and maybe it's not as popular or whatever it is. So I don't know anything about the programs, but I know that certainly there are kids that are performing very well, that is pretty important. We should probably celebrate them equally. And what I do have from my own experience in high school, I took a bunch of AP classes and remember some of it, maybe a tiny bit of AP calculus, but I tutored all throughout my senior year, and the subjects I tutored in, I remember very well, a lot of statistics. And, and I also think there was value for the students that were struggling that I got to tutor and some of my peers tutored from, academically and also socially. So I don't know where we stand at the high school or any of the schools with that, but I know it was a great thing for me and people that I know. So that would probably be something to unpack. And again, I'm glad you brought it up because I just hadn't considered it at all.
Great question, Dan. It brings to mind assessment. How do we know which students are gifted in different areas? So assessment is part of it. Having been in teacher training colleges, I know that this is one of the things that we teach good teachers, how to work with diverse groups of students. There are different ways. Some of you may have heard of design thinking or project-based thinking, experiential learning, where small groups of students work well, diverse students. But it takes really quality teaching to pull off good pedagogy. The other thing, at the high school level, I am very supportive of programs that help students get into college. I want to ensure that our high school has sufficient number of AP classes, for example, and college track programs. But a lot of it gets back to what Emily said, which I couldn't agree more with, and that's having small classes helps tremendously to identify gifted students and to help those gifted students work well with others. And I yield my time to the moderator.
Tim, you're the second person tonight who called me Dan, and then getting at the age where I'm known by my son. It's not so bad.
Thank you for your answers to those questions. I want to just tell you what my assumptions on time are. I'm looking at 7 o'clock. My goal was that we would depart by 7:30, but we never made an agreement. So if you do the math, that means about 3 more questions. So I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement that that's where we're going, because we didn't have an agreement when we started. Work? And can someone not stay until 7:30? Okay. So I also want to ask a question. So I am trying to be ethical about this. So I'm wanting permission to ask a question at some point. But I'd like to ask, what is a question from the audience?
My name is Hannah. I have 2 kids. I am curious about your experience or knowledge about social emotional development and support in our schools. And some people have touched on their experience with special education, and certainly there's some overlap there. But in general, you know, I would just like to hear any thoughts or ideas you have about that. Thank you.
Sorry, can you explain a little bit more what you mean by what you're looking for? Our experience in social emotional development.
Social emotional support in schools.
Okay.
It's typically something that is done more in younger grades or even preschool, and there isn't as much of it I see in the elementary and especially not middle and high school. I think that, and there is some information or some advocacy work that's that's in Vermont and nationally too. So I'd love to hear about anybody's ideas. I have some concerns about special education because both my kids receive special education type services, and I think that it's something that we all need to look at and start talking about. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll do my best. I mean, I can give you my background. Yes, I can give you my background as my experience in dealing with educating children. I have very little, but my part-time job is I teach Chinese children how to speak English as a second language. And I deal with children who go between, shouldn't be that young, but 3 years old and maybe teenagers. What I can gather from that, or what I can take from that, is different children have different emotional states that I'm dealing with. Some have how do I put this? It's a very open-ended question. I would say that the emotional treatment of a child is very, I'm sorry, this is a very difficult question. I'm trying to gather from my experience any way that I have anything to add to this. I'm at a loss. I'm sorry. Sure.
He's going to take some time to think.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
Very open-ended.
I'll say that I have learned so much as a parent, and I didn't know anything about social emotional learning until my kids were in school. So.
Okay, well, I was an early childhood teacher, and it was a home-based program, so it was small. It made it very, very easy to teach social emotional stuff because their kids are copycats at that age. So they would copy the language that I would use, and it worked like a charm, and they got it. Putney Central has PBIS, and they put quite a bit of emphasis on social emotional skills, at least in the 1st through 5th grades. I haven't heard so much about the middle school. They're kind of off by themselves. I think that bullying still occurs. I'm not sure how much. We're looking for some statistics on that. I have noticed going into the school, we also have an intensive services classroom at Putney Central, and I've seen kids applaud some of those children doing something that was like difficult for them to do. So I have no idea about anybody else.
Tara Castine Putney. This is something that speaks to me as a mom with 2 boys with ADHD, impulse control, oppositional defiance behavior. They're kind of very involved in my child's environment. And so I'm constantly learning about ways that I can help the teachers help my children in the classroom, especially with the impulse control. When you go through school and you just punch somebody because they're next to you, that's not cool. And so how do you teach someone the skills needed to be a community member within their classroom? And so it is something that our schools need to do better, and it is one of the things that is an issue item for me. I have listed special education and behavior intervention with a positive outlook on that. I think it's an important thing that we as a school board do need to look at and how to address those within the schools. And I look forward to delving a little bit more into that. Thank you.
So I know, I think actually throughout the district, but I'm very familiar with the Brattleboro Public Schools, having actually just heard a presentation too by Academy around PBIS and the multi-tiered system of support that we have going on. It sounds like also Putney has it, so I'm assuming it might be district-wide or at least being scaled. And it seems to me that that's been functioning fairly well, at least for creating less behavior incidents. But social emotional learning, to me, we kind of, not that we missed the mark, but if we're just focusing on PBIS and multi-tiered system of support, that's not all social emotional learning is. So, I mean, I understand that has a really important place in these kind of more severe circumstances. But soft skills like grit and determination, which fall under social emotional learning, my hope would be is that they're really integrated into all curriculums. I feel, I mean, for me personally, I'm really hoping that the schools are functioning in a way that ensures that all children and adult learners too have the ability to transform their lives. So I know I've seen a lot of signs up that are around these soft skills, but honestly, I don't have a lot of experience in the classroom knowing how they're teaching grit. But I do think it's a really important issue. And maybe too, we could hear more. If you want to come to a school board meeting, I'd love to hear a little bit more about certain circumstances, and maybe we could support that.
Hi. I don't have any educational experience with that. The experience that I have is just from being on the school board and listening to teachers and the administrators and the professionals speaking about it and what they're doing with the PBIS and the multi-tiered system. But then there's also, I know at Oak Grove, they've had emotional support dogs come in, and some of the schools, just as a way for students that if they are having a hard time, they know, okay, I can take a step back, I can go and regroup myself, regroup how I feel and how I can interact with my fellow students and my teachers. So I apologize, I don't have more for you on that.
It's a really good question. We know that success in the classroom depends largely on factors that are outside the classroom. Some kids come from home environments that are so difficult beyond their imagination. This is why it's not just important to have counselors in a school, but to have really good counselors and social workers. I was just reading an article a couple of months ago about how, by whatever measurement, schools that have adequate counseling do better than schools that don't. No brainer. So that's all I have to say on that. I look forward to learning more. Special ed is not my particular field of expertise, but I have such respect for special ed teachers.
So I'm taking license and asking my question, so I'm not the last question. So, yeah. Oh, did you not get a chance? Okay.
The only thing I can say is it seems like it kind of, oh, there you go. The only thing I can kind of see that kind of has anything to do with that, is we talk a lot about restorative practices on the board, which I'm very glad to hear, because when I was in school, there was none of that. And I think that's the way to deal with children as far as having them develop emotionally in a less combative or less punitive if you do something wrong way. So that's all.
So I'm actually going to put the mic down and go speak over here. Clear change of power here. So my name is Jamie Comtois, and I'm a mom of a 6-year-old at Putney Central. And one of the reasons I ran for the school board was I was watching the videotapes during the process of the alternative governance study of the discussion about merging the districts. And I saw one of the folks from central office encourage folks on the AGS committee to not allow the towns to vote prior to a school closure. And I remember thinking how proud I was of having a small community school. And so one of the pieces that has been really important to me in the service I've done on the school board is how, as a body, do we make sure that we're committing to each other? And I've heard a lot of that. How do we commit to each other, to hear each other, to study what's going on in the unique schools and communities? And so I am looking at that history, and I'm now looking at the fact that there is potentially, I think, according to rumors, maybe $900,000 to $2 million of special ed funding that might not be coming in the next couple of years to Wyndham Southeast School District. And so I am somebody who thinks about, I don't play chess, but I know about chess, and I know you're supposed to think a couple plays out. And so I'm thinking to myself, how do you deal with the fact that we're up against our tax cap, up against whatever we call that? What is it? Excess spending threshold? Okay, we're up against our excess spending threshold. We've got potentially a $2 million downshift of costs of special education when that's such a critical issue to our communities and schools. And then you have us all looking at each other and going, what's going to give? And so I really want to hear from you all what's going to give from your perspective. But in the sense of, how do we make that commitment to each other to not do what other communities all over the state have done? And I was looking, if you saw me frantically looking, I was looking for my data, and I did some research not too long ago that there were like 10 schools that have closed since Act 46 passed, and 14 that have merged, or 14 that have like downsized and consolidated. And so the real reality of the goal of Act 46 in reducing education spending is that we will ultimately look at each other and make the decision on whose school will close, whose staff will be laid off. So I want to figure that out together. I don't want to get mad at each other. I don't want to accuse each other. I just want to figure it out together. So can you help me figure that out in your answer to my question?
It's not going to work, Jamie. A minute doesn't work.
Yeah.
You're first, Thomas.
Yeah, great. So part of the reason why I even got involved in this in the first place is because of my concern with Act 46. I see that it's a political movement to try to get us to reduce instead of expand our public education expenditures. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. Not just because it affects the children's education, but it's poisonous for a community. If you start reducing public education expenditures, it's one thing to try to cut costs, and that's absolutely what everyone does, especially the people who want to preserve public education. You want to reduce needless cost. But it's coming from a different, I think, a wrong-headed point of view. I think the whole matter to reduce expending money on education. So as far as what do we do now that we're merged against our will, the first thing we had to do was get over mistrust that the different communities had. Like, everyone thinks that, okay, I have to fight against, if I'm from Brattleboro, I have to fight against Dummerston and Putney and vice versa. We're merged, we have to trust each other a little bit, and as someone from Dummerston, I want to preserve every school, and I want to find ways to expand what we have, not find ways to constrict it. So we just have to trust each other.
that's a primary reason I'm running for the school board. I was very involved in trying to get the legislature to change Act 49, and we had some success there. Right now, our schools are in a good position, and we know through the public pre-Ks that are in schools, they're full with waiting lists. All the community-based programs are basically full, and you can't get a child in. So for the next, 5 years or so, the outlook is pretty good. I would like to draw attention to something that the school closure amendment that we all voted in, I would like to see that renewed when the 2 years are up. But I don't think that Brattleboro understood that they might be at risk of closing a school too down the line if their school population dropped. Like Oak Grove could be a potential closed thing. And no, don't wave that card at me. This is too complicated. So I'm really committed to, our board has done a great job so far, and I'm really committed to continuing that job, as well as keep an eye on the legislature. The special ed funding is between, what I understand, $750,000 and $1 million. There is a new, it isn't in place yet, but they commissioned a study to look at how we weight per pupil spending. And as I was reading through the 196 pages, that could have really positive implications for WSCSU. So the longer we can go being together will make the longer term, I think, less vicious. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll grow.
Tara Castine Putney. I was answering the questionnaire, and that was part of my thought process, was what comes next. And things that were really important are the values and the accountability of the schools that we're going to be representing. How do we do that to make sure every child is learning and being in an environment that's safe, healthy, giving them the best education that they can have? And I came to the realization that we're probably going to have some hard decisions or hard discussions ahead of us. And as long as we're having an open conversation and learning all the facts and looking at all the angles, I am confident that with the help of the community and the board that I potentially could serve with, that we will make decisions that help our children learn in the most safest and best environment that we can give them.
So the financial constraints that you speak about could be a pending reality, as the educational landscape is always shifting, and sometimes not to our financial favor. I guess one thing that's on the top of my mind is our bond for BUHS that we had taken out many years ago will be terminating somewhat soon. I forget if it's 2 years or 2 years? 2024. So potentially that could offset a little. That's a large payment that we're making each year, I think about $1 million. But at the same time, we're talking about taking other bonds out, right? So I think it's just really important as we move forward with decisions to expand our capacity as a school district, we not just retract, but we think really critically, because retraction isn't good for innovation. We want to be a place where, our education's expanding and opportunities are expanding. But we just need to make sure that they're expanding in a place that doesn't put us over the cap in the future. So thinking strategically, but also in a way that the taxpayers can afford. So it's that balancing act. And time.
I said there's not enough time to answer this question, unfortunately. Communication is vital. And keeping our schools the way they are, small, where our kids are able to get the small in terms of classroom size, to get the education that they need, that's going to be an incentive for people moving to this area. We want to have vibrant schools that are innovative and a drawing point, because getting people to this community is how we're going to really make sure that our community, not only our schools, but our communities thrive. And we need to work with select boards and area businesses to make that happen. And we will have to be innovative in terms of, financially as well, and looking at all possibilities and seeing how we can maneuver to make sure that we keep all of our schools open, because they're all of our schools now. It's not just this, this town's or this town's. We're responsible for every child, and we need to think that way.
So this question makes me realize that I haven't given any of my professional resume tonight. I did a stint as the food service director here at BAMS and BUHS, and then got promoted to the Conval district in Peterborough, which was a great experience and relates to this. It was 11 schools, 5,000 students, geographically massive, and my office was in the central office, so I was privy to a lot of conversation, and I asked a lot how it was that they were keeping these little tiny rural schools with a sometime enrollment of only 47 students open, and the district was really committed to it. The collective thought, somebody said, and I wish I had invented this, is that it's important to keep all these schools really vibrant and involved because they're all tributaries of the same river. And I think that if we can keep something like that in mind here and really appreciate the value of these little schools, because these kids were getting such amazing attention being small schools and in their community and not on the bus for an hour to get to school and things of that nature. I think it's something, I can't see any reason why we can't do that here, because we are all sending the kids to often, almost everybody's coming to BUHS at some point. In addition to that, I'm not saying that I'm a big fan of giant budget cuts, but I'm excited to look at the budget. I think there's a lot of places where money could potentially be saved in ways that make improvements, not in ways that take things away from kids. So I'm a big spreadsheet budget type of person, and I look forward to seeing what we might be able to do to reallocate dollars. Okay, I'm done. Okay, thanks.
I'm not so sanguine about the student population in the future. I don't see a reversal of the decline in student population in the country, in the state. Administratively speaking, I've been in institutions that have been ordered by the board to cut your budget by 10%, and the worst way of doing it is across the board cuts. It's politically safe, but it just doesn't make good sense. So you have to cut it strategically, and strategically, you look at where the least harm can be. And this is going to be a incredibly difficult decision, but it has to be done with complete transparency. I can see this happening in 2022, which is why I'm running for a one-year position. But and that was I am, and that was an excellent and very heavy question there.
So I need everybody to get a chance at one question before we do second questions. Yeah. So who's our last question of the evening while Liz says her last 3-second thing?
Okay, it's not for the school board, but it's for the select boards. We need to invest in housing that people can afford to buy. There are so many people who want to move to this area and can't afford to buy a home because they're all just way too expensive. More affordable housing is always good, but we need, for our towns to look at what their, our village center is basically full in Putney. We need to look at other areas. So
good point.
There's a project for you, Jamie.
Okay, we have time for one last question. Let's see if somebody hasn't had a first question opportunity before a second. So seeing none, I see a second question. Be merciful. It's our last question. Oh, wait, I'm not giving this to you.
It's an easy question. That's 3. Paul Normando again. Now that you've started talking about money, which is my favorite topic, you are the guardians of the purse. And what I've noticed happening throughout the state with mergers is that administration has a tendency to, sorry, Tim, has a tendency to proliferate. And what I would encourage you, and it's more of a statement, I guess, than a question, that you keep an eye on administration, because that's not where the money should be going. The money should be going to the kids, to the people who are on the front lines of education. And now we need a certain amount of administration, but we don't need it to keep. I got a position this year. Now I need an assistant next year. We don't need that kind of thing. And there's been several positions that I think that have been created in this district that, as a citizen who's not fully aware of the ramifications or why it was done, that I don't think needed to be done. And I would encourage the board to take a good hard look at those.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll tell you, there's definitely, I definitely believe in cutting waste. I believe in finding where things are being spent that don't need to be spent, not because we want to reduce what we're spending overall, but because we want to reallocate it to something that's useful. But from a position of like what my values are, I don't think we're investing and spending enough in public education. So we're having this false question that's being put on our society of like, what are we going to cut? We should be expanding. We should not be talking about what we're going to take away from developing children. And that's what was being forced on us with Act 46 and in general, like in politics right now. We should be talking about how can we increase public education and what more can we give to our children? I think we're being given the wrong decision right now.
Okay, well, yes, administration tends to grow. Everybody seems to know that. So I'm not sure. I've noticed positions added at our SU level, and I'm not sure that they're needed. And we are looking for a new superintendent, but I would encourage any new superintendent to speak with John Castle, who is the superintendent of North Country Supervisory Union, over 500 square miles of territory that he covers. And his answer to that question was, I trust my principals. So their SU costs are minimal compared to most places. So there's part of the answer right there. Oh, you're welcome.
Tara Castine Putney. I hate to say it, but I love numbers and I hate numbers. My job is numbers. I am a purchasing person for a manufacturer, so I am constantly looking at what the cost of something is and how to figure out how to get the lowest cost or the best product or longevity or all of those myriad of things that pop into your head. And so I'll be looking at the numbers, and I'll be looking at those numbers in a way and how we can meet the needs of every student, because that will be the focus of this, is the students, and how does the budget and how do the numbers add up to equaling an education that is safe, healthy, and provides an education for them. So I'll be looking at the numbers. How can we do it?
Is this still a 1 minute question? Yes. Oh, okay, just making sure. Not because anybody did more than one. I just wanted to make sure I only had a minute. Okay. So it's interesting because everything we've talked about so far and everything we almost always talk about on the school board is expansion. Expansion of programming, expansion after school, expansion of pre-K, not closing schools, which means higher cost per student. So there are positions at the district level that have come into existence, but I guess I think about it as when you want to expand programs, you need somebody to design those and do those programs. And so either we really think about, which in some cases we have, how to make small increases in the budget by hiring more teacher leaders, which I'm totally a proponent of, who can take on some of those administrative responsibilities for new programming, or we'd have to think about somebody managing at the district level. So I would really be a fan. I know in certain schools we've already done that, where there's teachers, leaders leading, different aspects of curriculum development or different professional development series. But maybe looking towards that would help us to not keep expanding at the administrative level if that was one of our values.
I like Tara. I'm a buyer, so I look at numbers every day, millions of dollars every day. It's $51,171,300. That's a big gulp to think about. However, we all have standards that we want for our kids, for our education, and we don't want to take away from their learning opportunities and their potential. So especially with a new superintendent coming in, it's going to be something the board will have to have conversations with, because we don't want to take away from programming. I love Emily's idea with the team, the teacher leaders. That's something that a lot of the schools have used. But we need to be very careful because we do not want to take away from our children. We want to expand the programming as much as possible. And we just need to look at the numbers to see what can be trimmed in other places.
Just to add to that, a lot of times when a position is created, there's automatic thinking that it has to be full-time. We should think about, well, maybe this position can be 60% or 75%. That's just the kind of thinking we have to do to not just fall into the trap of a new position is 100%. And also it gets back to assessment. We have various positions in the school district. Well, how functional are they? Are they working? I'll be walk on political thin ice here, but we have a diversity coordinator, and the public wants a diversity coordinator, and I'm all for it too, but is that position functioning well? Again, it gets to assessment. So again, I'm all for diversity, and the person in that position may be doing a great job, but it's just a question of, well, we put a position in a new position, how well is it functioning? And is it needed at 100% or 90%? And that gets me in trouble.
Only with the moderator. So it's time for us to wrap up. I want to talk about the calendar. The calendar coming up. Today is February 11th. The same day as the New Hampshire primary, for those of you looking across the river. Then we've got, I believe the next thing on the calendar is March 10th will be our budget info session that we'll be having. Remind me all the details. Does anyone remember?
6 p.m. at the BUHS Gymnasium.
6 p.m. at the BUHS Gymnasium on March 10th, we'll have childcare. That will be a great place to ask questions about the $71,300 budget. Then the following week, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day at 6 p.m.
You know what? I think the March 10th is actually in the multi-purpose.
Okay, so go to the Wyndham Southeast School District website, because I didn't write my notes down, and look for the dates. March 10th is going to be our budget info session. It'll tell you when and where. Okay, so March 10th is going to be the budget info session at BAMS. I was inaccurate before. And then the following week is March 17th, and that will be St. Patrick's Day. That will be the annual meeting, and it will be a really critical time for all of the folks in Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston and Putney to show up to vote. So all voters need to be showing up to vote on the budget and participate in those critical discussions for things like diversity programming. That's so critical for our districts. So anyway, I just want to say, and then what else is there? Oh, childcare will be provided on March 10th and March 17th. So yeah, questions? Yes, we announced those at the beginning, but don't forget to vote March 3rd. And then early voting starts tomorrow for folks who can't vote for school board positions. But there will be an Australian ballot, and each of the town clerks have all the information you need on voting day on March 3rd. So any other things, questions from Jody?
Yes, I have a concern, and it involves around coming to one of these places at the high school. I'm very familiar with the area, coming to all the meetings. I've not been in this building before, wasn't sure where it was until I asked the superintendent how to get here. I'm wondering if there's something a little more visible, a little more that most people who are not involved in school, who do not have middle schoolers or high schoolers, if there's some place that's really very, like Green Street School maybe, or that was more visible than the high school for some of these meetings. And I'm wondering, I mean, I know one of our members came here late, he probably was wandering around the middle school room. I wonder, I got lost.
Basketball gym first.
So what I'm hearing, if the BCTV isn't picking it up, is that there's a concern about, as we go through this process, it wasn't stated as such, but it's been my experience, as we go through this process of centralized meetings for those of us who are traveling from the villages and we don't necessarily know the meeting location, how are we going to make sure that people know where they're going, how they're getting there? And so it sounds like a signage issue, and it,
even Brattleboro, if you don't have a kid
yeah.
in school,
Yeah.
you're not going to know
Yeah.
the middle school.
So I'll tell you from the Communication Council perspective, because I have gotten lost in almost all the buildings, that I have made sure that we have put in our press releases some level of breakdown of information, not even saying BAMs. I mean, when people said BUHS and BAMs, I was like, what are you talking about? We were always talking about the Cusick room. I Googled Cusick. I couldn't find Cusick room anywhere. So one of the things I've done is I've broken everything down to say the Cusick room in the Wyndham Regional Career Center at this address. That problem is you get there and then sometimes the doors are locked by the time. So I think if people have some creative solutions, it's going to take volunteer time. So right now I'm volunteering on the Communications Council to write press releases, to get them out on every social media, every radio, every written newspaper that we can possibly do it, get it on our website. So if people have time and energy and want us to help solve that problem, I think it's a really good point and I appreciate your time. Yeah.
Use like the signage. I know like Booster Club we have just for sports, and you could put a piece of paper over them, and with arrows saying meeting this way, and you could put those up just not sporadically, but in certain areas just with arrows, like if it's coming to BAMs at the line. I think I can check to see if we have some in the den.
Okay, I want to wrap us up, so go ahead, Tara.
I also wanted to maybe suggest a carpool from different towns and a point person for talking about carpooling. So if you can nominate one person to be like, hey, I'm coming from Guilford and I would like to ride, you know who to call, because they normally come to the meetings. I know in Putney, I come to the meetings all the time. Jamie, Ellen, Ruby, we're always here, and Liz. So we have plenty of people that are willing to carpool if that's if you're looking for that.
So that means if somebody wants to contact me, Jamie Comtois, you can tell me you're going to centralize your volunteering for outreach on signage and getting carpools to our annual meeting and such. That would be great. Did you have some?
I appreciate your detail. I needed that detail at the last meeting, I think with the last special education meeting, because it didn't have the address and, and I have small kids, so I've never been in these buildings before. I didn't even know where the main entrance was. And the lights, it was kind of dark, so it didn't look like there was anything here. So I don't know if there's any way.
One idea could be taking, like, I couldn't go on the website because I have no cell service, but I was looking for a picture. So maybe just even a picture of what the main entrance, it's very dark out there, but if I'm here during the day, I could take a picture, but maybe someone who works or goes here could do that.
Oh my gosh, that was multi-town problem solving. That was great. So I want to wrap us up. I think I heard some great solutions. And so Jody, let's all come over here, all you two, you, and let's make a plan, because we got like 20 days or something to make a plan for increasing visibility and outreach.
But I want to also say the majority of the people here are from the other towns. So we need to have some meetings in the other towns.
I'm going to let our current chair of the Wyndham Southeast School District wrap us up.
Well, I just want to publicly thank all the hard work that Jamie Contois put into putting this all together, and really publicly acknowledge all her communications, and you see her spirit and her energy that she brings to the job. It's been a pleasure to have her helping out the board, and it's the volunteer spirit that keeps this district growing and continuing on. So I really just want to thank you personally and publicly. Thank you, Jamie.
That was nice. I also want to shout out to a superhero tonight. I don't know. Jackie was just an amazing mom. She's gone, I think, right? And I watched her taking care of her baby so carefully during this whole session of an hour and a half at bedtime. So just a shout out to all of us parents who have somebody taking care of somebody and are able to and are taking care of folks ourselves. So anyway, thanks to everyone for being here tonight, and please help us get the word out. Go to the Wyndham Southeast School District website and get out all the candidate questionnaire links, please, as well as go to BCTV as of Thursday, February 13th, and share that link with this candidate forum. Have a great night.
Can I get a, for the minutes of January 29th, please?
I'll make a motion to approve minutes for January 29th.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now discussion?
I abstain.
Okay.
I wondered why you didn't second it.
All right, review and approve bills and
Can I
payment.
take a vote?
We all just said aye.
Did we? Yeah.
All except for Zeke saying he's abstaining.
Right.
It was a little bit on top of each other. But.
Warrant 17, 17P, and reappraisal fund 7.
I'll make a motion that we approve warrant 17, 17P, and reappraisal fund number 7.
Second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public comment, no one's here. Road foreman's report. We've had a truck that has a front axle broken on it, axle shaft. It's been down since the beginning of the year, and it seems that Dodge doesn't make that part anymore. And they keep giving us dates when they'll have the part, but two dealerships we've talked to said they're not making the part. And so then we thought we hit a stroke of luck because one of the dealerships called us up and says, hey, we found an aftermarket part, why don't you call them about this? So Lee actually ordered it, and then he called them, and they gave us a February 28th date of receiving it. And then Lee says, so you guys are making this part yourself? And he goes, no, we get this from Dodge. And he goes, well, we've ordered, we're on a waiting list for Dodge for this part. And so they gave us that date. Chrysler gave us a date of March 5th last week. No, the week before last was March 5th. Last week they moved it to March 12th for the date we're going to receive this. These people got off the phone with Lee and then called him back up and says it won't be until April something. And the part's not there. And we've actually looked to get a whole new front end for this truck, just so we can have the truck available. And this is one of the Dodge 5500s, 1-tons there. And so we have no idea. If it was under a certain gross vehicle weight, the lemon law would have kicked in because the truck is 2017, so it's new enough, but it's too big of a truck. So I called Bob Fisher just to see where we stood, and he was gone for a few days, so he just got back to me yesterday. He said he wasn't going to spend too much time on, he would look into it, and he didn't want to charge the town too much time. He wants to see if there's any other things going on with this. So right now, the last thing we heard from Chrysler was March 12th, but I'm sure this week I'll get an email saying that it's going to be pushed out until April.
So we're down a truck.
We've been down a truck since the beginning of the year. So, other than that,
so how are they doing
Dunkley to
with
make something up?
being one truck down?
It's tough. I mean, but he's got the plow on the grader just in case another truck goes down. If another truck goes down, we'll be out with the grader, having to plow with that.
It's kind of slow going.
Real slow going. So, but I asked Bob about renting. If we thought if we rented something, if Dodge is, like he said, Dodge should be able to supply the part because it's a warranty part. And he was wanting to know how you can warranty a part if you don't have the part. And So that's one avenue he's gonna be looking into.
And it's a new enough truck, you probably aren't gonna find it in a junkyard or.
Well, that's what I was
Right,
thinking.
they do that, Summit and, the one up in Burlington where we bought it, have got it out nationwide to find this part. And we're not the only one looking for this part. The place up in Burlington, they got rid of the one new one they did have, and then they found one in a junkyard to replace the other one they needed. But they need more, and I believe these people, there's quite a few that need this part. And so he said to people at Chrysler, I said, well, we're looking to buy a new truck, what makes us want to buy a Dodge? And they said, well, our 2019s are different than our 2017. I said, well, it doesn't make me feel any better, because you can't make a part for a 17.
Yeah.
You know, why wouldn't you make...
Sounds like it fits right into the lemon law.
Yeah.
Oh, like the guy, I did call the guy from the lemon law, and that's what he said. He says,
I mean, if there are so many people with that very year truck with the
Having
same
this
problem.
Yes, exactly.
Red flag.
And they haven't recalled.
Well, lemon law is pretty interesting, because if you're down without a vehicle for 30 days, that kicks it right in right there. I mean, if you don't have a vehicle for 30 days, you know, if you have the new enough vehicle, that will kick the lemon law right into effect. But of course, with our gross vehicle weight, and there was one other thing that kept us out of being qualified for it.
Because they had a plow on it.
Yeah.
Nope, that wasn't one of the reasons. So that's about that for the town, the road performance report. Correspondence for information. Anybody have anything under that they'd like to bring up?
Well, this is
There's the historical thing for Maple Valley.
So there's another year.
Right. Correspondence for discussion and or action. Have anything under there? New business. Roger Turner sent in a resignation from the Wyndham Regional Commission. He said he would stay on until he could find somebody or we could find somebody, but that's one of these things that we're going to really have to push to try to find somebody, because...
Right. I think he said this maybe 2 years ago.
Right. It's time we really have to step up and try to find somebody.
And
for
this
him.
is where Lou Sorensen stepped down, but
Yes.
we appointed a new person.
Yes.
And he's new to town, so we've got one newbie who's kind of getting oriented, and now Roger is going to step down. So
Correct.
Yeah.
Stan House. Well, I guess I do want to tell say to Roger, Roger's done a great job for us in that position, and he's done it for 10 years. So he's really done his part in that. So and it's appreciated, I believe. Then we got Stan Howe's resignation from the Energy Committee, effective on town meeting. That's an appointment that we'll have to make then. And here's another guy that's put in a lot of time and a lot of his time for this, and he's done a great job. That the Energy Committee, I think, does a real good job as a whole, and he's done a lot. Spearheaded a lot of projects.
He always does amazing research.
He's all he's really done a good job.
Right, he's been with the Energy Committee since it began, I think.
He has.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Do we need a motion to accept any of those, or?
sure. Well, is he up? No, I think he's up for. Does anybody have their town report on this?
No,
I don't.
What's his?
2019. This says.
So what's he doing? No.
Yeah, that's what he's done. Is that?
Oh yeah. So we had reappointed him for another 5 years. So we do have to accept that resignation.
Rogers, we don't have to, because that's just a reappointment.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So somebody want to make a motion for Stan?
I'll move that we accept with regret Stan Howe's resignation from the Energy Committee.
I'll second it.
Discussion? Again, just thanks a lot, Stan, for all you've done. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Charlotte offered to serve as the interim delinquent tax collector since Whitney had stepped down. So, you know, she wants everybody to know this is just intern. She's not doesn't want to do it full time, so got to look for somebody for that position. If somebody wants to make a motion to appoint her to.
I'd make a motion to appoint Charlotte as, to serve as the interim delinquent tax collector.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So we've got the word out about it.
We're gonna have the word out about that. We're gonna have the word out about, we're gonna have Lori hopefully put all three of these on, and any other positions that are coming up for reappointments. Animal control. Yeah.
There's only 2 on the planning commission.
Yeah, we need 2 on the planning commission. So, town meeting lunch. Larry Lynch called me up a couple weeks ago, asked me what I had thought, and then he called me back yesterday. I told him I'd like to, you know, that we probably want to discuss this because this is without the school portion there. We could be done before lunch.
Right, without.
And
Yeah,
Could be quick.
without some of our
Why
more
not?
contentious issues.
right, yeah, we've taken care of some of those, I believe, hopefully.
Hopefully.
But, you know.
We could
town-
brown bag it, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A town meeting is a, you know, pretty social thing for people to have, you know, get together at lunchtime and stuff like that. So what Larry had suggested was they were willing to do like soup and sandwiches.
That's a good
And
idea. That sounds great. Yeah.
do some,
And if the legislators come and talk, that usually, you know, they usually show up just as we get
that
ahead of
sometimes.
steam.
yeah, exactly, right when we think we're rolling, they'll
Yeah.
show
Yeah,
up and stop the
exactly.
process. And maybe they'll.
Yeah, I think.
But they're gonna have to pack it in the morning,
Oh, they are.
right?
Yeah.
Because they're not
Yeah.
gonna have the
Right.
option of afternoons, so.
That's right.
So they might not be able to hit
So
us.
is this saying that, so town meeting is at the school, correct?
Yep.
As usual.
Yeah.
It starts at 10.
Yeah.
But we're saying that it could be over by 11:15, 11:30, so before noon, so to
Well,
speak.
before noon or 1 o'clock. I mean, I really don't think we want to get going and only have a half hour left if it's noon and say, let's stop for lunch and come back for a half hour. I
Right,
mean,
we
don't
would
wanna
just finish.
We'd want to finish,
Right.
so.
But what, and so why does it say Grange?
No, they're the ones that put it on for
Because they
us.
provide the lunch.
Oh, not that it's gonna be at the.
No,
Oh,
right.
No, it's still at the school.
Yeah, the Grange puts on the lunch
Yeah.
for us.
Soup and sandwiches sounds great.
So.
That's a perfect idea.
Mhm.
So they, you know, he said it'd be easier for leftovers and stuff like that to figure out where they're gonna go rather than having a full meal, so. All right, so I will call Larry and let him know that that's what we think is a good idea to do, and,
Sounds great.
Yep.
unfinished business. Anybody have anything they wanna bring up, discuss? Okay, motion to adjourn.
So moved. Got you there.
Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting to order because it's pretty close to 6 o'clock, maybe a little after, but it is school time, so it usually is a little slow. So the real world is probably a little after. So welcome to everybody. I'm gonna go off agenda for a second. If we could, starting on that end, just introduce yourself, because we do have some people in the audience which we usually don't. And we'll go through and we'll introduce the board.
Sure. I'm Lisa Harris. I'm a school board member at Marlboro.
Ken McFadden, representing Newfane for the West River District.
Dan MacArthur from the Marlboro School District.
Mike Foley from the West River District.
Leanne Gilson, West River from Brookline.
Rick Thorpe, River Valleys from Wardsboro. Al Clausen, Townsend, West River Vice Chair.
And Rich Werner, I'm from the River Valleys representing Dover.
Emily Long, West River District from Newfane.
Joe Winrick, West River District from Townsend.
Alice Young, Stratton.
I can tell. Sorry.
I'm sandwiched between two people.
Okay, thank you everybody for that. So is there any changes or changes to the agenda, any additions, deletions from anybody? Bill, is there a West River meeting after this meeting?
Before it's done.
Oh, it's all done?
We were here.
Cool. Okay.
We're very
I missed
efficient.
my morning meeting in front of her. Good Lord.
Wow, thank you. If nobody else, I have a couple things. I'd like to add an executive session for contractual issues at the number 6, and then make number 7 adjourn. And I also want to bounce the agency funding grant fund up to number 3, and we'll put public comments at number 4, just because Lori, who just is gone now. Did she leave?
She did, yes.
Oh, well then we can leave it where it is. Perfect.
Thank you.
So public comments. Hi, public. Any comments? There's somebody in the back corner. Hello. No, you're right in like my line. No, that's okay. I just won't see you if you want to say something.
Gerald wants to say.
Okay.
She's a teacher.
I'll poke you because I can.
Okay, you can see her. Okay,
And
so
I know
we're
how
kind
it
of
is to have
informal,
somebody
so
behind a
please, if I don't see you, just say, hey, dummy, or something. If we got no public comment, I'm gonna go to old business, and we have 2 things, and we're just gonna review them quickly, because we usually don't vote on these until,
April 1st.
right, after we have our, after the school budgets go through, so that we know that we're okay to approve them. The first one is the agency fund budget, and there should be a copy of that in front of folks. Is there extra copies for guests? So the agency fund really doesn't cost anybody except the schools that use it, and it's been something that Wyndham Central's done since way before Emily was on the board. It came, I think, from Frank Rucker.
That's really mean.
Well, no, I'm just saying, or how about it came
I was
before,
only on one
before
year longer than you. I
before
think.
Dan MacArthur was
There.
ever on a school
Dan-
board.
That's it.
So
Dan was
that's
on
really
before me.
old. But anyways, what it is it's if different schools need like an art teacher, and they're only going to have art 1 day a week, or if they have a phys ed teacher and they only need phys ed 1 day a week, it's a way for the schools to hire a person and give them a full-time job, so we're not just having a person who's 1 day a week. And then we can usually keep people better. And it goes to the central office, and what they do is the central office takes their salary and their benefits and divides it into 100, and then if you have 1 day a week, you've got 20% of that person, so you pay 20% of that bill. It's actually something that schools in Brattleboro have talked about trying to do, and I was really surprised when they'd never heard of it. When I went and testified before the Senate Education one time, I told them about it. I thought they were going to cut my head off because they looked at me like I had 3 heads, and they'd never heard of anything like that. So I think Wyndham Central was way ahead of the curve in sharing resources, before we were mandated to. So what happens is the administrators talk to the central office and give them an idea what, after discussions with their board, what they think they're going to need, and then they give it to central office, and then central office puts together a budget, which you have in front of you, And we'll vote on that April 1st. We have to vote on it before contracts have to be issued, so there's RIF notices don't have to go out. But we also changed it probably the first time as chairman 10 or 12 years ago, because we used to vote on it in December, and we decided to push it off and vote on it after school budget meetings, so that in case somebody had their budget cut, they weren't committed to the agency fund. And then that way, because the central office has to issue contracts, and once contracts are issued, we can't, they're issued and we have to pay the people. So is there any questions on agency fund? And Lori was feeling a little under the weather, so we can throw questions at Bill if you want. Yes,
Is this available online?
good question. I see a head shaking, yes.
We usually put it up after the board approves it, but with the board's.
I think you should put it up online. And then it should be available to all your boards, so when you vote, when you go to your meeting for your, when you go to the meeting for the budget for whatever area you're from. Oh, I know you. Yeah, so when you go to the West River meeting, you can ask questions about it there, but it doesn't show up as individual sections. It shows up as just one block for whatever they're going to be doing. Yeah, come on. We won't make you introduce yourself.
Sit right next to Alice.
Yes. Okay, so, oh, I'm sorry, is there another one?
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I got a question.
Well, hang on, you're next. Yes, sir. Ladies
Has
first.
this been modified since the last West River meeting?
I don't believe it's been it has?
Yeah, we needed to.
Okay.
Oh. So this is different than what we saw in December?
By a .10 FTE.
Okay. Where?
In general music.
Okay.
But
Yes.
I could change.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I'm gonna, Ken.
Now, real quick, I think this needs to be clarified or changed or something, because it says for professional development for the West River District, that we have 49.95 FTEs. Could you explain that?
Probably not well right now, no. Where's
That's not in the agency fund.
That's right on the summary. That's what it says.
Oh, in the summary.
It's on the summary.
For the agency fund?
Yep. Top page.
I will
Right smack in the middle.
Rather than give you erroneous information, I will clarify.
Thank you.
You bet.
That is interesting. Isn't it? No wonder the budget's so high. Yours. Oh, really?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a bargain. Can we hire anybody at that rate?
Okay, hang on a second,
That's how we cut
folks.
the budget.
Well, hey, sorry, just so we don't lose it. Emily was next, and if you want.
No, I.
Oh,
All I was gonna comment on was that this is always subject to change right up until the date, correct?
We vote.
I mean, boards
Until
can,
April.
right, boards can, so even though we post it, it may change between now and April 1st, and I think it's just really important that everybody understands that. It never is, it's always floating until we actually vote.
and that's again why we put the vote off till April, so that people would have time. So,
No, I didn't.
okay. Just sometimes with the bigger group, if we get off
I was
the
just
track.
making a joke.
No, and I love jokes, so.
It's fine.
You can tell me later. Okay, so if there's nothing else on the agency fund, the next one is grants budget. And again, the grant budget is how we spread around money that comes in from both the feds and the state. And a lot of times federal money comes to the state and then the state hands it out. A lot of it's for our special ed. Some of it's for
Special ed is
the
the
after.
largest part of the consolidated federal.
And then after-school programs, we get some grant money. And again, this is kind of money in and money out. You can vote not to spend the money, but then we won't get the money, so it kind of seems counterproductive, I guess. Yes?
So, is this like small schools grant and?
No.
No.
No, those go direct to the districts.
Okay.
And again, there's copies of it, but most of it's a special ed, Title 2A, Title I, Title IV, IDEAB basic, and pre-K, it used to be like our essential early ed and 21st century after school program.
So these aren't necessarily, they're distributed based on the actual need.
Right, so different schools qualify for different grants.
Right.
And they flow through the central office because the state of Vermont, this is what I love. The state of Vermont wanted us to combine, that was part of Act 46, but yet Lori has to report each school separately because they still want to keep track of how much money's being spent in each of the buildings, so.
Yeah.
But this is, and these are again, the grants and the superintendent. We authorize the superintendent when we reorganize to accept grants on behalf of the district.
And this is available online.
It is.
This one is actually online, right?
Okay, I'm gonna get to you second, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering if there's any clarification about the budget that's how the money's being spent down at the central office. Like, is there anything in writing somewhere for the public to see how that's broken down?
The superintendent's budget?
Yeah.
Yes.
That is definitely on.
That's online? Okay.
Yeah, that's
And
already
there's a
been
breakdown
approved.
there?
We've already voted.
That's already been approved. We usually
Right, I
approve
know.
that in December.
But I just know that there are people that are having a hard time deciding how to vote because they don't know where to find that.
Okay, you don't vote, public doesn't vote on the.
Right, but they do for the budget.
School district budgets.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Bill, and maybe this is addressed and Lori's just not here, but according to the adjustments we made last time, there should have been an update to the nurse FTE as well as the technology for the shared services.
Okay, that's in the agency fund budget.
And I know I'm back with
Right,
the agency
okay.
fund budget,
We've
sorry.
gone over that. So if you have a
I will
question
double
about.
check on that because
Yeah, it's
we
pretty
did
important.
change it in the West River and I want to make sure that it's changing.
Yeah.
You got it.
Okay, and if you guys see something else on the agency fund, you can talk to the board or give Bill a note, let him know, because, if you look at these numbers, after a while, your eyes get blurry, and then you're not sure what you're looking at. Everybody good with grants? I'm sorry, go ahead, yeah.
I'm Gerald Julian Cisse from UPenn. So I'm just double checking on the line here for student transportation.
Okay,
So-
are you on the grant budget or the back
Yeah,
to
I
the
guess
agency fund?
This is the agency fund.
Okay, we've gone past that already, so if you have a question for that, go ahead and just ask Bill after the meeting.
We're not voting on that tonight.
Yeah, and you'll have another shot to discuss that before we vote on it. Okay, so on the grant budget, is there any other questions? Okay. Then I'm gonna move to new business. We have a regional calendar from 2021. And I think, Bill, when did they vote on this?
So you see in your packet, you've got the calendar, and then you'll see behind the calendar is the statute. So I have to vote amongst all the feeding superintendents into the Wyndham Regional Career Center for a regional calendar. It has kind of been a non-issue for the 3 years that I've been because there hasn't been any dramatic changes to the calendar. But this year, the proposed calendar from the Career Center includes a changing of the February holiday week from President's Week to the week after. And so I need advice from the board on how to vote. I'm one of 5 votes. So the Career Center is for this, and we have 4 other votes that will determine what the regional calendar is. The other vacations and days are an alignment with the past. The most important are matching the 3 days in Thanksgiving the days during December holiday, the days during February holiday, and the days during April holiday. There can be flexibility with different professional development days, but those four major need to be in alignment so that the Career Center is serving all similar calendars. So this is the first time it's been different. So.
What happened to Veterans Day?
Oh, hey.
So those are individual decisions by individual districts.
Okay, so Ken, you can go second after Emily.
So, this is then in alignment with what our Regional Career Center wants to do. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, we have done this before. We've gone back and forth over the years, and I think it's really important that we all recognize that we haven't always had it on the week of President's Week. We've often done it to link it, frankly, to town meeting break as well, to lengthen the time, which this is doing. So this isn't outside of what we've done in the past.
It's just different from the 3 years that since I have been
Got it.
superintendent, so I thought it was highly important for.
Got it,
This is-
and I'll just make one, that was my question, making sure that we all understand that.
No.
I have been, over the many years, heard an awful lot of comments about which week we should do it, and frankly, when we've moved it to President's Week is when I mean, you guys all may be different, but I hear a lot more negative around that than having it this way. So, that's just a comment from, anecdotally, from what I've heard over the years. I don't know what anybody else feels.
Ken?
Well, I agree with Emily there. We used to have it there and go back right after town meeting, which worked out perfect. And I don't know why they changed it, but they did, and it goes back and forth. And it's funny because it actually, most of schools in the area and over across the border there are all next week. And for some of us who have families that have, grandchildren over on the other side, we'd like to spend some time with them too. But anyway, Veterans Day. We used to have Veterans Day off years ago. All of a sudden, we don't have Veterans Day off the last so many years, and I'm just wondering why. I'll represent the veterans from the district, okay?
Yeah.
I have no evidence as to why that was made, but those individual dates can be done at the district level. So since you are on the West River Board, I'd be happy to put it on the agenda for the February 24th for that particular day.
So just a quick comment for people to think about too is, when we switched, we have a couple times gone against the Wyndham Regional calendar. And the problem with that is when parents realize that, parents have kids at the high school and the Career Center and in our schools, they get really ugly because then they get no time off because, they have to be around for the week that we're in session and then be around for the week the Career Center's in session. And the other thing is we can send Bill down with explicit instructions to vote against and do everything he can, but he's one of 5 or one of 6?
One of 5.
One of 5. So unless he, takes some backup, maybe Ken and some other veterans, he may not be able to do it for us anyways. But it seems as though, is there any other comments on that? Yes.
I don't have the piece of paper, so are you talking about changing?
I have.
Changing from
February vacation.
February vacation. Are you talking about it not being next week?
It would be the week after next year.
Next year.
So, just so we remember that that probably conflicts with kids who work at Stratton and count on that week to earn some money.
And Mount Snow.
And Mount Snow.
We've gotten beat up for that before
Yeah.
too. Any other comments? So what do you folks wish? Do you wish Bill to go down with the ship, or do you wish him to just march along? Somebody tell me.
I support this.
Yeah, I
Calendar.
support this
Okay.
as well.
Me too.
Straw poll, is there anybody who doesn't support Bill to approve this? Okay, Bill, you've got your marching orders. If you need backup, make sure you call Ken.
Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, so, number 5, weighting study. So, if you like to kill trees, you can go online And here's a report, pupil weighting factors report. It's really big, but I can't do the computer. I have to see it in paper and read it in paper. So it's here if anybody'd like to look at it. There's like a 5 or 11-page executive summary, and it's very good. And basically, it's something that in our area, Ann Manwaring was a representative for Wilmington for a while. She had been trying to get something similar to this done. And then Laura, when she became a representative, she really fought for this. And even before, the town of Dover used to support or have a lobbyist and a person working with us to try to get some changes to education finance. And this was, we had some other studies done that we turned over to the legislature. But this is the first time the state actually had a report done. And if anybody didn't get a chance to read it, I'm going to put Laura on the spot and just ask her to give us a brief summary of it. And the reason I asked to have this meeting, and I did check with the officers, was one of the thoughts is if everybody's in agreement, I'd like for Wyndham Central to write a letter to the legislators supporting that they enact this study, or at least review it and allow us to testify, any of us that want to testify. Just so you all know too, though, it's not great for every school. Every town does not win in this, but I think it's part. Yes, they do. But I think it's a fairly good study. So you.
I just want to flesh out your request. I completely agree, Rich. As I understand it, Laura has actually sponsored, I think, 4 pieces of legislation around this. And so I think if we do write a letter, we should write it in support of not only the concept, but these particular pieces of legislation. And I want to point out, too, that as your regional representative to the School Boards Association, we have a meeting on Wednesday, and if that could possibly be done, or at least the action taken around that by Wednesday, I'd like to present it there as well. So yes.
So let's keep that in mind while we'll let Laura present the study. If there's any questions, if there's anybody in the audience that has some questions, Laura's pretty well versed in it, and then we'll have some discussion and decide what we want to do.
So I do want to just, thanks, Rich. I don't know how much time you want me to take, and I will try to be brief.
We're going to be out of here at 7.
Perfect, because dinner is looking good once we get to it. I do want to note that Kelly Paella, who's here, Representative Kelly Paella, Carolyn Partridge.
Well, we've saved you a seat up here, Kelly.
Sorry, Kelly.
We're going to put you on the spot.
And John Gannon have sponsored that legislation, and I want to be very clear to note that we have been talking with and keeping Emily apprised of all of this, and she is very much aware and working with us.
And Carolyn also, isn't
Is
she?
that a fair characterization? Thank you. Okay. Carolyn, if I didn't say Carolyn.
Yeah.
You did.
Oh, she did, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Does everybody understand? Does everybody understand the weights and why it matters?
Does everybody in the audience understand the weights?
And why it matters? So.
But the people watching might not know.
Okay, so very briefly, with that, let's see if it's briefly. Very briefly with Act 60 and the requirement, to fix our education system so that we were providing substantially equitable opportunity for all of our kids. The legislature put in place a mechanism, statewide education property tax, as everyone knows, and the equity. The measure of equity, and feel free, anybody, to jump in and correct me if I go astray. Was really per pupil spending, and we figure out per pupil spending by total number. How much are we spending? How many kids do we have? We acknowledged, or prior to Act 60, there was an acknowledgement that some students cost more to educate, and so they were weighted differently. They were weighted. As more than one, and that was high school. There was some special ed and some ESL. Yes.
Weight, it's not dollars.
Weight is number of students. So, if we have a classroom of 10 You know, if it's 10 middle school students with no special needs, they're all English language learners, no one is in poverty, you know, that's 10 kids. You know, when we start talking about kids with special needs or English language needs, or as this study has indicated, kids in areas with low population density or high poverty, you start saying that child's gonna cost more to educate, and therefore we need to count that child as more. The weights are important because the construct that we have, well, it just, that's how we deal with students that cost more to educate.
Can I just add one piece
Please
about
do.
that? The one time that I remember that a weight changed, the weighting schedule was in place for a really long time, but there was a change made in 2020.
For high school.
I can't remember the date, for high school, and it went from 1.25 down to 1.13. And at the time, and I'm pretty sure Laura remembers it as well, but I was sitting on the Leland and Gray High School board, and I felt pretty concerned about the loss of having, you know. So I asked why, over and over and over. How did you come to 1.13? And I, at the time, never got an answer.
I'm sure
for
it was
that. There was no,
I shouldn't
well, I
describe
didn't actually say that, but it felt like that. There was no real metrics that they based it on.
It felt like it was a means of dealing with
Back of
property
envelope,
taxes.
right.
Yeah. So we have been pushing, as Rich said, for years, saying that it just does not, and we've had these discussions here, it does not cost the same to educate every student everywhere. And you know, the very basic example that we give, or that I will give to other legislators, you know, if you have a classroom of 10, and you have a classroom of 20, and all things are equal with those students, and we're aiming for per pupil spending, legislatively, we're trying to get everybody aimed in the same direction, and it's, say, $10,000 per pupil. This classroom of 10 students has $100,000, this classroom of 20 students has $200,000. If they have good school boards in each one of those classrooms, which I'm certain that they do, they are spending those dollars to purchase as much high-quality education as they can for their kids. And what it means is, over here, they're buying more opportunity for their kids. And when all the residents get cranky and say, you're spending too much, we push down on per pupil spending, the penalties, the excess spending penalties, and we say, all right, guys, we really only want you spending $9,000 per pupil. Now you have $90,000 here and $180,000 here, and that's starting to hurt for these kids. And you know, maybe their school board's saying we have to spend more, and now you're seeing tax impacts there, or maybe your school board's not saying spend more. You know, one way or the other, you've got taxpayers or kids getting hurt over here. We're still probably pretty good with $180,000 over here with these 20 kids. So they're seeing a tax benefit and more opportunity. This weighting study, you know, we've been pushing for years and years and years. And actually, Oliver Olson, preceding Kelly, you know, I can remember him speaking on the floor and talking about the differences in opportunities amongst high schools and alluding to this. This study,
Oliver Collin.
yeah, yeah, probably not. I think the Education Committee, and I think you probably were still on it at that time, we were fortunate enough that the chair really wanted to push on the poverty rate. Really wanted to, Dave Sharp at the time, push on that. And we took a look at all of the weights, with the exception of pre-K. And this study, I'm so ecstatic, you know, with the quality of work that was done, the breadth of information that they considered across the nation, and you know, they've come back with recommendations basically saying the weights that we have, they're historical artifacts, there's no basis for them, and you know, I can see you laughing, but and it's sort of funny, but actually it makes me really angry, because not a lot of people, but some people have known this for a very long time, and a lot of kids got hurt, and taxpayers have been hurt as well. I'm sorry, Al, I'm not meaning, but I'm telling you, I'm really feeling the, injustice in this a lot. So there are,
And on that too, one of the things is, it's been going on for 20 years, so when Leland and Gray started saying, okay, we either gonna give our kids more opportunity, or we're gonna fix the building, we gave kids opportunity. Every school's done that. But that 20 years of not doing it, a project that 20 years ago would have cost, $1 million, now gonna cost you 10 million. And it doesn't get better just because, we can't close our eyes to it. And that's one of the problems. It just keeps compounding itself too. And that was one of the reasons of why I really wanted to do something, because I thought it would be important for this legislative session to do something, because we can't just kick the can down the road again. It's been getting kicked for a long time, and it's time to really, bite the bullet and do what's right and do what's proper.
I think it's important to use the term that they used in the study. There was no empirical evidence to back up the weights as they were in place, as they are in place today. They searched for it, couldn't find it, no empirical evidence.
So there are weights. There are now recommended weights, looking at adding a new weight for, and I can't get to the chart, but presumably you all have it. A middle school weight, adding a rurality, and contemplating a small school, and a very dramatic, as I'm sure you've all seen, increased weight for poverty, EL and ELL. Did I hit them all? Okay, thank you. So, I want to have that sitting down. Thanks.
Did you mention rurality?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the first
Yes.
big one.
Yeah. Oh, I have that. Thank you. So the weights have been moved forward. Some things that are curious and interesting to know. So this is the second year of a legislative biennium, and that means there was a lot of legislation that was introduced last year that probably will never be acted on. We put in place, the legislature put in place some mechanisms to, really try and manage that this year, meaning that you had to introduce full, long form bills. When was it, Emily?
January 15th?
No, before then.
December.
Oh,
For drafting.
For drafting was December.
Yeah, December.
In December.
So you can introduce a short form bill at any time. A short form bill, and that's what we have introduced, are just, it's a notion. And the committees can then decide if they want to take that up and flesh it out, or add that language in, but it's a means of putting forward ideas. The ideas that we have put forward are to implement the weights this year, to not make any changes to the education financing system until the General Assembly has fully considered and acted upon the weighting study. It doesn't mean they have to put in what's there, but they have to take testimony, consider it, do all of that. And then the other two are, one is to do a look back to 2000 to 2018. 2000 is the fourth year of implementation for Act 60. Act 60 rolled in over 4 years. So looking at 2000 to 2018 and asking JFO or AOE to quantify the cost and lost student opportunity in those 18 years. And then the other is asking AOE or JFO to look back from 2000 to 2018 and to quantify the amount of excess dollars that some districts accessed and the penalty that other districts have been in because the system has been unfair. The reality on the ground, there's a couple of pieces. I've been told that Education Finance has moved back to Ways and Means. For a number of years it was in the Education Committee in the House. I've also been told that this bill needs to start in the Senate. Senator Baruth has told me he intends to try and act on it, you know, you have to look at how many senators want to move this bill forward. The Secretary of Education testified in the House Ways and Means that this had been done. It points to a pretty significant inequity, an existing inequity for our students, and that the current weights are outdated and they do not represent current educational circumstances or cost. In particular, the variation between the poverty weight as compared to the poverty weight determined through the analysis of the report suggests immediate action by the General Assembly is necessary to address a significant equity concern in the current education funding system. I was standing behind him while he said this to the Ways and Means Committee, and he said he could see no justification for waiting. AITING.
Delay.
Delay. Nonetheless, and so the other piece of information is the Joint Fiscal Office. 2018 was before all of the Act 46 mergers were in place, and so JFO, Joint Fiscal Office, has been running the numbers for 2020. And I think it's their belief that, I don't know if those have
Have not been across my desk.
Okay. So I believe those, I'm not sure, but I believe those are posted on the Joint Fiscal Office website. And I haven't had a chance to review their memo that goes with that. I think it's their understanding that there are more winners and less losers. Losers being people whose taxes will go up if they continue spending the way that they are.
Good.
So I think that's it. The one thing that I would say, and I said it very clearly, we had a meeting in Dover pretty quickly to let folks know this had happened, this is happening. We are pushing really hard for action this year. It's my intention to push at every single opportunity to bring this forward and try and get some relief. It's my expectation. They're trying right now to roll it in over several years, which makes sense. You know, if my town was looking at a 60-cent tax increase, I'd be, yeah, right, I'd be looking for rolling it in for the increases, but not for the relief. And so, you know, we're looking for the people who are, you know, not able to access the funding that is necessary for their kids. So looking at ways to deal with that. If the legislature, it is my opinion, if the legislature does not act on it this year, school districts who are not properly weighted and who are not able to access appropriate funding without tax penalty, I believe you should get an attorney. So, and you should fight that. I think it's unconstitutional what's going on. So.
Okay, so are there any comments from the board first, then questions, comments from the board, and then we'll take questions, comments from the public?
I was going to make a motion. Is it inappropriate to have something on the floor before we start this discussion? Would you rather do that or wait till we're done with the discussion?
What do you guys think? Do we want to discuss it, or do we want to have a motion to discuss?
Have a motion to discuss.
Okay. The only one commented.
I mean, basically, the motion is just that we're going to support these things here, so I don't think the motion takes us outside of any of the realm of the discussion of the topic. But here's my motion, subject to approval by everybody. I make a motion that the WCSU board supports legislation being put forward by Representatives Sibilia, Payala, Gannon, et al. I'm not sure who all of the sponsors are. In the Vermont House relative to the recently finished pupil weighting factor report that would implement the recommendations of this report for schools in Vermont, and asks the chair to write a letter to the legislature to this effect.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, Ken seconds it. Don't worry about trying to type it. He'll give it to you, right. Okay, did everybody hear the motion okay? Okay. So is there discussion?
You want a second first?
No, we did. Ken seconded. So a couple things I took away from Laura's comments that I would want to include in the letter, and just make sure that this is good with you folks, is that we want them to implement the weights this year. No change in school financing until the full legislature gets to review the study and discuss it. That they look back between 2000 and 2018 for the lost opportunities, student opportunities, and quantify excessive dollars spent and penalty dollars received or spent by districts that were in the penalty, and that we want to make sure we address we want to address the Senate Ed, we want to address our senators,
Yes.
our representatives, House Ed,
House Ways and Means.
yep, and then Senate,
Finance.
House Ways and Means,
Yes.
Senate Finance.
The Senate Pro Tem,
Senate Pro Tem and
the
Speaker.
And I would also send it to.
Hang on, well, do we also want to talk about no justification for waiting and relief is immediate?
No justification for, waiting.
Delay.
For waiting. The other waiting. Not having it. And then joint, so we want to do the Senate Pro Tem and the Speaker of the House, and was there?
I would recommend AOE. And I think you should discuss whether or not you want to send it to the School Boards Association and the Superintendent's Association.
I was gonna say, probably the special educators, 'cause that's a pretty big piece of it.
Huge.
And the Principals Association, keep them informed as well.
There you go.
Do the Bs.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
What's the timeline on this, like, that you would expect that they would?
Can you repeat it so?
What is the timeline for this?
It's not your fault.
So a couple of things to know, which is the legislature can move on a dime if they are so inclined. This is very impactful, and so it's not gonna move on a dime. The Senate needs to move something out before crossover, which, Emily, do you know when crossover is?
Yeah, but I have to pull up my calendar because we just decided on it. Did we actually both vote on it?
I don't know.
We did.
It's
crossover is-
mid-March.
It's right after town meeting.
So they would have to make a move on this by that point.
Theoretically. So the Rules Committee, there's a Rules Committee in the Senate, there's a Rules Committee in the House. The Senate, at this point, they'll need to do something around rules if they were to put in a bill, or they'll need to put it in a bill that's moving because their deadline for committee bills has passed.
It's the 13th.
13th. The 13th. Tentatively, there is a public information session on March 11th up at the State House as well, tentatively.
I was just gonna say for financial crossover is a week later, but it has to be impacting things that were in the budget or revenue.
Yeah.
Well, we usually
revenue
have
would
an
be-
extra week.
So, things that I think are really important right now, your senators need to hear from you respectfully. They need to feel your sense of urgency so that they can convey that to the Senate. We all need to hear from you, please copy all of us if you're reaching out, and we need more voices. So the Northeast Kingdom and this district have already kind of been pinpointed as, they're up in arms. So, that's where the SBA and all the others could be really helpful. So.
So, yes, we will definitely, it'll have to be urgent. I want to do it from Wyndham Central because I think it represents a broad group, but that does not keep any individual board member, especially those of you that have students or family members in one of the school systems, to also write letters. And it doesn't keep other boards from writing letters too, individual like the Marlboro board. But the more letters we got, and it seems like if we could say, hey, we're representing a whole district, a whole area, that it would carry a little more weight, so.
Sorry, I have one more thing, Richard, which
Okay.
is, I would ask if you are able to, I would ask to testify.
I'm gonna put it in the
And
letter.
ask for your students to be able to testify, or your parents or your taxpayers to be able to testify, if you're able to do it.
So I have a procedural question here. I think we're insanely lucky to be represented by so many members of the legislature here at these school meetings. Of the 4 pieces of legislation, 2 are moving forward and 2 are looking back, it sounds to me. Do you feel that the second 2 jeopardize the first 2 in any way? Because I do wonder that. Are there people going to say, I would have supported them if we were just going forward, but because you're sort of asking to look back at who was harmed in the past, I don't know. You
So
don't understand the question.
910 and 912 are the 2 that are looking forward. 911 and 913 are an expression of hoping to get people's attention to the gravity and size of the injustice that's being done. I don't actually hold out a lot of hope that government resources will be expended to quantify that.
Okay, Al.
Speaking of the gravity and the size, this is kind of to Bill. Lori last time indicated that the red board, or our budget, we would see approximately 60 equalized pupils. That's huge. That's humongous, and it would drop us below the threshold. I mean, that's right now.
No, it would not.
I'm sorry?
She said it wouldn't.
Really? It wouldn't?
Yeah, you're 923,000 away from the threshold. This would only be about 600,000 plus.
It's
So
still
if
huge.
enacted, based on the FY18 modeling that you have in front of you, but not the FY20 modeling,
Right.
which is being done in the joint fiscal office.
Okay, so 600,000 would represent about 12 cents on the
Oh, it's a big deal.
tax.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
So if Bill passed out on the back of the agenda sheets, and I'm just picking one, Appendix C, Simulation A-2. Brookline unfortunately sees a 4-cent increase. But Jamaica sees a 39-cent decrease. Newfane sees a 22-cent decrease. 29-cent decrease for Townsend, Leland and Gray, 11 cents.
Where are you? I'm sorry.
This was attached to the,
So
there's
Richard,
several of them.
Richard, I want to make sure, because there are a number of different simulations here.
Right, that's why I said
There are
I'm
some
just,
variables
yeah.
that the legislature needs to discuss.
Right, but from looking at these,
They're
the
close,
difference
though.
is, 2 to 4 cents, so that's
Yeah.
why I'm taking,
Right.
I'm taking the one that shows the biggest variances
Yeah.
that I can see, and then, Leland Gray's 11 cents, Dover goes up 4, Wardsboro goes down 17, Marlboro goes down 21, Wyndham goes down 29, and Stratton is the big winner, they go up 64.
I have another thing to say.
Yes.
Sorry, it's actually kind of important. So
Okay,
one
go
of,
and then we gotta take questions from the audience.
one of the pushbacks on this that I've heard from analysts and Ledge Council, and they say it in the study themselves, is that there's no way of knowing what a town like, I will say a town not in the supervisory union, but that I represent, what a town like Reedsboro would do with a 40-cent decrease in their tax rate in 2018. Would they have purchased more opportunity for their students, or they have pocketed the tax savings? And in fact, when I testified in House Education, there was a lot of concern expressed about that and whether or not I would support mandating that they use that to purchase opportunity for their students. I want you all to listen very carefully to me. That is happening right now on the other end, where people are over accessing resources based on incorrect weights. And schools that are over accessing resources are making choices to either purchase more opportunity for their students or save their taxes. And so if you are confronted with that, I hope you will push back on it. It's also a justification for dealing with this issue immediately.
But it also allows the public to make that decision when they go to school district meeting. They can say, hey, look, we're willing to accept a 2-cent increase or a 10% or increase in the, or whatever that number is, and they get to I mean, that was part of all about Act 60. The state wasn't gonna just give you a pot of money, you got to
Yeah, but
make
that is Act
decisions.
60, and you're not creating that situation by enacting these weights. That situation already exists.
Right.
Can I follow up on that? And I know I'm probably just stating the obvious, but I want to make sure everybody understands. This is about tax rates. This is about tax rates and what
you can buy.
You feel that your voters in your district can support based on tax rates. So if for example, at the West River District, we're over the excess spending threshold, if we, and we're still, the reason we're over is because we have made decisions about the spending plan that we have here, providing the education that we believe supports those values that we have behind us. And our tax rate is, our tax rates are higher because of our decisions around that spending. If there's a change in weighting that Laura's been describing, we will be able to see either a reduction, significant reduction in our tax rates in our communities, most of them, they're all different. Or we can say, hey, this is an opportunity for us to maybe both lower our tax rate and to put the money into something that we've been deferring for quite some time. And I think you can duplicate that in every single district around the state in one way or another, either going up or going down. But I think it's just really important that people understand decisions are still made locally on your spending plans based on your values and what you think the voters in your school district will support for that education. And I just think it's really important we keep that in mind. And so decisions are still made locally around it.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Stratton.
You know, talk to have him, Ken. Ken's very loud.
I can hear
Joe.
him.
Ken's
on that.
I'm sorry.
Ken is loud, but Joe's loud enough.
Just tell her. She's got laryngitis awful.
I know.
From Stratton.
Yeah, she's from Stratton.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so before I totally freak out.
Yeah.
We have been told repeatedly that we will work for us as well. And
No, I mean, based on these numbers.
well, no, but what I'm wondering is, because of the years that were when we had an incredible anomaly happen right around this time. So maybe this isn't necessarily representative of what would happen overall for Stratton. Is that an accurate?
So there are FY20 numbers. I think they need to be looked at. This is not what you will see. There's, of course, there will be an immediate impact. There is the opportunity to see some spending maybe come down, because what is the effect of what is happening here are large, wealthy towns without a lot of poverty have been seriously overspending, and that is actually where most of our spending is in the state.
Right, but Stratton's current situation is compounded by 2 years of unanticipated students and being above, significantly above the excess spending threshold.
Right.
And so that's why that number looks so scary.
You're not the only
However,
one.
since you're a non-operating district, I think your numbers function somewhat differently than an operating school district.
Because I like my hair, I don't want to get scalped.
Oh, it's not bad. It happened to a
But
couple of us.
But I think if this is going to be addressed, you have to look at, right, you have to look at what this does to non-operating districts and see how they function within the funding formula.
That maybe not has been as discussed.
Right, and,
Well, there are some non-operators who go down as well. So, I mean, we have to.
That's true.
Yeah.
right.
So,
And Winhall goes up, not quite as significantly, but also significantly. So, you know, and I know the two towns have had kind of mirroring challenges over the last couple of years, so.
So we haven't given the audience a chance, so if, go ahead and then
I just had one question. Is this gonna do anything with the hold harmless? Because we can't go, like, even if this was implemented today, we wouldn't see these declines because we're held to the, can't go down by, up or down by more than 5% because we merged. Right?
so the legislature can turn things around on a dime, which is great. It's terrifying. So.
So
I mean,
would
I
this
think-
be would your legislation be outside of that, like, so that it could go down, like it went down 29 cents, it could happen
That
and not be
probably have to
limited
be
by
addressed.
how much it could fall?
I think we have to flesh all of that out by taking the bills up and working on them, as well as the, different, you have all these different scenarios because there are some, options to discuss.
So when Act 60 was phased in, what they did was, they said schools that are going up are only gonna increase so much percentage. Like in Dover, we would go up to this certain tax rate that we were below. And then the following year, we would go up to this other tax rate, whether you spent that much or not. And other schools were getting some of that money, but it didn't fully implement for 3 years or 4 years. And I think that was one of the things Laura was talking about, is they're looking at, so maybe not the schools that are coming down that would see an increase that would be phased in, but, one of the things they're arguing for is those schools that really need help. We can't wait another 4 years to phase it in. We've waited 20 years, let's
Right,
move.
I was talking about the Act 46, right, where
Yes, you are.
they can't go up or down by,
Right.
yeah.
Which phases out eventually.
Right.
Before you go to them, can I just ask?
Yes, but we're gonna run out of time.
I know, but I'm just, Laura, am I right that all 4 of those bills went to the House Ed?
Even though House Education
So I
is
wanna
not
just
dealing with finance.
clarify that House Education was given, in the 4 years that I sat on it, was given the duty of looking at finance as well. That was removed from them during this biennium. But I would say that House Ed never operated in even those 4 years dealing with ed finance. It was always in conjunction with Ways and Means. So these did get sent to House Ed, and that's a decision that gets made, but I'm not sure what action is going to be taken in House Ed. And here's my second piece to this. You may have an update for me or for all of us, but the Senate Ed Committee has had more conversations around this, I think, than the House. They've taken more steps and showing more action. Would you say that that's a fair assessment?
I would say that that's a fair assessment.
But you don't see any path yet.
So last weekend, I sent a letter to, we sent a letter to the speaker and the pro tem, saying it needs to happen this year. Saw this pro tem last Tuesday, and he said, we're running the FY20 numbers, and then we're gonna start talking about, seeing if there's the will to move. And you can check back in next week, which is tomorrow, which I will be doing.
So it could start in the House or the Senate, which is important that the motion gets sent to all both.
But everybody's saying it's gonna start in the Senate. It has to go to both.
Yeah, I just think it's really important.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a couple comments. Patty Dixon from Jamaica. First of all, everybody should write to all of these people, and you can find all their information online. I wrote a letter and sent it to Ways and Means, Finance, Senate, House, everybody. And everybody should, and I got responses from some people too. And my understanding of, I think it was from the executive summary, was the idea is more a redistribution of the original money that's always been there or always been sent, but it's meant to redistribute it more fairly to the places that really need it. Not necessarily to save money on your taxes, not necessarily, the purpose is to make things right, that we have all just agonized about every budget season. It's just, I'm sorry.
Don't get me going.
No, I know.
Okay.
It's divided boards, it's divided communities, it's just been horrific, and everything we try doesn't work. It just, very long time coming.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to comment quick on that?
Do you want me to mention
Yeah.
that? I just think it's also really important to understand that this isn't actual dollars that come into our district. This is buying capacity through tax rates. So when you say sending money, that's actually not true. It's not, and I'm not trying to correct you, I'm just trying to say, people need to make sure they totally understand what this means. It's not actual dollars being sent to your district from the state. It's buying capacity through tax rates. It's reducing or raising
It allows
tax
us
rates
to spend more.
Right.
without impacting our tax rates.
Impacting our tax rates.
Right. Just one minute.
Yeah.
Any other comments from the, go ahead.
I guess Gerald Julian, CSA from Newfane. And so I think when you were listing the items that influence the weighting, you mentioned rurality. So, because one of the issues that I always feel like down here, we should get some kind of a special consideration when we go over our threshold, and then we're penalized because we've gone over our threshold, but we're the second largest geographic education district in the whole state. And so yes, we have, even though we have a small population, we're traveling many, many miles. And so therefore, there should be some kind of consideration for that, that we still, you know, just because our student population lives all over the place and we have to get them to school. So I was looking at the figures here, it's almost $400,000 for transportation. That's quite a bit, and influences how much of that, a percentage of that then is figured into the equalized pupil spending, then we're going over our budget, then we're getting penalized. So how does that fit into there? Can we get some kind of relief?
So that is part of the argument that we made for having the weighting study done. And there is a weight in here that recognizes that rurality.
So we have to wait for these decisions to be made. I mean, just in the last few weeks when we've had our meetings here and having to cut, and we can't cut anymore.
So,
and yet our miles aren't changing. We still are educating the same number of students who live in the same spread out district.
I will just say to you, I would encourage you, cannot wait for people to understand your pain or to do the right thing. We need you to help. We need you to be articulate about what you are facing, and we need you to work with your boards to be articulate about what you are facing and to communicate that. We need everybody.
Any other comments from the public? Drew? No? Anything as a board member?
No, I support the action that was called in motion, and I second the call to put in there that we will testify, parents will testify, board members, we will all march up and testify.
Well, drive is a long march. Go ahead now.
It's a long drive.
And then Ken.
Yeah.
Pardon, Ken?
Everybody done speaking up
No,
here?
Al wants to speak, and then I'll get you, and then we'll vote.
Just following on to what you said, so is it fair to say that the excess spending threshold is really kind of a compounding of the inequity? I mean, loan sharks don't charge you 100% on penalties.
Right.
It's
Continues to be pushed back on the excess spending threshold from all angles.
Yeah.
right. So I'm just thinking, if we were not able to push this legislation through, at the very least, if we can knock that out.
So that was a
The excess
suggestion that I made to the education committee. We were there, you know, like, I understand that you may need to roll this in, you know, because of, you know, the shock factor for places that are looking at tax increases. And, you know, I encourage them to look for then one-time dollars or something to help us, or look at the excess spending. And, you know, we've been hearing some good ideas about, you know, ways to do that.
Yeah, because you're not taking it away from anybody else at that point.
Yeah.
No, but your excess money's going to
Well,
other places.
one of the other notions that is being put out there, that at this point I've heard nothing to help me not be alarmed by this, is the notion of doing categorical grants instead of adjusting the weights. And so if you don't adjust the weights, you keep the inequity in place, and you put some, you know, temporary, you know, will into categorical grants, which is simply going to increase education spending, which I'm sure none of our voters or your constituents will, you know, weigh in with you
It's
about.
also not adjusting what's wrong.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, Ken.
But it allows
Look.
you not to have to make
I was
difficult
gonna call the question.
decisions.
Okay, well, we don't have to call a question. You guys ready to vote? That's one less vote.
So I have a question. I'd be willing to revise this if my second will go along with it. Instead of saying this clause relative to the recently finished pupil weighting factor report. Instead of that, mention House 910, 911, 912, and 913, or maybe leave them both in
No,
there.
just, but that's okay, because you said it.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be in there. It just, I don't think we have to, I can reference it in the letter without you having to change
Okay.
your motion.
Okay, unless you feel that the motion would be more
I
more
think,
effective.
No, I don't.
Okay, all right,
Unless he puts
so,
it in.
yeah, I'll make sure I put it in, and you know what? I'll shoot it over to you, and you can look at it.
okay, sounds good. And do you
Okay.
want me to reread as,
I don't think so. Do we need to reread the motion, or is everybody okay? Okay, so if you're ready to vote, all those in favor of the motion from our gentleman on the left, signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I
Oh.
feel like I might need to oppose just because this is glaringly awful for the town.
Okay.
But I don't know if I should do that.
Well, it's up to you. You need to
It's
make a
okay.
decision.
Yeah, it's okay. So I think I have to oppose.
Okay, so we have one opposing. So the motion carries almost unanimously. Thank you, folks. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for your input. We really appreciate it. It's really nice to see you here. And then if you have any questions, send her an email. She'll tell you who to write to. She'll give you everything you need. So hang on, we're not done yet, folks. We're not done yet. Okay, we have a contractual, yes. Yeah, you can leave. So we have a fairly quick contractual issue, and we will make a decision after the executive session. So I need to have a motion for an executive session for contractual issues.
So moved.
Okay, so Joe moved it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. Mike. It's not about this.
No, no.
Oh, it's just contract.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. Rick.
And I will make a motion to instruct the chair to sign the contracts for Christopher Medina, Director of Operations.
For the email. Email.
Oh, the amount, okay. In the amount of $77,344 for fiscal year 2021.
Oh, say that slowly.
We'll give it to you in a minute.
Okay.
No,
Would you like
we'll
it
give
slower,
to him
Peter?
in a minute. We'll hand them to him.
Okay, great. Director of Finance Lori Garland in the amount of $104,310 for the year 2020 through 2021. For Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment, Jen McCusick, in the amount of $106,339 for the year 2020 through 2021. And finally, for the Director of Special Education, Stephanie Beatty Hancock, in the amount of $101,274 for 1 year, 2020 through 2021.
102, 274.
Yeah, we'll give them to you in a minute, Peter.
$101,274.
Okay, second?
Second it.
Okay, Dan seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, we are good to go. So our next meeting is April 1st. Good luck at your school district meetings, folks. And I'll entertain a motion to leave.
You're not done yet?
So moved. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, got a motion adjourned by Mike, and somebody else is so moved. Leanne seconded it, and all those who are in favor say, let's go. Okay.
Welcome, everybody. This evening, we don't have a whole heck of a lot on our agenda outside of the panel cost and funding options. So we are going to get started. So I will work from my left side, starting with Chris Campney. Introduction of the panelists, please.
Chris Campney, Wyndham Regional Commission.
Laura Sibilia, representative from the House Energy and Technology Committee.
Sarah Coffey, I'm a representative for Wyndham 1, Vernon and Guilford, but I'm here as a citizen appointee by the Speaker of the House.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee by Senator Pro Tem Timash.
Bob Leach, appointed by the governor. Josh Unruh, chair, appointed by the governor.
Madeline Arms, Town of Vernon.
June Tierney, Commissioner, Department of Public Service.
Bill Irwin, representing the Agency of Human Services. I work for the Vermont Department of Health.
Corey Daniels with North Star.
David Pearson, North Star.
And we have two people on the phone.
I'll go first. Bob Gustafson, State of New Hampshire, appointed by the governor to represent the 6 communities in New Hampshire that were part of the EPZ.
Second person on the phone. Let's hear from you. Who is it?
It's Commissioner Emily Boddicker.
Tony, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, excellent. Emily Bodecker, Commissioner, Department of Environmental Conservation.
Okay. Let's take a review and I'll entertain the motion to approve the minutes from January 2020.
Mr. Chair, just as it was a snafu, but we do not have printouts of the meeting minutes this evening. They are available online. I don't know if anyone has had opportunity to review them.
Seeing that there's nobody jumping at the chance to review and approve January 2020, maybe we will move those to the next meeting for approval. Is the panel happy with that?
I think it's fine.
Okay, great. So we will begin our discussion on the panel operating cost and potential funding options. I will open up the floor to Representative Sibilia and Coffey, as they have an option for us in this respect, and then I will turn it over to Commissioner Tierney to give her option as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think all of the members received, and I think it's posted, a letter talking about what Representative Coffey and I have done, as well as a draft discussion proposal for some potential funding. I think pretty simply, we went out to gather more information about what was possible, what opinions, informed opinions, might consider as possible. We did speak with North Star. We also spoke with members from the Institute for Nuclear Host Communities, which is an organization that started out of this region and thinks about local and regional impacts. And in doing that, we put together gleaning from what we've heard from the handicap committee, some possible, and North Star, some possible activities that might be helpful to the panel. Those would include looking at having a dedicated communications staffer, so having the panel having the ability to communicate through press releases, etc. Some dedicated support, administrative support for the panel. as well as we have heard notion of the cost associated for citizen participants, so a slight increase in a per diem. We've put that down for possible consideration, as well as some estimated costs. I think the commissioner, when she is able to review her costs, can update equipment needs costs. We did not anticipate, given the late status of where we are in this process with decommissioning, the need to bring additional experts here. I think that might have been instructive earlier on in the process, and it may in fact be something that other communities may want to consider. But at this point, it doesn't really seem that that's necessarily helpful. Folks that could help us, that have experience, probably can participate via phone, I would think, at this point. I think we have put together something that would envision it going as long as NDCAP is engaged in the process of decommissioning of the plant. And in our discussions, it seems that the current statute would already allows for the possible participation of North Star. I will tell you that the legislature has attorneys that can review different materials, and we do have a legislative attorney that is reviewing the possibilities here, but I hope folks will take our documents as a place to add some information and some knowledge from outside experts into how we might improve this process. We're happy for them to contribute to a better conversation and maybe a productive conversation this evening. And now I will let Representative Coffey very much improve what I've said.
I mean, I think everybody understands, but for the public, you might know, that understands the context for this funding proposal. It came from whether we needed to change language in statute. And just to give back up a step, is that in putting forward the changes to the statute regarding the composition of this panel, which had been the primary changes that the panel had recommended, the question came up about how do we fund this activity, and it's been a question that's come up because currently the Department of Public Service bears those costs, and so that's where this is coming from, and it's by no means seen as an end run around this panel process. It's just that we happen to be in the State House, and folks, some of the folks who work with North Star suggested that there might be a way to bring in funding that did not require a change to the statute. So really, we're bringing this here as we hope as a starting point for us to have a productive conversation about how to do it. So I look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts and also from the commissioner.
And I would add one more thing, if I may. So at the last meeting, we heard an idea about possibly just a straight up shift in financial accountability in the regulation from the department to North Star. And that, folks may recall, that felt a little like, wow, that seems like a pretty tall mountain to climb in terms of legislation. And that really was my motivation in terms of understanding what we could do in this legislative session, what was possible, readily possible. I think we certainly could change the language. I think that will be involved, and I think this panel will need to be pretty sure about what it is that they're trying to accomplish and how it is that they plan to engage in that process. Good.
So I'm going to open it up to the panel and specifically to Commissioner Tierney to make comments regarding the proposal that was brought forth by Representative Civilian Coffee, and how it varies from, you know, what you're looking at and how it would work within your department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to the panelists first. Do folks have a copy of the document that I provided online that summarizes costs? So folks do have that for discussion purposes tonight. I thought it might be useful to provide a little walkthrough of this, much as Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey just did, of the documents that they have put before us. I would begin first by thanking Representative Civilian and Representative Coffey for the efforts they've made in coming up with the information that they've provided. I find the $35,000 figure that you've identified instructive, and it's precisely that kind of spade work that this panel has been needing to do for some time in order to have a frank conversation about expectations as to what can and cannot be done realistically in the framework of this panel. I note Representative Sebelia's comment about the need for experts, and I think that too is instructive. That goes to the heart of the matter that has prompted my concern. I am very eager to hear from other panelists as to what their views are in terms of anticipating future needs, because it's that prospective need that has driven my concern about amending the statute if we're going to go forward with that kind of work using experts and the like. It is certainly a topic that's come up in the past on this panel, though earlier in my tenure, which I think predates a couple of the panel members we have here today, I started this work in January of 2017, and I should also note that at that time, my agency was running a deficit and had been running a deficit for a while. And this is something that I was only able to straighten out last legislative session, so that this year, for the first time, I actually have enough funding to pay for my agency's operations. That's huge, because as you can see from the document I've provided to you, the costs that the agency's been bearing over and above what I call the Section 1 costs are considerable. And I have had to think for some period of time now hard about what realistically that can come out of the department's budget in order to underwrite the activities of NDCAP. So turning to the document I provided to you, at the top on page 1 you see Section 1, and those are the nuts and bolts logistical costs of our meetings, things like the room that we're in tonight, the videography that we have, the notes that get produced afterwards, and the like. Those costs are not substantial in isolation, but I would just point out that in the year that I took over, they appear to have peaked at $11,000, and that followed several years of going upward. That cost curve was bent down a little bit thereafter, and then significantly in 2019, and this reflects the fact that the panel started meeting less frequently at that point, and so the costs came down. That will continue, I would expect, and so I think it's fair to say that the cost figure from 2019 is probably representative, just on the nuts and bolts. If you drop down to Section 2, this is the time cost of my agency devoted to NDCAP activities, and I might say that this is distinct from the other agencies in that under the existing statute for supporting NDCAP, it is the department that is assigned primary responsibility for doing all of the activities that the work of Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey would shift to an individual who is dedicated as a communications staffer under the control of NDCAP chair. So that's I would just highlight that most of the activities that have been identified in the what I'm going to call discussion draft proposal from we'll just leave it at that, the discussion draft proposal that Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey walked us through, those functions, while they may be reasonable and prudent for the panel to have the benefit of, right now by statute, those are all things that my agency is required to provide for the panel. So right there, you're looking at a statutory change if we're going to have somebody else do that, in my opinion. And I do not believe this is something that can be altered by MOU. In any case, as you can see looking at my document, the costs in my agency of providing support for handicap have been substantial. Just to give you some context, in the fall of 2018, I had to conduct a reduction in force where I had to release 5 positions in my agency. That $43,000 would have come in handy, or the $61,000 of time equivalency would have come in handy that we incurred for 2019. So this is not an inconsiderable issue for the department. Turning to Section 3, this is just to give you some insight into what preparation and attendance at these meetings alone costs. It comes to something like $14,000 for a year. These are costs that the agencies do not bill back to North Star, just as I do not bill back the Section 2 costs to North Star as well. In my judgment, reading the statute, I do not have the authority to bill back such costs right now to North Star, which is one of the reasons why I'm so keen to at least recover the logistical costs from Section 1 from North Star, as well as to clarify that the company would be responsible for any other costs that are incurred under Section 1700, I think it's A6G, meaning the experts and the contracting for services and the like. So on the bottom of page 2, you see just a snapshot of what the cost of handicap was in 2019. In my judgment, the $4,000 is something that North Star definitely should have been paying. I think there's a case to be made for the $61,000 in time costs that my agency spent, but I also think that there's a case to be made that that ought not necessarily to be billed back to North Star absent a different statutory change. And the $14,000, you know, I think there's an argument to be made for that being billed back to North Star as well, but that's not driving my concern at this point. What really drives my concern, to repeat myself, is if this panel is to make use of the option that is reserved to it under 18 VSA 17G6. This is on page 3. It's the middle statutory provision where I've underscored the language. In that section 6, it says hire experts, contract for services, provide materials and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. To be candid, and this is why I wanted to have the conversation with the panel, in my time as commissioner, this issue has not been forced because we've been preoccupied with reorganization, adapting to a new chair, trying to figure out what our issues would be. The settlement with North Star that resulted in the decommissioning process starting sooner than anybody expected was a real game changer. So this issue of where is this panel going and what resources does it need to get there has sort of been dormant under the surface. But we're there now because we're looking at amending the statute. As I have said at prior meetings, when you open a can of worms, which is what statutory amendment is, you are well served by getting it all done at once and not doing it piecemeal. And that is the spirit in which I came to this panel and said we need to have this conversation about expenses, which I've been trying to have for quite some time now. And I thank the panel for its patience and its willingness to convene tonight's meeting. I will also say that the process we've been through and the conversations that we've had have informed my thinking. I really do go back to Montpelier and reflect on what I hear here. It is never a meeting that I get over and then just go home and forget about, because I'm the commissioner of everybody, which is also the commissioner of this panel and the public that we serve. And it's incumbent on me to reflect on the things that I hear, so that while I respectfully have to disagree with the proposition that an MOU could be prepared that would allow Entergy to pay a certain amount that is fixed, in order to pay for these costs that I'm concerned about, I can recognize that there's a limit as to what can be achieved in any one legislative session. So I have heard what our legislative colleagues are saying about what realistically can be achieved. And from my own view, I have looked at the existing statute, and I have language that would amend the statute to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of the Department of Public Service, but I don't know that that would necessarily be to the satisfaction of this panel. And I'm happy to share that language with anyone who'd like to see it. But in a nutshell, what it says is North Star will bear the costs under 6G, and North Star will have an option of seeking review of the reasonableness of those costs from the PUC. And in the first instance, it would remain the Commissioner of the Department of Public Service who determines whether those costs are reasonable in the first case. So I do not see that as a complicated statutory amendment, but I do appreciate that I don't sit under the Golden Dome day in, day out, and I especially do not sit on House Energy Technology, so I must defer to Representative Sebella's judgment as to what the likelihood of success is in seeking an amendment of that kind. I do give you this notice, if you will. If I have to accept that we will not be amending the statute on this particular issue this year, notwithstanding the panel's vote last time around that we did want to shift costs to North Star, it is very likely that the department will seek this amendment in its own right next year with the proper timing, because it is, in my judgment, a matter that needs to be addressed in this fashion. Turning to the materials that Representative Coffey and Sebilla have provided, the reasons why I don't think the MOU route would work are as follows. Looking at the existing statute, I don't see any authority for NDCAP to be entering into contracts or directing actions that would result in an MOU. NDCAP has an advisory mission. The ability to contract or to otherwise make arrangements for logistical support is vested in my office. And I take that to mean is that I would have to be the one who acceded to an MOU. As you well understand, I have a regulatory supervisory relationship with North Star. It is a relationship that seeks a constructive dynamic, and I should hasten to add that in my judgment, the company has been a good faith partner in what it's doing here as a decommissioning company. But if things go wrong or if discipline is necessary, that originates in the first instance in my office. And so to put me in the position, or to put my successors in the position of also being a counterparty to a freely entered into MOU, in my judgment, is not tenable. And even if it were something that I was inclined to do, I have serious reservations about entering into an MOU or a contract that effectively displaces statutory responsibilities as presently enumerated for my office. In other words, I question whether I could enter into a contract that hires an individual to do things that the statute says my office is supposed to do. Footnote there, I would take from the proposal the suggestion that perhaps there are things that my office needs to improve by way of the services that it's providing to NDCAP. And that's certainly a conversation I'm willing to have with anyone at any time. But I do not think the solution realistically is to contract for them elsewhere. The language about there being the ability to enter into such an MOU because the statute provides that the funds for our activities shall come from the department's funds and quote, such other sources as may be or become available. In my judgment, it is not in scope such that it would permit the MOU contemplated here. I read that language to mean that if the NRC were to approve decommissioning funding, for which you've heard me advocate, or if the legislature were to make an appropriation to support NDCAP, that those would be things that would be encompassed by that language. But an MOU for which I lack the authority to sign up, I do not feel falls within that scope. I think I've covered all my points. And I think I'll close my comments at this juncture by saying that I am prepared to accept that I am not going to be able to effect the change that I would like to see in this legislative session. But I underscore that that is not uniquely my decision. Tonight's conversation is about what this panel would like to see its future be, and for me to get guidance on that point. And now I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
So go ahead, Chris.
I have a question for the commissioner. The cost increase under staff hours for 2019, can you shed some light on that? I don't doubt that, but I didn't know like to what extent that reflected staff doing the work that the previous chairs had done, or what?
That's exactly what it is.
Wow.
I think what you're seeing there is, for folks who were not on the panel at the time, you did not have the pleasure of working with Kate O'Connor, but Kate was a real dynamo, and we learned at the end of her tenure just how much she had been doing in her capacity as chair. And I think for those of us who are still on the panel, it was a real revelation to understand not only that she had been carrying so much administrative and frankly expense for the panel, but also we understood that this was not an acceptable thing to continue to expect from a chair. And Chris, you'll recall your tenure was vastly different in nature as a result, and I think for Mr. Emerald it would be the same. But that's what that jump represents.
It was actually a condition of my chairing the.
Indeed it was.
The only other thing I'll observe, and I'm not disagreeing with the numbers at all.
Not at all.
I mean, because that's important to note how much the volunteer hours were contributing to the support of the panel. But in the earlier years, and Tony and Bill and the others who were here earlier on, when the commissioner was chair, did we not start doing reports until Kate was chair?
I'm sorry, Chris. These are things that I wouldn't know anything about.
Well, I was just looking at the numbers. Again, I'm trying to think about I'm thinking about the cost of what it actually takes to support the panel. And what I was trying to remember was in the first years, I know the statute said we had to prepare a report. I'm not remembering if we did exactly or not, or who prepared it, if it was Tony or Chris or somebody else in your all's office. But of course, Kate was very heavily involved in not only setting the agendas, but even recruiting who was coming to speak. So I'm sure that took some time away from Tony. It's just, I almost feel like we should send another letter or something to Kate saying thank you. But I was just trying to think about those earlier years, because we had a lot of meetings in those earlier years, and there was a lot of work to be done. But did that still primarily fall to Kate once she was chair?
Two issues on that point. One, it's entirely possible that the answer to that is yes, Kate did a lot of that. I wouldn't want to discount that. It is also possible that the records from that time are not as robust as they are now.
Yeah.
I can only, with perfect confidence, speak to the records that date to my tenure.
Okay. Commissioner, I can shed some light on that if it would help. To answer, okay, first the specific question on the annual reports. The history on it, the first annual report, there was one done for 2014. The department subcontracted that out. If you remember, we had the Consensus Building Institute on contract for several items, and one of them was to finish the 2014 report. 2015, 2016 annual reports, Chairman O'Connor basically said, Tony, don't worry about them, I'll get them done. I didn't realize that meant that she was going to be doing them personally, but what I had expected was that there was going to be a small committee of panelists who would actually work on it, but she was doing that herself. The 2017 report, actually, for those of you who remember David Andrews, I know he pulled a lot of that together. And then 2018 and 2019 was, well, okay, 2018 you provided feedback on what you wanted as panel chair, and 2019 I pretty much ran with it on my own, offering an outline to the panel. Some of the other volunteerism, listening to Commissioner Tierney, I realized that very early on there was a discussion between the previous commissioner, Commissioner Recchia, and several senior Entergy staff to provide what was called in-kind administrative support. So for a while there, Entergy provided a note taker. It was someone from Entergy staff who took notes and was the primary generator of meeting minutes. But then when that person moved on from Entergy, there was no replacement for that. So that became a cost that the Public Service Department wound up picking up because, well, we needed someone and we needed a low budget staff person for that. So a lot of it was the prior, Chair O'Connor, but there were some other here and there's of, at one point Entergy covered some costs, at some point the department covered costs, and where the costs have been covered has moved around a little bit in the history of the panel.
I'll just wrap up. I think, just for the panel, I was just trying to offer or think through the history of how we function in our expenditures. So I would imagine that even though 2019 looks a bit like an anomaly, it's probably reflective of what it actually costs to operate the panel when you're just having quarterly meetings, and frankly, not really taking on not doing a very heavy lift. So we're, from a budgeting standpoint or a time standpoint, however that translates into hours and effort, that's probably reflective of what it actually takes.
So let me throw my 2 cents in because I'm really good at that. I think for us tonight, it's, if we decide to, I think it's a determination of a dollar amount, not necessarily how that dollar amount is spent. Representative Sebelian and Coffey have laid out a fairly good plan of how those dollars that they propose could be spent, and the ways that they can be most effectively used. But I think for us as a panel, we need to determine a dollar figure of what it takes to run this panel, because as we transition over the next several years, those particular positions that are laid out in Representative Sebelian and Coffey's proposal may change. The needs may change as we go through the decommissioning process. So I think a dollar figure is more important than necessarily how it's spent. That's my opinion, and I'm open to hear different opinions on that. I'm okay with the dollar figure that was set forth by Representative Sebelian and Coffey to help us to function appropriately, but I don't want to pigeonhole us into a specific way to spend those dollars. So I'm open to discussion on what we've heard thus far, and anybody's got an opinion outside of what I just said.
So I actually appreciated Chris's summary there, that the 2019 expenses as described at the bottom of page 2 of the Commissioner's prepared document is probably more likely the actual costs, as opposed to those costs that are itemized on the document from our representatives. Given the ease at which it is possible to actually review and account for those costs in state government. So I would feel that we may be underestimating what it would require to sponsor 4 meetings a year if we were to stay with the 35,000 as represented in our representative's proposal. And I think it would be better to probably work towards the higher figure, which is approaching $80,000, as represented in Commissioner Tierney's document.
I know we're all sitting here contemplating everything that's going on. Representative Sabia, you got something to say?
Well, I think I would most like to hear from other panelists if they have thoughts first. So I can wait.
Tony, this is Emily Bodecker, if I could jump in with a question.
Yes, please.
So as I was looking at this, there's 3 things that I'm primarily evaluating. One is I think we need a permanent solution, a long-term solution, rather than trying to do something for an interim. So I'm interested in understanding how we can get to a permanent solution. And one hopes that we will continue to have good relationships with all parties involved, but money can get tricky at times, so I think a permanent solution, and by that one which is, solid in law, is important. Who authorizes the costs for the panel, I think is really important, and so I too appreciated seeing what the panel actually costs, and would also be interested from some of the longer term panel members if some of the assertions about this being the right grouping of costs, that we wouldn't be looking for additional experts and things going forward. I'd just like to make sure that we have a good consensus from the panel for that. And so in terms of how we proceed from here, I would also like to revisit the question, I'm not quite where Commissioner Turney is, about ruling out a change this legislative session. I appreciate that there's a lot on the docket. There's some very big bills that House Energy and Technology Committee has. But if there is a very simple change, the few lines that Commissioner Turney had identified, I also don't want to rule out that possibility of potentially taking this to the legislator, getting clear language in the statute, and having this resolved so we can focus back then on the core work of the panel. So if anybody has any comments and thoughts on any of the statements I've just made, I'd be very appreciate hearing them.
May I just have one thought that I would like to just make sure I am absolutely perfectly clear on. So this panel can move forward with recommendations for statutory changes this year? Absolutely. Some of the, you have heard me put forward some cautions, which are intended to reflect just the reality of the situation on the ground. But if there's consensus on this panel that they want to move forward with changes in legislation this year, they should do so. I have made cautions about making sure that it is clear what the panel wants, that there is a clear plan for supporting those changes in the legislature by the panel. And so that's it. I just want to make sure that it's understood. If the panel wants to move this forward, they should. I feel like I've tried to be responsible in letting folks know, here's kind of the situation on the ground. Representative Coffey and I have been cautioning folks for the last 2 or 3 meetings about the timeframes involved in this second year of a biennium. To the greatest extent possible, just to help inform and allow this committee, this panel, to have as much flexibility as possible, so.
And so I wanted to say two things. One is also, if, I agree, the committee is going to be taking this up. It does mean that it gets negotiated in that committee and in a money committee. And that the recommendations from this panel are not the only recommendations that might come to that committee. There can be other folks who might want to weigh in on that. But I think what I'd hope that we could figure out tonight is what are we really hoping for the support of this panel, and how can we get there? Because, I think I've heard a lot of different, this is really just throwing something, it doesn't need to be necessary. These recommendations that we have, this is a brainstorm really about, these are the kinds of things. So I think I'd like to start, how does this panel want to work and operate? What are we doing well? What's missing? What are other, we've done a little, like the beginning of research. We got a letter from Ray Shaddis here about what they're doing in Maine. I really think because we're one of the states that's in the early wave of decommissioning these plants, and we have an opportunity. I mean, folks are going to be looking to this process as a model. So, and is it the best use of, our nuclear engineers' time to be setting up tables for a panel? I'm not sure if I, as a taxpayer, see that that's the best use of somebody's time. So could we kind of get into this a little bit? Since this is our main piece of business tonight, it would be great to have a sense of the panel. What is it that we need? How much do we think it might cost? Build in some flexibility, and then whether the solution is whether we do it in statute or whether there's a creative way to do it. I think there's a willingness from North Star to pay for some of these costs. I don't really think that is the question. I think it's about how we get there. So I really would love to hear from other folks and other folks who have been, I've been on the panel since September of 2019. So I want to hear from other folks what they think that we're missing. I mean, because I think we've heard from the public that the meetings are not very well advertised, beyond what the Department of Public Service can do on its website, and whether it's that we need somebody like a communications staffer or a part-time person or a very part-time person to get the word out on the meetings. Because I think it's really important that people know about these meetings and that there's participation from the public.
See, I would, personally, I would challenge that particular line of thinking, because when this panel started, especially through the sale process, the meetings have been always worn the same way. And we've had several people throughout the sale process attend these meetings. Our meetings were full. We had 30 speakers, times coming up and, voicing their concerns to the panel. And we haven't changed the way we warn the meetings in the time, like as far as the time length that, they get warned out and that kind of thing. As far as I'm aware, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of how the meetings are being marketed or put out to the public. I think it's just a lack of interest from the public to attend the meetings at this point, since the sale has gone through. That's my personal opinion on it, just basically from seeing where we started to where we are now, and the lack of public participation from the beginning of the sale process till now. And it doesn't mean that anybody's any more interested or not interested in what's going on at the site. It just means that less people are participating in the actual handicap meetings themselves.
May I say something? My comment is coming based on what people have come in and said here. It's not based on my opinion. So about participation, but I think going back to it, it's like, is this what we currently have in this budget that the commissioner has put together? is this sufficient to do what we need to do, the work that needs to be done, or do we want to be, I've heard, I mean, there are a few people who are not here tonight who have advocated for having folks come and participate in this meeting, or for, as participating in national conferences. I mean, there's been a wide range of ideas, and we haven't been able to get to those ideas because there hasn't been the funding there. So that, I would rather have us have a conversation about that part of it for what we want to do.
So I would add, I think the vice chair has often spoke to the need to have potentially additional experts, et cetera. I know this probably is not official. I'm certain that it is not official, and certainly she cannot vote. But Representative Coffey and I and the chair did receive, and Tony, did receive an email from her at 4:30 this evening thanking us for putting together the draft discussion proposal and noted that it seems reasonable.
Mr. Chair?
Going to go to Chris and then we'll come back.
So I'll just start with just what I think would be useful from as far as from a panel perspective, and this is regardless of anybody's proposals or anything. We basically have a roadmap forward about how the decommissioning and site restoration are going to occur, and we have reporting requirements in the board order that says what North Star and the state have to do at a minimum, and that all ties back to the March report, as I recall, to the state, and then I think the state is supposed to then provide like a report to the public, and what I was thinking when being involved in that docket around the sale was that a useful role for IndyCap would be looking at that schedule. And let me just tell for the panel members and the public who don't also know, if something goes wrong on the site, if North Star discovers something that wasn't expected that affects the timing of the decommissioning or the cost, they have to notify the state within 7 days. But I'm just talking about just the regular schedule. My thinking had been that a good structure would be plan a big, I don't know exactly what this means, but the big kind of annual meeting of IndyCap for like May or so, after the report's been in, after the state agencies had the chance to do some analysis, after North Star's had some time to kind of process what it all means. And so then we have like the big, I would say kind of the spring big annual IndyCap meeting. And then the meetings that would follow on after that are kind of check-ins to see how things are going with the regulatory agencies, with North Star itself, and if North Star has hear from the town of Vernon how they think things are going. But that we would kind of organize ourselves around that initial reporting of data, that kind of annual check-in. And then, of course, we would also, if something did happen and that you trigger that 7-day notification and something material has changed that's going to potentially affect the cost and schedule, then of course we would want to have another meeting. And so I was thinking that the real function of IndyCap is to take that information, present it as fully as possible to the public, allow the public to comment on the information that's presented, and then that after that spring meeting that could also inform other topics that we take up during those other meetings that we have. As for cost, I just have it seems to me that the costs of regulation shouldn't be externalized and North Star should bear those costs. And as far as who ultimately does the work, as far as like whether it's a state nuclear engineer or if it's, Tony actually, doing his job as a nuclear engineer, and then other consultants are hired to provide support work that maybe they're less expensive than state employees, maybe they're not. That seems like another analysis that we could do. You could have other supporting staff or supporting consultants to do the logistical work and other things that maybe Tony doesn't need to be doing. But that was the kind of structure that just for me personally, I had envisioned. Now, how we get there, what we need to change in statute, I've got some ideas, I think, but that could have some effect. You know, I appreciate the proposals that the legislators brought forth to us. I appreciate also the position that the commissioner mentioned about the state budget. But as far as just like the actual function of handicap and its purpose that it serves, those were kind of my notions, and so I just wanted to throw that out there for what it's worth for people to respond to. I'm not claiming that I'm right. It's just that's an idea that I've had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. I thought what Chris just outlined right now is one very measured and clearly identified path for handicap to define the scope of its work at this time. And I think one of the things that's particularly appealing about it is that it meets the concerns that, or better said, the point that Representative Sibilia has made more than once about the need to ensure that a spotlight stays trained on the events through decommissioning, the progress of the company through decommissioning, so that the public has a genuine window into this. What I would add to Chris's description is this. It's one thing for this panel to lay bare or to make clear in a public forum what the current status is of decommissioning under the board order and the reporting events. It's another thing to provide a place for the public, having digested those events, to come back and to tell us what its concerns are. That too is a part of handicap. And it may well be that through those comments from the public, the panel develops questions or concerns that we can't sit here tonight and anticipate. Some of those concerns might, for all I know, best be informed by the assessment of an expert who could help this panel decide what advice it ought to give to the governor or to state agencies about whatever the particular concern is that has arisen. What has troubled me to date in my tenure has been the prospect that a decision about whether to retain such an expert would turn on whether I have money available in my agency. That to me is a very unfortunate confluence of events, and that's exactly where we have been for the last several years. And to my mind, it's a statutory change that removes that unfortunate nexus so that this panel, should the need arise, is in a position to avail itself of its ability to get expert assistance as needed. Turning to the particulars about who sets up tables and the like, I don't especially like seeing my nuclear engineer employed in this fashion, but those are the resources available to my department, and those are the duties prescribed under the statute. And so unless a change is made, I have to make do with those resources, and it makes even less sense. Mr. Lashinsky actually lives in Connecticut and is down here. It might be less costly, I suppose, to dispatch somebody from my agency who doesn't have the same hourly rate, but I have to figure out who that person is and what work I'm going to remove from that person in order to send them down here in advance of meetings. I suppose another possibility would be to turn to North Star to say, North Star, under 1702, I hereby exercise my authority to have you assist the panel by taking over those logistical arrangements. Those are possibilities as well. But it seems to me that it's the larger picture I've been concerned about, which is how to make sure that this panel is not starved of resources because a state budget is constrained. And to that end, I think a statutory change is needed.
Go ahead.
member there gets a chance to speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
I have, well, first off, I want to thank our representatives for preparing this discussion draft proposal. Getting the conversation queued up, it's helpful. I've been quiet over here just because I'm struggling with how much that I don't really know about really what the public needs. I don't know that there's a lot of consensus and agreement on this panel. And certainly that's just a reflection of myself, of what the public, whether or not folks in our community and the public have the same emotional reaction to this. I think that's, we can discuss that, but then also just more broadly and outside of, an emotional response to Vermont Yankee and to the decommissioning is what the public cares about. And I think that while it's true, there hasn't been the same awareness and attention to this project and to this whole situation, that might also just be because there isn't a strong vector of what's happening in these conversations into the community. And so that lack of awareness is a little bit self-perpetuating. I can see both. And so the root of that question and me not knowing what the public needs and what the public cares about here affects the whole question of what this should be and what should it become. It leads into, I think that the question is a good one, which is what advice we ought to give to the governor and what experts we might need to bring in to help inform not just this panel, but the community also matters, which is what the public needs and what's the best way for this panel to be a vector and a conduit to the public. So my instinct, like what I want to do is to know that. And yeah, there's my science training, which is like already designing the survey, the public survey in my head, which, to bring to the community. And I don't know if that might be, I know that that's an extra step. And I appreciate what our representatives and legislators had done to identify, while it's true that, we could at any point make statutory changes, and that might be required in the long run, but I also appreciate the move towards expediting a change that can still be helpful and supportive of this panel and our mission ultimately. And if it can be efficient and done quickly, that would be great. And so I don't want to pump the brakes and necessarily open this up if it doesn't need to be, but I don't know, right now I'm taking a big step back and really wondering at the root of it, what are the fundamental questions that this panel should be asking? And I'm continuing to draw some question marks. I just don't know enough.
And I may be wrong on this, others can weigh in, and Emily, I really appreciate your perspective on this, especially being new to it. Just having been in this discussion for a while now. Part of the context and this is why I was going back to what the board order says, the Public Utility Commission's already kind of weighed in on what North Star what they have to report on. And I would hope that North Star would be really interested in knowing what else the public would like to hear from them. And, and I think it's great, it would be a great idea for the panel, through a survey or through other means to find out what would the public like to know. But I think from a procedural standpoint, there's the Public Utility Commission has already weighed in on what has to be reported and when. And so I was trying to kind of propose from that bare bones approach, that we know that we've got an annual report that's going to be coming out, and it'd be, and an opportunity to gather that information from the public is based on what you're hearing. What else do you need to hear? What else do you want to hear? What else do you want us to bring to you? So that to me was kind of more of an expeditious approach to it, which may or may not make sense. But I think we are limited somewhat. Like even if we found out from the public everything that they wanted, what we can actually pry out may be somewhat limited. But again, North Star, hopefully they would stand up and go, yes, we would love to know more about what the public wants to know about our process and the transparency of our process. And how the public would like us to communicate with them. But some of that's going to be voluntary on that their part, which is fine, because they should have the opportunity to weigh in about what they, how they view this whole process too. But I just wanted to kind of weigh in with that constraint. That's why we were, the panel was involved, and maybe not as robustly as would have been desired, but and coming up with an advisory position on what to even communicate to the Public Utility Commission about what needs to be communicated to the public. But that ship in some respects is kind of sailed, but we can always build another ship.
Well, to that point, Chris, I mean, North Star has, taken the steps to reach out in those respects through Mr. Hamilton, doing some community engagement with stakeholders to find out, what the communities are interested in, the community stakeholders are interested in. So I think those steps have been taken by North Star to this point, even above and beyond what the PUC has asked of them in that respect. I think they're resounding gong, and I hate to keep coming back to this, is that the public in general is, after the sale, is not terribly interested. I think there is a good sect that is interested in what's going on, at the plant, but they don't show up to our meetings. They're the silent majority, let's just put it that way. They look from the background and, watch for our meeting minutes and that kind of thing and see what's going on, but they're not necessarily showing up to INDICAT meetings any longer. So I guess the emphasis for this panel is to be able to keep those type of people informed, because they're obviously not here. They haven't been attending for several meetings. They haven't been, expressing opinions and that kind of thing through our panel hearings. But they're there. And to be able to keep those folks informed is our job, whether they show up or not, to our panel hearings. And the question tonight is how do we effectively do that as a panel, and what resources do we need to be able to do that? Again, I'll state that, what Representative Sabine and Coffey have laid out seems to be effective in that manner, seems to fit some of the bills of some of the questions that have been asked by the public that does attend. How do we more effectively communicate our meeting dates? Further out, how do we effectively communicate what we're going to be talking about, and how do we get the community involved in that respect? Because really, in the end, that's what our INDICAP is for. We are a conduit to the public that is interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, and even those that aren't interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, because at some point they could become interested and be able to look back and see the work that the panel's done and be able to come up to speed in that respect. I don't know that we're going to have an answer to our question tonight, but I will yield the floor to Mr. Irwin to listen to his comment.
So this is my 15th year of involvement with either the nuclear decommission, or I can't even remember what it was called before, the nuclear VSNAP, Vermont State Nuclear Advisory Panel. Thank you. And I can tell you that the things that are working now are obvious to me, and they are the results of the efforts of the Public Service Department. Specifically, the record keeping for this panel is exceptional. It is all open to the public. It is, while a government site, a place that you can go and find everything that has occurred under the NDCAP since its inception. Annual reports have been put together religiously, not always on time, but well-founded minutes records of votes, records of issues, records of presentations. The actual documents are there. I can also tell you that attendance at these meetings is typically measured by the contentiousness of the issues. That when, and frankly in VSNAP, there was always contentiousness. But since the negotiated settlement, the sale, and frankly the turnover from one owner to another, the transition from operating to decommissioning, I think there are a lot of settled issues. What will likely occur is that if there becomes a problem that causes costs to go up or delays or other concerns among the public, we'll see attendance rise again. And we need to be prepared for that. So I would suggest that, one, I think we really have a great system of record keeping that I would be concerned about throwing out because it's not broken. And I would appreciate instead that we continue to do what we're doing with the Public Service Department's maintenance of the records of this panel and the availability of it. And I think the notices to the public of our meeting attendance, that they're occurring. I know we could do more. I don't know if there's anything that's happening in the local papers for notice that might be of use as well. Whether that's already occurring, I'm not sure. I appreciate your perspective, Chris, about a May meeting. I like that idea too, because I think there will be huge answers and questions in the March report. I know I can tell you as a state agency, I only have a timeline of work at Vermont Yankee that goes through December 2019 for the most part. And I'm anxious to know what 2020 has to observe as a state agency / regulator. And so I think there will be a lot to discuss then. And I do believe that the meetings in between those May kickoffs, if you want to call it that, are helpful to have each of the agencies and other stakeholders report on the status as we go from year to year. I do think that we are on a time table that has a certain end date, and that the sooner we act, the more likely we're going to benefit from a decision that we make. That if we wait another year for the next legislative session, we will be much further down this road that is rapidly moving. I can tell you, as someone who was at the site today, seeing what's occurred in just the last month, we are seeing rapid changes. We will see even more rapid changes in the coming months of 2020. There will be dramatic changes at that site, and we need to be able to accommodate those kinds of changes that might occur and interest that's likely to be generated in the public as they hear about these things. So I would again think of any sort of monetary figure or budget that might be associated with this to have some flexibility for where there were these kinds of dynamics and we needed to accommodate those. So I would say that, again, I like the estimations that were created by the Public Service Department because I know the care with which they were obtained, and I would put onto that some sort of language or a buffer or something to accommodate where there's likely going to be fluctuations over the course of time. And I would also say that I do believe that it could be much less expensive to have someone brought in to do the physical arrangements at the price much less than the state nuclear engineer, who I value immensely as someone who has toured the site with him numerous times to be able to look at highly technical issues that are occurring there. And it was a shame that we couldn't do more of that this afternoon because he had to come here and make sure that this meeting was set up. So I just wanted to make sure I covered everything in my notes here. And I think I have. Thank you very much.
So I guess I will bring it back to The question at this point in my mind, and I could be completely wet, but is what is the dollar figure that it takes to be able to effectively communicate to the public as handicap? And not necessarily how it's spent and who it's spent on and all that kind of thing, but what is the overall dollar figure of what makes our jobs viable to the public? And I don't know that we can answer that question this evening. I really don't. But that's what it boils down to, how the dollars get spent in the end, whether they're, because it has to be fluid, whether it be a specialist that we need 6 months from now, or whether it's a specialist that we need 2 weeks from now. In the end, it's a dollar figure. It's not necessarily how we spend it immediately. I don't think we can put forth a proposal that says this is how we're going to spend all these dollars every single year going forward for the next 5 years, because as certain needs arise, we need to be able to flow those dollars to those needs, in my opinion. So I think a dollar figure needs to be reached. Whether it be this evening or a different time. God, I hope it's this evening, because I don't want to do this again, honestly. But I think we have a very good start with what the Public Service Department has put in front of us, what Representative Sabirian Coffee has put in front of us, to be able to determine that dollar figure. And again, everything falls back on you, Commissioner Terry, how those dollars get spent. So I think it behooves us to determine that dollar figure this evening, and your department from there determines whether it's Mr. Lashinsky's time to set up tables or whether it's somebody else's time to set up tables. That's not in the purview of the handicap panel. That's in your purview of how those dollars are spent. What we're trying to determine tonight as a panel is what do we need as a panel to be able to effectively communicate to the outside world that wants to participate in this process.
So I'm concerned about the notion of, I'm concerned about a few things. I think, I'm not sure if the commissioner was explicit, but I think the notion of putting together an MOU outside of, with North Star for the support of this panel, I don't think is something that she would support. We probably should hear from her as to whether or not it is.
That is correct. I would not support that.
Right. And so that then becomes the place where we get a little sticky in statute. And so if we put in a dollar amount in statute, that's just going to be, I mean, it's fine. We can do that. We can try that. I think that there will be, we have to figure out, is that a tax? Is that a fee? Are there other businesses that would be assessed that kind of tax or fee? So if we're trying to put something like that in statute, and so if we're just putting in place, if we're just shifting who pays, that may be simpler. And although I think it still would have to go to, as Representative Coffey has said, it still would have to go to probably Ways and Means and Appropriations Committee. And I would expect, as I mentioned at the last hearing, that having that be an unlimited prospect in statute will probably get some resistance from North Star. And as we've heard the commissioner say this evening, it has been limited. It has been limited. It's not limited in statute, but right now it's limited by the state budget. So I would just offer that for consideration by the panel. Mr. Chair, I would note that we are a little over schedule. I hate to, just in case you wanted to
Can I make
hear
a
from
suggestion?
Mr. Leach?
If you will put this forward as a motion, I will second it for you. Or would you like me to put it forward?
I think that it might behoove us to, you can certainly do whatever you'd like to do. I think it might behoove us to hear from members of the public who are actually here and who I suspect may have some things to say that may be helpful in this regard, may not be helpful, but they will be instructive.
Okay, so to that end, we are kind of over our time allotted for discussion from the panel on operating costs, potential funding options. So at this time, I will open up to public questions and input on the panel cost and funding options. Willing to hear from anybody from the public regarding that. It looks like you're being coerced. Come on up.
Good evening. I'm Chris Williams. I'm from Hancock. I work with Citizens Awareness Network, and I'm also with the Nuclear Information and Resource Service in Washington. I have a lot more questions than I had when I walked in the door. But after reviewing the materials earlier today, my thought was that perhaps the logistical costs could be assigned to Entergy, the non-controversial logistical costs.
It's North Star.
The department to provide funding for the expert staff time as well as outside experts if they become necessary. And somebody said it earlier, a lot's been said tonight. If you run into a cost overrun scenario where North Star might be saying one thing, it might be useful to have somebody to review what North Star is saying with regard to a particular cost overrun. Additionally, of course, if there are discoveries of both radiological or non-radiological contaminants on the site that are going to raise costs and have not been included in previous site characterizations, that might require an expert. But to take the non-controversial, just nuts and bolts costs of having the meetings and keeping the records properly, and sound, notice, and assign those to North Star if possible. And then look to the department for experts. That's what I would recommend. So I look forward to listening to the conversation tonight and ongoing, and hope that in the future there's less talk about money and more talk about what's going on the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. Before I say anything else, I want to remind you that there is no one sitting on the panel from Massachusetts, and there should be, and I hope you'll make the governor of the state that I now live in do something about that. Thank you. I want to kind of echo what Emily was saying about what I would like to see the panel be a vector and a conduit to the public. And besides putting things on the website, basically what gets out to the public is left to whether or not there's someone here from the press and if people read that story. Or if I write a letter to the editor, which I did a couple weeks ago. So, and it's true that people, what you were saying, Mr. Unruh, about people are not as concerned because people don't feel as threatened as we used to, or scared. Thank goodness. But I do think that, and things seem to be going okay right now, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm very happy. But they might not in the future. And I think somebody also said it's important for you to have a way to communicate with the public beyond what's on the website. And that could even be regular postings in some of the major ways of communicating, not just in Brattleboro, but all around New Hampshire, Massachusetts, but beyond Vernon. It's wonderful that Vernon is very, very closely involved. You should be. I'm happy about that too. I'd like to see more people on this panel who are actual citizens, not representatives of, from outside of Vernon. It's good to have a lot of Vernon people. And I'd like to see maybe, a monthly piece in some local newspapers or some forums that could be put on BCTV and other cable channels. I think people need to know, and you said it yourself, Mr. Unruh, that it's your responsibility to keep people informed whether they're here or not. So how much you do of that is partially a question of money. But I want to hear a commitment from the panel that that's what the money will be used for. I really do.
Hi, good evening. I'm Clay Turnbull. I'm with New England Coalition on Nuclear Pollution. I'm a staff person and a trustee. And I was glad to hear that a report that Ray Shadd has prepared sounds like it was distributed to the panel. I just wanted to highlight a couple of lines from it. North Star will pay itself approximately 38% of the decommissioning fund to administer decommissioning activities. And there's a modest 10% overrun cushion built into the budget. In addition, North Star anticipates an end-of-the-day surplus in excess of $20 million to be divided 45% between North Star and Vermont Utilities. At Maine Yankee, we can get a rough idea of the kinds of monies that Maine Yankee spent on its cap by looking at a short list of the kinds of educative activities that Maine Yankee sponsored. The cap toward 2 sites deploying dry-fueled storage systems at Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant in Maryland and Palisades in Michigan. The cap toward plants undergoing decommissioning, including Connecticut Yankee and Big Rock Point in Michigan. The CAP participated in American Nuclear Society decommissioning conferences in Michigan, Connecticut, and Nevada, which included an engineering tour of National Repository at Yucca Mountain. The CAP participated in meetings with counterpart advisory panels in Connecticut and Michigan. The CAP participated in an industry decommissioning conference in Florida and conferences in Washington, Middletown, Connecticut, where travel, lodging, and expenses and conference fees were involved. One should include in any back-of-the-envelope calculations the fact that the CAP averaged 14 to 15 members. This information provides not only a sense of scale, hundreds of thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands of dollars, but it also is hoped that a sense of purpose, that is, education without nuclear-related oversight, can only be arbitrary and vaguely effective. And lastly, Maine Yankee recognized at the onset that in order to communicate effectively, it needed to develop a commonly understood language about decommissioning, and this involved not only attentive and discerning listening to community stakeholders, but also offering them the opportunity to familiarize themselves with nuclear processes and regulation. I don't know where this panel, the line between this panel and the group that New England Coalition fought to get established as part of the MOU, where the line between them is, but to me, the education is a missing link. You know, that the company could be making more of an effort to provide some real education, whether it's to this panel or to the group that we're trying to fund. I think that the general public, there are people that want to understand the technical issues so that they can determine, so that they can say, okay, I'm not just taking someone else's word for it. And you know, Bob Leach, you've got an entire career of education that lots of folks would love to understand. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think we're at that place in the evening where we would be contemplating a break. And before we did that, I frankly am unsure of how to proceed here. I brought sufficient copies of a draft statutory amendment that I would be happy to distribute to folks so they can look at what my thoughts have been about what we might do. I have heard the conversation tonight about the $35,000 figure. I've heard Dr. Owen's comments about a higher figure. It occurs to me that this language that I've put together could be, again, modified to accommodate some sort of cap. I just don't know where and how to prompt that discussion. But I wanted you to make you aware of that as an option for tonight. I do have that material here if it would be of interest to the panel members.
I think that makes two of us that I'm not exactly sure where to go from here based on the discussion that we've had both from the public sector and from the panel itself. So I will say that we are going to go to a 5-minute break, and if you'd like to distribute those materials that you have during that 5-minute break, you are welcome to do so. We will reconvene this meeting at 7:35. So we are going to head to additional panel discussion on operating cost and funding options. So during the break, Commissioner Tierney put out a proposed amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, and I will allow Commissioner Tierney to speak towards that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I alluded to earlier in the evening, this language has been prepared in order to effectuate the outcome that I would prefer, which was an amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, such that North Star bears the costs of hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel, as the commissioner, meaning me, may consider appropriate on the request of the panel from time to time. The idea is that by June 30th annually, the department would render a bill basically to North Star that details the amount of monies that have been expended on experts or the contract for services and the like. And in turn, North Star would then pay that bill within 30 days into the special fund that's been established per statute to support the Department of Public Service. It also supports the Public Utility Commission, but that's neither here nor there right now. The language clarifies that the monies so paid by North Star into the special fund would be paid solely to the department, meaning they would not be shared with the Public Utility Commission. And finally, the owners of the Vermont Yankee Station, North Star, would have the right to petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses and may amend or revise such cost assessments is what I put in here, but expenses will be fine too. Based on the conversation tonight, it occurs to me that we could insert a cap in here if the panel thought that was appropriate. Having to do with